We're just trying to make sure that we have all the documents. There was documents over, I mean, not all the documents, all the presenters in place here at the chambers. Colleagues, there was all the documents for today's presentation was sent out last night by Mr. Manuel Rico, and that was sent out about 7 o'clock, 7 o'clock last night. So there is a total, colleagues, a binder that is complete here at the chambers, a handout. If anyone is going to be present here in the chambers with us on this work session, as of right now, I do not have any members of the Naabik'íyáti committee present in the chambers. But if you do, we do have those binders. I know that what some of you have requested for those binders to be put in your box. So we're working together with Office of Legislative Services so that you can pick up these binders when you do arrive. Again, colleagues, good morning. I'm just trying to make sure we get it, find out and everything's good to go. So, Ty, give us about another 3-4 minutes and we'll go ahead and get started.
Delegate Yeller is on the line for the record.
Naabik'íyáti.
Good morning, T. Allen's online.
Good morning, Vice Chair Smith calling in.
True, I'm on the line too. So, good morning too.
Hey,
Mr. Chair, this is Delegate Herman Daniels. I'm on the line for the record.
good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Honorable Daniels. Good morning, all members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. Let's go ahead and get started this morning. We're having a Naabik'íyáti committee, the 24th Naabik'íyáti session this morning via telecommunications. I'm here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. Today's date is Thursday, December 16th, 2021. The time now is 9:11 a.m. Colleagues, this is scheduled for today and tomorrow, if necessary. Friday, December 17th, 2021 at 9 a.m. We'll start again. This is a work session agenda that I'm reading off of proposed. Well, no, it is the official work session agenda. This work session agenda was posted though at least 24 hours in advance. Presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We'll go ahead and call this work session order. I'll do a roll call and then we'll go on to having a member of the Naabik'íyáti committee do an invocation this morning. With that, Jalissa, I guess, is going to do our roll call this morning. Jalissa.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and honorable members. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'm present.
Honorable Elmer Begay is present. Honorable Key Allen Begay.
Delegate Keelan is present.
Honorable Key Allen Begay is present. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty did not answer roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Morning, present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is present. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good morning, Freeland's present. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland is present. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Good morning, Delegate Angel is present.
Honorable Jamie Henio answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James is present. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. is present. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Sheho, conscious Sheho.
Honorable Eugene So is present. Honorable Otto So.
I'm present.
Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Juanita. Honorable Edison Juanita. Honorable Edison Juanita did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair is present. I'm here. Good morning.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Amber
Delegate
Kness-Bakrati.
Brown is present.
Honorable Amber Kness-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kness-Bakrati did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer. Roll call. Mr. Chair, you have 14 members present.
Yati Shabeja, this is Delegate Amber Kness-Bakrati. I'm present for roll call. Thank you.
Good morning. Honorable Amber Kness-Bakrati is present. Mr. Chair, you have 15 members present.
Good morning, colleagues, and good morning again to everyone that's listening in. 12:11. I'm trying to get my pin going, colleagues. They died on me. All right. We have 15 members present this morning. I'm answering on roll call. Good morning, colleagues, again. On our invocation, we did have Honorable Daniels blessed day at the Navajo Hopi Land Commission meeting. So thank you very much, Honorable Daniels, for blessing the day and praying for the nation and for the good work that we're going to be producing for the rest of the day here. So again, to Honorable Herman Daniels. So with that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down to item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Are there any recognitions this morning?
Speaker, Eugene So.
Yes. Oh, Honorable Eugene So, good morning. Floor is yours.
Chile chapter, the manager and his staff, which go on all that is and they recognize all the Chile chapter, Walton and his staff. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene So, for those recognitions. Chapter there. Good morning again, colleagues. Is there any other further recognizing guests and visiting officials at this time?
Speaker, Delegate Freeland.
Good morning, Honorable Freeland. Floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues and staff. This morning, I wanted to recognize the 8 regional chapters that I represent out here in Eastern Navajo Agency, as well as our 102 other chapters. Crown Point, Nahadrishki, Te Ai, Basenti, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfino, and Naizi, as well as the Office of the NE Youth Eastern Agency. This morning, we're helping out with some toys, a toy program, and working with the staff this morning out here in Crown Point, as well as our other office up in Herfino. So I just want to say thank you to all of the staff that are making this holiday very special for our kids. There's a lot of challenges still. There's still a lot of need, but we're trying to do our best to put a lot of smile and joy into the lives of our Navajo children. So thank you, Speaker and colleagues.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland, for that recognition too of your community out there, the Eastern Agency. Colleagues, any other recognitions at this time? If there are none, let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number 3 on our work session. As you can see, colleagues, again, this is a continuation from the work session that was taking place there at Twin Arrows a week and a half ago. And this is just going over, well, I can read the verbatim on the agenda, but we'll go ahead and just start on a recap of what took place and what recommendations were recommended and how the task force moved forth with those recommendations and presented a new layer of documents for everyone in order for us to go ahead and explain legislation 0257-21, which is sponsored by myself to discuss. So, and there is an action plan related to the Naabik'íyáti Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, and this is allocating the $1,166,003,000 of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds and approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund expenditure plan for water, wastewater, broadband, home electricity connection projects, housing and housing renovation projects, bathroom addition projects, and hardship assistance. We'll be hearing from the Office of the President and Vice President, who will be continuing on the presentation of legislation 0257-21 on the expenditure plan to help assist in explaining how working together, not only from the legislative side, but also working together with individual executive branch divisions helped assist to create this overall plan. And then also including with the outside external entities, whether they be the enterprises or the consultants who helped assist in the process too as well. We'll get a recap on the presentation and then also a recap about where we're going, and then also a recap on what was taking place and the assistance of what we needed to do in order to make a better, thorough explanation of the legislation. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Mr. Paulson Chaco, Chief of Staff at this time, and then we'll go to
Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker?
well, let me go over to Mr. Paulson Chaco first, and then I know Mr. Wolf's here, and then possibly Mr. Haas, but let me turn the time over at this time over to Mr. Paulson Chaco.
Star six.
Speaker.
Speaker?
I hear two speakers.
Speaker, good morning. Merry Christmas to everyone. This is Edmund. I'm on call. Back
Good
on
morning,
mute.
Good morning, Chairman. And there was someone else.
Mr. Speaker, this is Paulson.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Chief Paulson, the floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Again, it's a really good morning, and thank you for the prayer. And also, I'll go over a little bit of what we produced, Mr. Speaker. I believe there were several concerns that were raised during the last Naabik'íyáti committee meeting, and those we'll do a brief overview on what we're going to present today, Mr. Speaker. We did, as you indicated, we did provide a binder, and those binders are tabbed, and that's an extensive binder that we produced within the past couple of days here, Mr. Speaker. As far as the binder, Mr. Speaker, I'll go over that really quick. As far as tab 1, going into the binder, you'll see tab 1, you'll have legislation 025721. Under tab 2, we do have 025721 with supporting documentations such as Exhibit A, Division of Community Development, American Rescue Plan, portal submitted by delegates, DCD ARPA, item B, DCD ARPA portal submitted by delegates with description of proposed funding. C is a list of projects, 025721 by chapters. D is a summary table of projects in 0257 by delegates. When you go to tab 3, that'll be the wastewater supporting documentation. Tab 4 is the broadband supporting documentation. Tab 5 is the home electricity connections documentation. Tab 6 is the housing and housing renovation supporting documentation. Tab 7 is the bathroom addition supporting documentation. Tab 8 is the hardship assistance supporting documentation. And then tab 9 is the detailed project list for 025721 projects. Again, tab 10 is the diagram of 025721 legislation. Mr. Speaker, these are the items that we're going to go over and present throughout the day. We do have for water, wastewater, we do have Jason John and also Mr. Walter Haas that's going to be presenting. For the broadband and supporting documentation, we also have Walter Haas and several of Chris Vicente and presenting. And home electricity, we'll be having Mr. Haas again presenting that. So on down the line, Mr. Speaker. So that's how we're going to do our presentation, Mr. Speaker. Again, this was a effort by all of the programs, divisions, enterprises, and collectively providing this information to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Mr. Speaker. So if the agenda calls for it, Mr. Speaker, that'll be my opening remarks at this time, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, Mr. Chaco, let me go ahead and go back over to Mr. Tim Wolf at this time from Dibble.
Good morning, Speaker and delegates of the 24th Council and those participating by video conference. I'm going to share my screen here. So as Chief of Staff Chaco said, the packet that is put together has 10 tabs included. This was sent out to the delegates yesterday in the form of 12 separate emails. The emails had to be broke up because of the size of the files. It would not fit in one email for all of the attachments. So the first thing I'm going to do today is go through those tabs, what information is there. And from that, we'll proceed with the water, wastewater, and the supporting documentation. So the first email that was set out is the table of contents. You can see on the screen there, the table of contents that was provided. The first tab is the legislation. And the legislation had to be broke up into two separate sections. The first section is the main portion. And then the second section was exhibits D through the end of the appendix. The second tab is broke up into 3 sections. And this information provides specifics on the Division of Community Development, the ARPA portal that was put together. There were 558 total submittals from the chapters. And the first page in tab 2 is a summary of all of those submittals. And this is broke down by delegate with how many submissions there were per delegate and the total dollars that were proposed. And then the funding sources that are being proposed for that. And you can see of the 558, almost 2/3 of them, there is a potential funding source for this. And Mr. Haas from NTUA is going to go into more detail on this as we get into the respective presentations. So there are 231 that there is not a specific funding source identified at this point. And some of those could perhaps be in a later bill. And some of these are not considered eligible for fiscal recovery funds. After the summary, each delegate, the information is sorted by delegate and by chapter, and then all of the submittals that that chapter presented. And then a check mark means that this is a potential source of funding for that particular submittal. At the bottom of the table, each delegate's pages are totaled at the bottom. And in the case of the first one here, you can see Delegate Crowdy had chapters submit a total of 13 submittals to the ARPA portal site. The next section, which is tab 2B, is also information on the ARPA portal site, only instead of check marks, in this case, this table actually provides a column called potential funding sources. The funding sources are listed and the dollar amounts that may be related to that funding source are included. So at the bottom of this table, the information provides how many dollars were asked for through the ARPA portal and what the potential funding is if legislation 257 is passed, plus other funding sources such as Indian Health Services SDS projects. And Mr. Haas will go through that in more detail in the section under water and wastewater. Tab 2C is actually a list of the projects. And I would note on your table of contents that it says 2C and 2D. These were actually consolidated into a single set of tables as tab 2C. And again, I will zoom in here. This is actually broke down by delegates and by expenditure category within the legislation. So all of the projects that are listed in the legislation are included in this table, and highlighted in green are the ones that were specifically included in the ARPA portal website by the chapters. And again, Mr. Haas will cover this in his section as well. So tab number 3, the beginning of this is section A, and there are 3 diagrams for that section. The tab 3B is actual listing of the legislation and the particular expenditure plans that have been included. And then within this, the consecutive pages includes each expenditure plan with detailed project information. So I won't go into any more detail on water and wastewater because Mr. Haas will cover that as part of the next presentation. So, and then there was a team put together in the last 2 weeks made up of NTUA, Department of Water Resources, and consultant assisting them to actually do detailed information on projects that are water and wastewater projects. So the tab 3C is included, and this is a summary of the information that they have obtained on page 2. And then this is broke down in much greater detail below that. So there has been a significant amount of work by this team collecting information on comparing projects between the legislation that's proposed, the 257 legislation, also the original initial allocation in CJY 41-21, the legislation 0209-21, and then also the IHS SDS list. And they will cover this information for you under the water and wastewater section. Proceeding on then to tab 4. The first section of this is tab 4A. And tab 4 will cover the broadband information. There is a summary section that defines all of the expenditure categories that are included in the legislation. And then behind that are the details on this. And during the presentation on broadband, this will be covered in more detail. There is also a diagram, section 4B. And then section 4C is additional information on broadband for project-specific information. Proceeding on then to tab 5. This is the information for the home electricity connection. And there is a summary page, the very first sheet in tab 4. And the proposed legislation has a total of 200 million for home electricity connections. 160 of that falls under electrical connections, and 40 million of that falls under solar systems to homes that cannot be connected to electric lines. Behind that, within tab number 5, is detailed project information. And this will be covered in more detail under the section for home electricity connections. Tab 6 is information on housing and housing renovation. And this will be covered by Dr. Yellowman and her staff. The PowerPoint presentation that she will be covering is included in tab number 6. Tab 7 is bathroom additions. There is a PowerPoint presentation within there. And again, Dr. Yellowman and her staff will be covering this in that section of the agenda. There is also within tab number 7, cost information on cost breakdowns. And that's section 7B. And then there is an eligibility criteria, which is section 7C. Tab number 8, there is a PowerPoint presentation the controller will be covering on the hardship assistance section. Tab 9 is the information on the actual projects that have been included in the legislation. This is the project listing. And then there's also summary information. So table 1 within tab number 9 is a summary of the proposed dollars and proposed number of projects for each section of the legislation. Table number 2 is a breakdown of the expenditure categories that were reviewed by Department of Justice and how many dollars and how many projects are included within each of the expenditure categories. Table 3 is a summary of the infrastructure that is included in 0257-21. And within there are project-specific information. And on the right-hand side of this table, it shows that about $459 million is project specific, and this is assigned to a particular delegate region as well as a particular chapter. The remaining money in infrastructure is money that is in a nationwide pool. For an example, bathroom additions, there is not a specific list of bathroom additions, but there is a criteria defined for which bathroom additions will be considered and reviewed. So in the case of water and wastewater, there are some nationwide funding sources. The same with broadband and home electric connections. And those funding pots of money will be discussed in detail in the respective sections. Just a summary of 0257-21, the amount of money within there that is pool-based for infrastructure is $498 million. The amount that is project-specific with projects listed in the legislation and delegate regions and chapters assigned is $459 million. And then also included is the hardship assistance at $207 million. Total legislation proposed is $1.1 billion. Table number 5 is a summary by chapter of the dollars and projects that are included in 0257-21. And this does cover 3 pages. So it is broke down by each chapter. And then the next table, table 6, is a summary by delegate region. And again, it's the dollars as well as the number of projects. After table 6 in this section is a detailed breakdown by, first of all, in table 7, sorted by the legislative section. So in this section, all of the broadband, for example, is together, all of the electrical connections and so forth. The next section, which is table 8, is the information broke down, sorted by chapter. And for each chapter, all of the projects are lumped together so that the chapters can quickly find what is proposed. And then finally, table 9 is a table which includes all of the projects sorted by delegate region, and then within the delegate region, within the chapter. So that is included in tab number 9 for those wanting additional details. And then finally, tab 10 is just a one-page diagram. And in the booklets, this is actually a 11 by 17 page. It's easier to read at that size. And this is just a diagram that provides an overview of each of the 6 sections of legislation. So within this diagram, the water wastewater section is broken down by expenditure category. The broadband is broken down by the different expenditure categories and sections. There's a summary of the electrical connections to home, how many of them are proposed. And then the same way with the bathroom additions, how many of those are proposed. Housing, there is a brief summary of dollars per house or per house renovation that is assigned to each chapter. And then an overview for veterans housing. And then a breakdown for the hardship assistance, which the controller will cover in more detail in the later section. That is an overview of the information that is included in the booklet. And as I mentioned, that was sent out yesterday to all of the delegates. There are 12 separate files to provide all of that information. And then there are paper copies available as well. And those are at the chambers today. With that, that provides an overview of the information that will be provided today, as well as the information that is provided in the summary booklet. So I will return it to you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Wolf. Let me go on now to Mr. Walter Haas from NTUA. Mr. Haas, floor is yours.
Yes. Yate Benny. My name is Walter Haas. I'm the general manager of NTUA. It's an honor to be here, be in front of the 24th delegate, the 24th Tribal Council delegates, and Speaker Seth Damon. Appreciate this opportunity to present this information to you. As a start to this, I would really like to thank the entities and the folks and the team that came together to create this book, a reference book for everybody. I'd like to thank the Office of the President, Vice President, Division of Community Development, Department of Water Resources, Navajo Nation Division of General Services, the FRF Office, the Office of Legislative Counsel, Department of Justice, the Speaker's Office, my own staff at NTUA, Sauter Miller, Dibble Engineering, and Consensus Planning. Folks have spent a tremendous amount of time. We got a lot of input, a lot of very good information from our meetings in Twin Arrows, and we wanted to try to be as comprehensive and transparent as possible in our explanation of the potential bill in front of you. So with that said, what I'd like to do is I'd like to take a step back real quick, and I'd like to, Tim, if you would, if you'd go back and start out with putting up the Division of Community Development, DCD, American Rescue Plan portal submittals. And starting out, if you could just condense the sheet down so we can see it. I'm just going to pick on the very first one. And I just want to walk through it a little bit because these are very, there's a tremendous amount of valuable information in here. We actually have an update that we'll be sending out to you on this, but the first sheet, as it's laid out, it's just a summary sheet of all the potential funding sources and all the portal submittals for each delegate. So as it's laid out, it has Carl Slater's communities submitted 17 through the ARP. It's really the DCD portal that was out there, and the total dollar amount of the projects that were identified, and then the breakdown of how those potential projects that they've identified as priorities potentially could be funded. Okay, and I want to walk through what each column means, because again, it's a little bit confusing if you're looking at it for the first time. It talks about project specific 0257-21. If there's a project specific that was listed in the legislation, named specifically, it would be in this column. Many of the projects that were listed in the portals have not had enough time to be fully evaluated. There is potential funding sources for those under 0257-21, and they're put forth as needs-based or pool-based. I want you to understand that there's been more than 10,000 projects that we've been working through to identify the feasibility, and we have lots of other partners that we work with, and many of those partners require us to fund the feasibility portion before we can actually go through and identify and work through the processes. What we tried to do in legislation 0257-21 is try to provide enough funding sources so that as these projects are evaluated, we could determine what's the real scope of the project, what's the cost associated with the project, and many times we would actually have to go back to the folks at the Department of Justice to get the project approval eligibility through the process. Okay, the third column again rolls back to 020921, which is a different legislation piece that's already been funded. And so that those projects have the potential funding source from that legislation. Then the next part I wanted to talk about, and we're going to go into great detail on this, is the current IHS SDS list. As mentioned at the last session at the Twin Arrows, for the very first time in a historic event has taken place, the United States federal government has fully funded the current current Indian Health Service SDS list for the very first time. They've actually provided more funding than what is in the current list, and I'll go through that. And that would allow projects that are not on the list to be potentially considered in a future IHS process, and I'll go through that in more detail. Some of the projects that were in the portal were also already funded through the defunded CARES funding. And in Carl Slater's case, one of his projects that his community put forth was already funded through that mechanism. And then we have other projects that were funded through Sahasan funding or UUFB funded. And then we have a group of projects that don't fit underneath what I'm going to refer to as the infrastructure category. And I'll point out what some of those are, that we need to look at how those can be funded in the future. There are other funding sources available for those, and there are potential rounds that Mr. Paulson Chaco had talked about before, that there are other potential ARPA funding rounds that are going to be funded in the future, and I'll walk through those in detail. But I wanted to walk through because again, this is a complicated presentation, and the reason it is there's just so much different information that we're assembling, trying to give you as complete a picture as possible. Now, Tim, if you would please just go on to, if we want to just go to Carl Slater's slide, the next slide down. Okay, it was Amber Crotty, then next would be Carl Slater. And in this particular presentation or slide, now you're getting a physical representation of the summary sheet in more detail. And again, it's just broken down, as Tim described before, as the delegate, and more important, we've got the chapter identified from the actual portal request, and then the project title and the dollars amount through the portal. And then it identifies where we believe the funding source would be available or not. So as an example, in Mr. Slater's case, the Rough Rock North Waterline extension for $5 million is currently on the IHS SDS list, and I'll show you that and go through more detail on that. The next project doesn't fit into the current categories that we are talking about being funded through legislation 0257-21, and that would be where Rock Point had requested warehouse funding. Okay, now it doesn't mean that there isn't a potential opportunity to get it funded through a different source. It's just not part of a water project, wastewater project, electric project, or communications project. So you can kind of see as it goes down. Now I'm going to go to the next, I'm going to move down to item number 5 on Rock Point, where it talks about bathroom additions. And there's $95,578 that community asked for bathroom additions. The reason it's ending up under 025721 needs or pool based is because we had over 4,000, I think it was over 4,500 requests for bathroom additions through the process, and there isn't enough funding to do all 4,500. And also with 4,500, we have not been able to vet all of those projects. And we'll go over that in more detail as we go through the process. Now, when you go to the next item for Rock Point, where they asked for the power line and $200,000 through the portal, that wasn't specifically identified in the legislation, but there was money put in the legislation to be able to cover all of these type of requests if and when we were able to do the feasibility studies, determine the exact cost associated with the projects, work with, in many cases, non-NTUA sources, meaning it could be in Continental Divide, Jemez Mountain, other places, to be able to see if we can get through the right-of-way process and get through it. But there are dollars associated with that in the legislation. And in this particular case, for all the power lines and house wiring, there's enough dollars in the $200 million that we proposed or requested to be able to cover those if they're found to be eligible and if we can determine all the other things, the criteria that needs to be done. The next item is like a water truck and HVAC, again, are outside the scope. The new chapter warehouse outside the scope, the clinic. And then the next item, again, for Rock Point, they talked about broadband and cell towers, $3 million. Okay. In that particular case, there is a section within the legislation 0257-21 that has $45 million worth of funding that doesn't have project specifics located on it. Those are not.
Hello?
Can you hear? Hold on, colleagues. Try again now. Hold on, colleagues. Internet's acting up here. Kicked off.
Hello?
Yes, colleagues, we're having technical difficulties here in Window Rock. Well, we're having emo and IT staff on it. Give us a couple minutes. Stand by. Need some one of those.
Speaker, while we're waiting for that, this is Delegate Crotty. Can you have staff, I know that the New Mexico Senate is back on the floor and Navajo Nation sent a memo. Could staff send me the correlating map that was recommended by Navajo Nation? I just need a visual on understanding what was the outcome of that. Thank you, Speaker.
Madam Chair, I will get that back. With that,
Speaker,
Mr. Haas.
this is Delegate Daniel So.
Mr. Haas, I think we fixed the laptop sound. Yes, Chairman Daniel So.
As a sidebar question, I'd like to get a listing of the
Can I be heard now?
the projects that the certified chapters submitted to Navajo Nation Department of Justice that haven't basically been put on the listing. If we could do that, what are pending, what chapter projects are pending for the certified chapters within the Navajo Nation? I see that some of the chapters, the projects aren't within the exhibit.
Okay, well, we'll reach out. Honorable Daniels, I kind of lost you there. But I think what you're asking for is certified chapters, what they might have submitted to Department of Justice. So let me, I'll ask staff to reach out to Mel. I think Mel Rodas is on the line, so just know, Mr. Rodas, that there'll be an email coming from that. With that, Mr. Walter Haas, the floor is back to you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, Verizon commercial. We apologize for the IT situation. Hopefully I didn't touch something and create it, but I believe the last part folks might have heard was talking about we were going through one delegate's sheet to clearly identify what the sheet means and how it applies to all the other delegates. I believe that hopefully I've been able to talk about Rock Point and the broadband cell towers. Is that not where I got cut off? Okay. So going beyond that, the last item I believe people could hear me speak about was the Rock Point broadband cell towers, the $3 million. That resides in the needs-based or pools-based for legislation 025721, because that was not specifically identified in the legislation, but it can be accommodated for underneath the $45 million that is non-NTUA wireless for various other carriers, and we can go through that process. The next two items for I'm going to apologize for mispronouncing this right now, but it's, what do you say, Naabik'íyáti? Yeah. Naabik'íyáti had two warehouses. Again, could you move this a little bit more? Take Carl's name off so that they can see the end. There you go. Perfect. So for Naabik'íyáti, they had two warehouses. Those type of projects are, again, not in the 025721 legislation because of the specific project type. Again, there's opportunities with future legislation and others to potentially be funded by other sources. And then Round Rock had some improvements. When we went into the detail, the improvements, there are potentially available some funds in the needs or pool-based 025721. I believe when we looked behind there, those improvements were related to potentially bathrooms and other things like that. The next item was for Saley Wheatfields. They were looking for a project out at Horseshoe Canyon Power Line Extension. That project is already funded under the defunded CARES. So it would not appear under legislation 025721, but that project is already project specific and is moving forward. Under Round Rock's local rural addressing projects, where it was $50,000, that is located under 025721. Under pools based, there was 50.
Speaker,
Hold on, hold on.
again.
Hold on. No, it's not, it's the internet here. Got kicked off again. Can you log into that one? That should be your backup right there. Yeah, go ahead, join.
Can I be heard, Speaker?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, go ahead, continue.
Thank you, sir. Again, I apologize for the technical issues that we're encountering. I believe that I was speaking about the Saley Wheatfields chapter rural electrification project for Horseshoe Canyon, 1,808,191.34. That is currently in the defunded CARES legislation. So that would not be part of 025721 because it's a project that's already moving forward. The rural addressing that Rough Rock had asked for, $50,000, that is underneath the pool-based legislation number 025721. If you remember, there was $55 million in the broadband section to do a rural addressing all across the Navajo Nation. The $55 million is much larger amount than what was requested by all the chapters. And there's a three-party group that would be working on getting that implemented. And I'll speak to that when we get to the broadband. The next item is under Rough Rock chapter. It's a Rough Rock low pressure project. That project for $588,000 is currently on the IHS SDS list that has now been fully funded. And then that kind of gives you a feel for how each of the delegates would be brought through. There is a note I want to be careful to make sure that everybody sees at the bottom. And it talks about identified funding sources are subject to project qualification under the respective eligibility category that would need to be done and evaluated through the Department of Justice for 025721 projects, including needs-based or pool projects. The respective eligibility criteria includes that the construction be completed by December 31st, 2026. Those pool-based projects, in most cases, NTUA or Continental Divide or others, will be working directly with the chapters to fully vet the projects and get the projects identified and be able to get them through the process. So they would be assisting in those if they're an electric or a broadband type of project. The water projects, we're going to talk specifically about those a little bit later. Funding sources may include future legislation similar to 025721 for spending of other ARPA funds. There was talked about with Paulson Chaco and others explained that there's going to be 3 or 4 other rounds of funding that's going to go through this same type of process that may include dollars to be able to address the community's priorities. So that's a very detailed explanation of those type of sheets, and those sheets were, you covered me. Those sheets are identified as 2A, Division of Community Development, DCD, American Rescue Plan Action, ARPA portal submittals by delegate showing potential funding sources. So that's a more detailed review of 2A. I'm going to go on to a more detailed review of 2B. If you would call up on 2B, if you would just call up maybe the very first one, I believe is Amber Karate. We could use her as the example there. Actually, you called up Nathan Brown. That's fine. We'll just look at, actually, I'm sorry, you're not there yet. This is still 2A. So if you get me to an example of 2B, keep going up. We want to do a different delegate. Okay. All right. So we'll do Delegate Charlene So would be wonderful. Okay. All right. Okay, so it's clear now. So this is another screenshot of the same type of information that was provided before, but instead of being in a cross section, it adds a little bit more detail and it actually adds some dollars. And this is important because some of the dollars are different in the actual legislation relative to what the was requested through the portal. So if we look at the very first one, we look at Anna chapter, they had the rural addressing, which we just talked about before. They requested the 88,000. We're saying that that is in legislation 0257-21, and it's under the pools based. And again, as I mentioned earlier, there's $55 million in to do the whole Navajo Nation process. The second item is Aneth complete house for 5 families, $248,000. That is not under currently in 025721 for the home working on those type of constructions. So that would be some funding sources that we would need to look at and identify through the process. The next item was Mexican Water. They asked about upgraded scattered water lines for residential homes. Okay, it's $2.9 million. The funding source needs to be determined in this specific one, but in most cases, the way this needs, we need to get some additional information, but this would be actually an ideal project for a future IHS SDS type listing. And I'll explain where there's additional dollars available above the fully funded plan that United States Congress and President had signed off on back in November. Item number 4 talks about Mexican Water. It's a warehouse, a little over $1 million. That again is, it talks about the same type of information that was given in the previous sheet. It would be a project outside of the scope that is 025721. The next 3 projects are good examples. Mexican Water had a Utah broadband project for $1,386,000. We actually have it as a specific project in the broadband section of 025721. It's under the other section, last mile. And the actual project cost, which has been more fully vetted and determined, is really $3,735,571. So it's more than what the chapter asked for, but it has been a more vetted project. It's been fully announced, has gone through a full analysis and is in the rights of way process. There's Mexican Water also talks about constructing some fiber optic lines $3,237,000. Again, it is project specific in our legislation. It's 025721. Again, this is another example of when we did the fully vetted process to understand the actual construction cost to complete this. It's greater than the request. And in the funding, we've requested $4,486,918. Now, under the scattered house wiring that Mexican Water asked for, they asked for $4,500,000. That is house wiring for more than 600 homes. That's more homes than actually would be out there. We have project-specific projects that we are doing out in Mexican Water that are in need of house wiring and power lines, and it's inside the legislation right now. And the projects that we have vetted and have been identified for the house wiring is 433,786. Again, on item number 8, Mexican Water asked for scattered water line upgrades of $6,750,000. Again, that is not specifically in IHS's current SDS plan, but could be eligible to be put into a future IHS SDS plan.
Excuse me, Speaker. This is Delegate Crotty. Can we mute the other lines? We're hearing other conversations. Thank you, Speaker. Apologize, Mr. Haas. Thank you.
Oh, hold on, Ms. Haas. Staff, I didn't hear anything, but can you make sure who's monitoring? Please make sure, and everyone that's on the line, can you please make sure you're on mute? There's critical information that's being explained at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. I also heard that feedback. I wasn't quite sure exactly what it was, but thank you. Since I've already been experiencing IT difficulties, I wasn't sure if I was imagining it or not. They're changing out the computer for me right now as I speak, so I'm hesitating here before I move on. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Okay. I stopped, I believed, at the item number 8 on Delegate Charlene So for Mexican Water, talking about the scattered water line upgrade of $6,750,000. I was explaining that it was not currently on the current IHS SDS list, but if the way it's described in the information, it does fit under IHS's SDS possibilities, and I'll describe where the future funding is at a later date, at a later point in the slides. Number 9, again, is Mexican Water. They had design construct Red Water Ranch development. Based on that criteria that we looked at in the detail, it's not currently part of the specific items that we're trying to fund through legislation 025721. There, under item number 10, Mexican Water was requesting media library wellness, $3,650,000. Again, it's outside the scope. Mexican Water also talked about some road improvements for road 415/BIA road number 121, $12 million. Again, that is outside the scope of the current legislation that we're describing. The chapter warehouse for Red Mesa is a similar situation. Red Mesa on item number 13's community water line, $385,000. Unfortunately, it's not on the current IHS SDS, but by the description, it may qualify for a future IHS SDS, and I'll go through that later. Item 14 was a community power line extension, $200,000. We have a specific project under Red Mesa in the legislation 025721. Our estimates, including the house wiring for that project, is $125,466.69. Red Mesa also talked about renovation and modernization of their current senior citizen center. Again, though we would need to find funding sources for those, it's not in the scope of this current legislation. Also, Red Mesa under item 16 talks about a chapter renovation, $500,000. Again, that is funding sources to be determined. Again, it's outside the scope of this legislation, but there are other opportunities for a lot of these things that said funding sources to be determined to potentially be funded. The item number 17, Tees Nose Post Four Corner Power Line Project, $1 million. NTUA has a project specific in that area for Tees Nose Post that has more been vetted. It's under legislation 025721 as project specific. And the cost in there is 473, 320, 51. And the reason it's important to show the cost in these columns is when the delegate wants to match up the projects to other information that we're providing, I want to be able to show a clear pathway whenever possible so that the delegate can have certainty of what's included and what isn't, and can actually be able to show that to their chapters and be able to communicate that back. Under the Tees Nose Post, item number 18, where they're asking about bathroom additions, $475,000. Again, that's under the 025721 under the pools based. The reason there's not a dollar allocated with that is because, as I described, there's been requests for bathroom additions of over 4,500 locations, and the current legislation only has about 1,000 locations. And we'll talk more about that in detail later on as we get to that topic. Item number 19 talks about rural addressing, $100,000 for Tees Nose Post. Once again, that is under the pools-based 025721. Again, there's $55 million in the legislation, and they'll be doing it across the whole Navajo Nation. Underneath item number 20, it's Tonakai, I hope, or Sweetwater. The transfer station is outside of the legislation. The warehouse and equipment is currently outside of this legislation. And then the multi-purpose water line, which is on item number 26 for $66,000. Again, current is not on the current IHS SDS plan, but most likely will be able to qualify for a future IHS SDS. And I'll go through where those dollars are and as we move forward. Under item number 23, I believe that's also under Sweetwater. Rural addressing, 137,000, as we talked about it before. There's ample funds under the pools based under the broadband section. Under item number 24, the Senior Citizen Center and the new multi-purpose building, both of those are outside of the scope of the current legislation. Item number 26 talks about a multi-purpose three-phase power line for $1,936,000. All three-phase and non-residential power lines for direct projects right now by Department of Justice were found not to be applicable under our current legislation 025721. So because of the result of that, it is not currently included in there. We would need to work on identifying future funding sources and how that potentially could be handled moving forward. Under item number 27, again, it's under Sweetwater. The transfer station, again, is outside our current funding scope. Item number 28 is the telecommunications fiber optic. That is a project specific that was included in the NTUA wireless section of legislation 025721. And the total amount that is included in there is $750,403. So when you look at the total on this, the portal request for all of the delegates, Charlene So's chapters, the portal request was $53,585,912. Under the project specifics that have been funded or looked at in the scope, there's $10,811,947.70 under the project specifics that are in the legislation. Now, in addition to that, there'll be other items in the legislation to help these communities move forward to get through the pandemic, but they weren't specifically requested through the project portal of DCD. And I'll give you some examples of those as we walk through kind of a next section. Now, section table number 2, we're going to be looking at C. There's a list of projects. Now, in this particular section, this has been updated recently. The staff has been working through the evening. There was some issues they found in there that they needed to wanted to clear up. So this will be added to your workbook, and the new edition will be being sent out to you so that you can kind of look at it and review. Now, did you want to stop at Daniel So? Okay, so we're going to stop at Daniel So as an example to walk through for this. If you could, Tim, please move this up a little bit so I have a little bit more on the table. There we go. Thank you very much. So what this table tries to represent, it represents the expenditure category that the Department of Justice approved funding for. It gives the specific project description, what chapter it resides in, the delegate region, the state, and when possible, total number of customers, if it was available, the project amount requested, and potentially where would be the service provider. So as we go through this, which is a very good example, if we go through the very first one that says chapter project power line for Baca Pruitt, I hope I pronounced that okay. In the chapter request portal, they did not give us all the information to go through the process. They gave us a lot of information to start on. The project total they're requesting is $3 million, and that project provider would be Continental Divide Electric Cooperative. We haven't, as mentioned before, for a lot of the feasibility studies and determination for the outside providers, they need to get funded to start those processes to be able to evaluate and work through that. NTUA was not able to provide funding to all of these folks to move things forward. So we haven't been able to vet all of the projects. And again, understanding there's more than 10,000 projects that need to go through feasibility studies, it's not realistic that we will be able to do that in the short period of time we had over the last few months. Now, this specific type of projects like this fits underneath the 3,977 projects that we identified under the electric section that we'll talk about later, and I'll specifically lay it out. But this project was not specifically called out on the original legislation, but it is specifically called out on some addendum sheets that we have that are distributed to you and that I'll talk to about under the electric section. The other projects that are on here, the next 4 projects that are in Casimiro Lake and Counselor are under the same circumstances as I described in the previous example for Baca Pruitt. The reason these are greened is because these are projects that were requested through the chapter portal that could be potentially funded under 025721. When you see a white project, that project is funded under legislation 025721 if it is approved and moved forward as is, but it wasn't requested through the chapter DCD portal process. So a specific example of that is the 517 or 517 broadband under other projects, which is a middle mile project where there needs to be improvements in the Little Water Tower shelter for one project for $178,500. The next project that was requested through the portal is solar connections for solar systems for Ojo Encino. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Again, there was 5 projects that were requested that may be eligible for off-grid solar under NTUA's program. There are 30 allotted or targeted for the Daniel So area, and I'll talk to that when we get to the electric solar and more in general. The electric, solar, and the electric grid are targeting projects or people who currently do not have electricity, okay? If you currently have electricity, we have 14,000 families without electricity. We're trying to get them served first and utilize the dollars on them, then to provide grid supplemental solar units to other people who already have power. And that's part of the specific request that was in there. Under item 511, drinking water transmission and distribution for water, there's a new tie to Liebrook intertie with the cutter lateral. Again, it's for Ojo Encino. It was on their chapter. It is in the legislation for $1 million under project specific. Under 517, under non-NTUA, various other carriers, there is an Ojo Encino fiber optic broadband line potentially that they requested for $3,250,000. There's not a specific carrier outlined. I believe it would be in the Sacred Wind area. We would be working directly with those. Again, I will show you when we get to the broadband section where these type of projects may be potentially funded through the source. Under 312, electric connections for chapter projects, Buzzard Canyon Power Line for Pueblo Pintato. Again, there was a request made for that power line extension. That power line would be fed from Jemez Mountain Electric Co-op. The number in there was $91,759. There's ample funding in the $200 million to be able to do that project if it comes up and is found to be feasible through the Jemez Mountain and NTUA partnership. The next items are in white. So they mean that they are funded or asked to be funded in legislation 025721, but they were not requested directly by the chapter, but the chapter still has that need and has that whole or coverage area. There's a Pueblo Pintato mobility 600 megahertz and fixed wireless broadband project out there. The mobility section, 600 megahertz, is not funded through 025721 because that's not an eligible process, but it would be funded and installed as part of the project under outside private funding. The total project cost is $459,000. There's tower operating expenses related to the installation of that equipment because there's not enough customers to sustain that installation of $38,589.82. Again, it's project specific. And then there's a new tower that would be installed out there because there's no tower, there's no coverage. So in the broadband section, it has to be an underserved or a non-served area. There's no tower, there's no service in this area today. The construction cost of the tower is $531,318. It's under the section project specific under 517 of the NTUA section of legislation 025721. Next item moving down is green again. It's 312 electric connections, chapter projects, Badger Spring Power Line Project. Again, it's Pueblo Pintato. Again, it's in New Mexico. There isn't a specific customer count in the portal entry data, but there are funds in the chapter portion that we're going to show the addendum on under legislation 025721 that would be able to fund the $64,786 request if it's found to be feasible, if we can get the rights away, if we can get it through the process, and the provider would be Jemez Mountain Electric Co-op. Under the next item, 112, emergency communications upgrade for COVID. It's rural addressing for Torian, sorry, thank you, Torian. Again, it's a $150,000 request. It is in the legislation 025721 under the $55 million under rural addressing in the broadband section. The next three items are under electrical connections for Torian. There's a Torian three-phase conversion upgrade of a system improvement that's necessary. There's also a Torian substation improvement that's necessary, and there's SCADA for the substations that are necessary for Jemez Mountain Electrical Co-op to expend services out in the Torian area to connect up an additional 80 customers. Those weren't specifically requested by the chapter, but they're necessary so that the next chapter request of the Torian Scatter Power Line project, which was 80 customers, can actually be connected to the Jemez Mountain Electrical Cooperative System. And that is the estimate that we received from Jemez Mountain Electrical Cooperative System is $391,716. So in this particular case, all of these four items, Jemez Mountain has already gone through the feasibility process and already come back and helped us determine that these projects are eligible and can move forward for funding. Under item number 516, broadband ARPA grant funding for various carriers, the community at Torian asked for funding to put in the equipment for the Starlink broadband internet project. There wasn't a total quantity of customers that they were looking for the equipment to be able to serve out there, but they did give us a cost for that equipment, and it does fit underneath the various carriers for the equipment. So, and this allows Starlink to provide broadband service to those customers in that community, but they were going to require the customers to pay for the equipment and then pay the monthly bill. This is an identified use that is eligible underneath 025721. Under the next items that we wanted to talk about under Daniel So, these again are items that were not specifically in the chapter portal, but we've had conversations with the delegate in the chapters about providing these type of services to the communities. Again, these are currently in the proposed 025721. They are specific projects. I'm going to talk about the first two, which is the Torian Mobility 600 megahertz and the fixed wireless broadband CBRS 3.5 gigahertz. The 600 megahertz is an overlay that would be privately funded. It's not funded through the legislation 025721 because it's not eligible. It's not for broadband services. It's for mobility or mobile wireless services. The broadband fixed wireless portion of the CBRS 3.5 gigahertz is an item that is eligible under the fixed broadband, and it is in the project specific for $459,000. Because there's a sparsity of people that are going to be receiving the service, there is some operating expenses that need to be covered within the first 12 months to operate the tower. That is also covered and has already been found to be eligible through the Department of Justice for $38,589.82. The next item is Whitehorse Mobility, 600 megahertz, and the fixed wireless CBRS 3.5 gigahertz for the Whitehorse Lake. Again, because it's white, it means that it wasn't specifically requested through the DCD portal, but we have had conversations directly with the chapters and the delegate about the necessity, and these areas currently do not receive broadband services, so they're unserved as part of the requirement. Again, the 600 megahertz mobility, the reason it's mentioned in here, but it's not funded again, is because it's for mobile phone service, which is not allowed under the broadband funding. But we wanted it listed in there because this was a community concern. And again, those dollars would be privately funded through NTUA wireless to be able to provide that service to benefit the community. The broadcast station that has the eligible components for the fixed wireless solution is $459,000. Total operating expenses for that, again, within the first year to make sure that we have the coverage, is $38,589.82. And then the actual tower that's necessary to be built to put the broadcast stations on, for the White House community, again, in this particular case, is estimated to be $531,318. So in this particular case, in this viewpoint, what we were trying to illustrate here is exactly how much the delegate and each chapter would get if 025721 is passed. And this is what is just in the legislation itself. It doesn't include other funding sources that are out there that'll be provided to these communities from either IHS's SDS list or from private investment of the 600 megahertz or other investment. So that's an example of, which would be tab 2, C, and D. Tab 2, C, and D, as mentioned earlier, are combined. Okay, so there is one combined, there is no C and D, and this is an example of this, and you're getting an additional update on this document that we would ask you to replace with the old document that you had through the electronic email. And also this document, again, is in your hard copy books that are here. With that said, I'm going to stop on going through the detail of the additional documentation that we heard the delegates request so that they would have more insight into exactly what was in the bill and how it relates to each of the delegates and each of their communities. The next item that I'd like to start to discuss is tab item number 3. And this is the water wastewater documents with additional information. At Twin Arrows, NTUA went through all the project listings at a high level that are in legislation 025721. We have them available for you as part of this process again, but there was some questions raised, very good questions raised regarding why there wasn't as much water projects put in. And this additional information and addendum information for you is to help clarify in greater detail what we were trying to articulate before. This specific sheet is a summary of a much more detailed addendum that we're going to go through later in the presentation. And what I'm trying to describe in this sheet, and what I'm trying to describe in this sheet is the summary of the DCD portal information. So basically, it's broken up into categories. Each one of the categories deserves a little bit of more detailed information. But the first category is what was in the DCD portal chapter request priority funding. The first category is what is specifically in legislation 025721 under the water and wastewater sections. There was $22,955,000 funded in that legislation that was requested through the portal. The total amount of projects that DCD requested under the portal amount was $51,162,739 of these type of projects. Okay. Included in the current IHS SDS list, there was $272,742,648 worth of projects that are funded now under the IHS SDS list. The portal request of those type of projects was $169,249,526, and there are 48 projects identified. So there was almost $90 million. Actually, there was $110 million more of project funding that is on the IHS list than what was requested in the 48 projects under the DCD portal. That's what that is trying to describe to you. Now, the next item is listed as potential IHS SDS future DCD portal requests. So there was 46,746,688 projects. There was a total of 25 that are water wastewater projects that are not on the current IHS SDS list, but they were requested through the portal that have the potential to be on a future IHS list. And I'll get into that in more detail on a future slides.
Kelly, and
Now,
I'm not
inside
sure if I
the-
talked to you a couple of weeks ago, but I had
Okay, inside the portal, there was a couple of projects that were requested totaling $10,681,736 in the portal. Those two projects are actually in the defunded CARES legislation CJY 4121. And the amount that is funded in those projects is $1,942,139. Now, included in legislation 020921, that's a current legislation that's out there that is basically what we refer to as connecting up existing community projects to the Cutter Lateral and other water resources. That legislation is requesting $30,650,000. There are $13,576,078 requested in the DCD portal for those type of projects, and there was 4 projects in that listing. There was also some projects that were requested in the portal for irrigation and livestock. The 025721 legislation, that's outside the scope of that legislation. So they're not funded or requested to be funded in 025721. And the total amount of requests for those 6 livestock projects are $9,320,188. Now, because they're not in 025721, doesn't mean that there can't be another funding source identified, but they're not in that legislation right now because they're not deemed to be eligible. In addition, those type of projects are not eligible for IHS SDS type of projects, but there are potentially other funding sources that can be looked at. So what this slide is trying to identify is that the DCD chapter request through the portal for water type wastewater projects was a total of 300, they total 300,649,955 projects, and there's a total of 87, which is the 93 minus the 6 livestock projects, okay? And the total amount we've identified through the legislation, the current IDS list, the future IDS list, the defunded CARES, the legislation that's now being proposed is 020921, okay, totals more than what was requested through the DCD portal by about $75 million, okay? That's what this sheet is trying to identify. There are some notes in the sheet that I'll allow you to read through if you'd like later. I've kind of verbally talked about them already. I'd like to move on to the next slide that helps to illustrate what I was trying to describe there. Okay. So these sheets, and I'll let them get centered. This sheet tries to identify in a pie chart what is being funded or being proposed to be funded and what the requests were through the chapter portal, through the DCD project requests. So there was included $22,955,000 in water wastewater projects in the current legislation that's in front of you, 025721. That represents from a color codes of about 6%. The next color item is included in the current IHS SDS plan, 272,000, I'm sorry, 272 million $938,410 worth of projects, which represents about 71% of the requests. The next item is a very small item. It's about 1%. Included in the portal, CJY 4121, which is the defunded CARES, there's $1,942,139 worth of projects, and that's about 1% of the total. Included in legislation 0209-21, which we commonly refer to as the Community Interconnect, or the legislation for the water projects that is currently promulgating through the various committees at the Navajo Nation, there's $30,650,000 worth of projects in there. Okay, and that represents about 8%. The next item is IHS SDS Future DCD Portal projects. These were projects that are currently not on the current IHS SDS list, but there's a good reason to believe that the majority of these could be included in a future request. And I'll show you in the next slide where there's funding available, larger funding available than the $46,746,686 that was identified through the portal and requested through the portal. And that represents about 12%. The green item talks about ineligible in legislation 025721, which are irrigation and livestock projects totaling $9,320,188,000. While they're not eligible and they haven't gone through the Department of Justice process for legislation 025721, and they're probably not eligible for the ARPA funds that we've received, that doesn't mean that there aren't other items or other categories that they might fit into. So there's more research and there's more definition that needs to get done. And this is an area of expertise for the Navajo Nation's Department of Water Resources that will be able to work through the process to hopefully try to identify if there are other funding sources above and beyond what we've currently identified that can help meet the needs of the communities regarding their livestock. The next PowerPoint tries to illustrate in a picture what I tried to articulate and what I tried to discuss on the previous sheets. So what this talks about is under the $300 million that is being requested in legislation that's in front of you, 025721. There's 46 specific water wastewater projects, and then there's 19 projects that are multiple projects that are being performed all across the Navajo Nation. And there's a portion of it, approximately $50 million, that is under the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources, that they would be doing the implementation. They will work with NTUA and IHS to help get them implemented, but that funding source is there. And there's about $250 million in that would be directly going to NTUA for project-specific water wastewater projects and projects that are located across the Navajo Nation. The portal had another $300 million, it's not the same $300 million, of other projects that were identified, and the total project list is 93. We've identified which of those projects overlap in the legislation 025721, also which ones overlap in the defunded CARES or Sahasan or UUFB. The bottom circle identifies projects that were funded previously through either the defunded CARES legislation, various Sahasan legislations, or under UUFB. The total project dollar amount is $138 million, and they identify 450 projects. IHS, historically, for the very first time, has fully funded the federal government, and President Biden has signed off on it, has for the very first time funded the current IHS SDS list. On the current IHS SDS list, there's $543 million worth of projects that total 367 projects. What we were trying to describe and articulate how these all come together is a visual of that represented on the next slide. So the visual representation of what we've been trying to articulate shows that the majority, $291 million, 87 projects, move into either the Navajo Nation, they either move into legislation 025721, or they're in the defunded CARES or Sahassan or the UUFB, or they move into the IHS current SDS list and potentially the future list. The only projects basically that are not in the portal, that are not moving into these one of these categories currently, are the 6 projects that are under the irrigation and livestock, totaling $9,320,188,000. So at the end of this, what we're trying to describe is the total current SDS list for IHS is $543 million. The United States federal government actually funded $675 million worth of projects, $133 million per year for the next 5 years. So they've funded $132 million above the current SDS list, which we are talking about $43 million of projects that have been identified that need to go into the process to determine if they're eligible and feasible to get through the process. Now, I also want everybody to understand that all of these projects that we describe and talk about moving forward have to go through a complete process. So even if they're found to be eligible, they have to be engineered and designed, rights of way have to be acquired. There are many, many areas within any of these type of projects that have to go through an entire process before they can get to construction. The limiting factor under legislation 025721 means that all of that has to be completely done in 6 months or by June of 2024 from an engineering feasibility and procurement process, and have to be completed fully constructed by December 31 of 2026. The projects under the IHS funding SDS do not have that same limitation. So they have the opportunity to get more projects vetted and the opportunity to get more projects through the physical construction than the time limitations that currently are on 025721. So there is a superior aspect of not only having to use the Navajo Nation's dollars to do projects that already have federal funding, but also to be able to use those dollars to help keep costs down and keep our operating and maintaining costs, which allows us to allow more IHS projects to be seen as eligible or feasible. All right, so with that said, that is how we're trying to articulate why we would like to have each project fit into each category class of dollar, and why we believe that that's in the best interest of the Navajo people to do it the way it is being proposed through this legislation 025721. The next part of the presentation is, we've already gone through this, so I'm not going to go through this in detail, but this is the actual project specific that is part of the legislation that we went through at Twin Arrows for each one of the water, wastewater funding sections. We went through this in great detail, and we wanted you to have this again in front of you so that you could see the correspondence between the two. But I'm not do not want to go through each one of these category classes because we've already done it. The next item that I want to move on to is there's a very wonderful detailed addendum that is in your book that starts out that I'd like to talk about. There was a tremendous amount of work and coordination put into creating this document. I spoke to all the folks who had created it before. The very first sheet of the document we went over earlier, and that first sheet is a summarization of the following sheets. So this is the sheet, the summary sheet that we talked about, and I've gone through this in detail for you. What I want to do is walk through one or two of the following sheets to help you understand this information in greater detail and what it's trying to represent. And also, I want to be able to point out on this sheet where the IHS SDS number is currently, so that when you're asking or wondering about a project, where does it go? Section, so I had the section C3 that you asked me about, are all of those NTUA identified projects, and we've already gone over those at the chapter house, right? So as part of the addendum legislation, we went over the cover sheet. The next part of the addendum that you have in front of you, okay? Okay, so we went through the cover sheet. The next sheet is how the summary sheet and the detailed information that was created that went into the summary sheet. So the first table, Tim, if you could, because we're way to, the first table I want to describe what it's trying to explain to you is these are the 8 specific projects that are in legislation 025721 that are on the current water wastewater list. Some of these projects are in the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources section. Some of them are under the NTUA water wastewater section. There's a total of 8 projects totaling the 22,955,000. Okay. The next project listing sheet describes the projects that are on the portal that are also under the IHS current SDS listing. And it identifies it as the project name that's in the listing, the chapter, the budget amount, and then the delegate. Okay. So there's 5 sheets like this that, again, are backup information so that you can have more certainty and help provide additional clarity to you on the sheets that were produced. The next group of sheets, which starts on page number 4 of 5, identifies the projects that are potentially could go on a future IHS SDS list. So this project total list is about $47 million. Again, we described that there's over $120 million above the current IHS SDS listing funding that we talked about. Okay, so we've identified where these could potentially be worked on. These projects would need to be brought to IHS's and the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources. You need to bring it to their attention so that we can get it put on a future listing of IHS. Okay, and as I described and showed in the earlier sheets, there is approximately $132 million of funding that the federal government gave to IHS that's above and beyond their current IHS SDS listing. Again, the total amount on that is the $46,746,688. The next table identifies the 2 projects that were requested through the portal that are currently on legislation CJY 4121. That current legislation has passed. The president has signed it. We are in the process of made a lot of progress over the last week of getting through the sub-grant recipients so that these projects can be funded and move forward. The next project listing is what we refer to as community projects. These 4 projects were requested for the portal. The total legislation 020921 is requesting $30,650,000 to connect up these communities to the quadrilateral type projects. The bottom is the request projects that are for livestock and for other items that we identified as the 6 projects that currently do not have a home for funding, totaling $9,320,188. Again, these were projects that were originally requested through the DCD chapter portal request. Okay. Now, the next portion of this addendum that was given to you in a report to give you additional in-depth information, I'm going to want to touch on that. Okay, so this is the legislation request. Keep going down, please. Okay. So this is broken down. This is earlier information we gave you, but instead of being broken down on a delegate basis, it's broken down on, instead of being broken down on a chapter basis, it's broken down on a delegate basis. Okay, so this is another same information, just it is given to you in an additional format that was requested instead of at the delegate, instead of at the chapter level, it is now at the delegate level of projects that are funded under 025721 that were requested through the chapter chapter DCD portal. We'll go down to the next list, please. Okay. This list is basically a list of projects that were either specifically on legislation 025721 that are either on the NTUA list or the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources list that are part of the $300 million request for water wastewater projects. And this shows you what section they're under so that it's easier for you to find as a delegate or as a chapter. All right, now this is an extremely important list because this is where the bulk of all your requested projects really reside. This is the current listing for fiscal year 2022 of the Indian Health Services Sanitation and Deficiency Systems list. Again, it's a historic event. We really are grateful for the United States Congress and Senate and the President Biden for signing this and getting this to be fully funded for the first time. If you go down this list a little bit, these are the projects that are funded on IHS through SDS on a amount of project and on a actual delegate and a total dollar amount. This is the complete list of the 349 projects and the funding of the $543,309,906. Okay, so this corresponds back to the bubbles. It corresponds back to what we described before, and it breaks it down as to which project resides in which delegate's location and how much that project is funded for currently. The next slide is an extremely important information that I hope that you as delegates give out to your chapters, because this actually identifies the actual IHS number for your project. So if you wanted to know what is the current dispensation of that project, what does that project include, we've given you the IHS project number. So I'm just going to look at the very first one. It's a New Mexico project, so it's NM 28341-02, I'm sorry, 0702, Shiprock Well water line for Red Valley. Okay, and 3 homes are going to be served off of it, and that is the cost, $303,000. So this is an extremely important list for all the delegates and the chapters, and this helps you clearly identify where those projects are, and it gives you a way to inquire as to where they are in the process, and to learn about exactly what all of them entail. And I'm sure that you are very much aware of many of these already, but maybe not in the total comprehensive structure they are now. So if you scale down this list, Tim, for me, please. No, go back up just a little bit. Okay, so this again ties into the 543,309,960 that we identified earlier. One thing we didn't do that we could have done and can provide you with is the total amount of houses. We could have totalized those. We could do that so that you could have an idea of how many homes this list actually serves out there. Because there's still, in my opinion, an unmet need above and beyond just these identified folks. But this gives you the total. The dollar amount ties back to the other sheets that we had. So there was a lot of vetting. The team did a wonderful job cooperating in a short period of time to try to do as much as they could. Now, keep it right here. I want to point out one item here, and this is important because delegates have asked me this question before. If you look up, there is 4 items up. It says Arizona 01072-0601. It talks about Fort Defiance failed sewer systems in a district, Sawmill, and it's under Wilson Stewart Jr. There's 19 homes identified for $606,000. I'm pointing this out because delegates have asked me before, if I have a failed septic system, how can I get funding and where can I go for that funding? And this gives you a specific example that they have the opportunity to fund these type of projects through IHS's SDS list. Okay, so we need to work with you to identify them and the appropriate parties so that they can be brought forth and get onto this future listing. When we do a total number of homes that are going to be served under the projects, the 543,309,906. Now again, remembering that some of these are water, some of these are septic systems, some of these are connections to collection systems for wastewater. There's a total of 21,718 homes that IHS has identified that is part of this SDS list. Okay, so it's 21,718. And we'll get you that number on a revised list in a future email so that you have it. If we move down, the next thing identifies projects on 020921 legislation for the water project list that is currently promulgating through the various committees in the Navajo Nation. Thank you. You can see where it's laid out through the list. The actual legislation asks for a total of $68,025,000, of which a little over $30 million is identified that was requested through the chapter portals. So again, we just wanted to provide as much information and disclosure to the delegates. If you go down to the next table, the next table describes under 020921 legislation list, describes the water project lists. Again, by delegate and by quantity. If we continue on down to the next table, this is a detailed water, wastewater list by individual council delegates. And I apologize, I didn't use the spell check on individual. All right, and I'm not going to go through these, but each individual delegate has a colored pie chart, has a listing above. Tim, would you go up a little bit? So this is Amber Crotty, Delegate Amber Crotty. This is what's on this appendix list, identifying your projects based on where they're located, whether they were requested through the portal or not, and what legislation they may or may not be in. So there's $42,592,500 worth of projects that are identified and the dispensation of where those projects are. There's a very nice, if you go down, Tim, there's a very nice graphic chart that kind of identifies what source they're coming from and those type of things. Okay. And as you scroll down further, it actually breaks those projects out by the delegates chapter. Okay, and then it's done for each one of the delegates there. So that is the end of my brief description of how to read and understand all the information we provided you in these addendums. Again, there's a tremendous amount of information. We did our very best to be as accurate as possible in the limited amount of time that we had. And again, I really want to commend all the groups that came together and did a wonderful job on working through this process. Again, the team members that worked through it were from the Office of President and Vice President. Team members were from the Division of Community Development, the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources, the Navajo Nation Department of General Services, the Navajo Nation FRF Office, the Navajo Nation Office of Legislative Counsel, the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, the Navajo Nation Speaker Office, my colleagues at NTUA, contractors that we helped brought on board through the Navajo Nation, Sauter Miller, Dibble Engineering, and Consensus Planning. Without all these folks' help, we wouldn't have been able to be as transparent as we believe you were asking us to put together the information on. So I again want to commend the folks and thank them. Mr. Speaker, this is the end of the water wastewater presentation, sir. If you'd like me to continue on, I'm now going to continue on to tab 4 that talks about the broadband. Okay. All right.
Speaker,
So
question, Carolyn.
Speaker, someone was asking a question.
If you have questions, colleagues, you can text me. I can put you in the queue.
Speaker
Tim-
Callen.
Yeah, and I'll put you in the queue.
Can you?
I have Madam Chair Bacardi and Carl Slater in the queue right now so far. That is Haas. Continue on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to, can you, there we go. I wanted to move on and now try to address what's in the legislation regarding the broadband and also talk a little bit of how it works. We went through the Department of Justice criteria evaluation for the project specifics and the nationwide projects. We have not gone through the entire process for the various carriers that are non-NTUA, non-NTUAW. We did have to agree that any of those funding needs to go through that process and needs to get a technical review and evaluation to make sure that it meets the needs of the Navajo people and meets the requirements of eligibility for the ARPA funding. So the categories that we went through is 5.16, which are last mile projects. There were 87 projects. The 5.17 broadband other projects, those are projects that are related to middle mile functions, and I'll explain that as we get through the sheets. There's a 5.16 that are various carriers. Many of those projects have not been identified yet because we haven't sat down and met with the carriers or the communities to go through the vetting process. There's $20 million in funding for that. The 517 is the ARPA broadband grant for various carriers again, that are really the last mile or other middle mile infrastructure. There's $25 million in that area. We talked about a couple other areas that are in the legislation. 1.12 is the rural addressing. The rural addressing and the 1.12 public safety, Navajo Nation public safety, $5 million. Those two have been combined. So when you see your legislation, the legislation has those two rolled together and is requesting $55 million for those two together. So we've got to be able to put that in the summary. The 1.12 cybersecurity, again, is to provide cybersecurity to all the Navajo Nation departments so that they can protect their information and, more importantly, protect the Navajo citizens from outside intrusions. The total funding request under the broadband section of legislation 025721. You think I'd have that burned into my brain by now? Is $208 million. Now, if I'm allowed to go through the actual detail, I want to go through and describe some of it in detail to you so that you understand what the sheets are trying to communicate to you. So if we're going to go to the first section, which is 5.12, which is the broadband last mile. Okay. So I'm going to describe a few of these for you to try to tell you generally what is trying to be accomplished. So under this legislation, the Naslini mobility 600 megahertz and fixed wireless broadband EBS. Again, the mobility section is not eligible for the funding. It's not in there. We just have it identified as a private source because we want to make sure the community understands that it's going to provide some additional ability on the mobility side. There is a 600 megahertz and a EBS 2.5 gigahertz that is under the fixed wireless portion. And the LIZ chapter under Key Island Begay in Arizona, the funded amount is $459,000. The next item I wanted to describe to you is the Delcon Housing Fiber Access and Electronics. It's in the Delcon community. It's in the Elmer Begay area, Arizona. There's $357,200 for that. What that is in that community, they have a hospital area that's got close density. If we can take those folks and provide them direct fiber access, not only are they going to get a superior service, 100 megabytes to 1 gig of megabytes of service, it also removes customers from the fixed wireless 600 megahertz and 2.5 gigahertz system, which allows other customers to get greater speeds and allows the radius of those greater speeds to increase. I'll explain that in an illustration in a slide in a little bit. It also talks about, the next one says Delcon Hospital Housing, CPE modem install, Delcon 122,400. What that is that's the actual equipment that goes in the home's residence. What that allows to happen is the homeowner doesn't have to pay the fee to have the equipment bought or installed or pay for it over time. So it reduces the homeowner's responsibility of their monthly reoccurring costs by about $10 a month or $120 a year. And we felt that that was important to be able to provide the services to the, talks about a Chinle equipment modification in Kienta for Nathaniel Brown's area, $1,530,000. What that talks about doing is modifying some of the additional equipment in the area to be able to increase the bandwidth that's allowed to come to the community and also put in the additional fiber and modifications necessary. There's multiple locations across the community that needs to get upgraded so that they are able to receive the much quicker and much faster services out there. Again, we're going to talk about the next items are related similarly. Again, you talk about fiber items. I'm not going to go through that process. I do want to go on to the next one that talks about the Shiprock area. Again, that's fiber optics to the home. It talks about the areas. The next item I want to describe is a different item. It talks about an actual new broadcast station for the East Nos Post community. It'll provide fixed 600 megahertz and 2.5 gigahertz of fixed broadband. The mobility section is not part of the funding here. It includes the broadcast station for East Nos Post, who doesn't have coverage today, of 459,000. A similar identification is for the Black Rock mobility and fixed wireless. Again, those are communities that do not currently have service. This is the broadcast portion of it. Under 5.17, that would be where we'd be installing the backhaul portion of the fiber optics or the towers so that these services can be distributed to the community. This is an illustration of the type of services that are located throughout all of 516. I just want to go towards the bottom now because the description I gave you is similar for the various communities as you go across it. So if you go to the bottom of the sheet, Tim. Okay. All right. So at the bottom of the sheet, most of everything above it is going to be either a broadcast station for a community that doesn't have service today, or it's a broadcast upgrade to the communities out there that can't receive at least the required ARPA services that they're eligible for today. So they would be referred to as underserved areas or unserved areas that do not have services today. Okay. Just as a clarity, NTUA has about 115, 16 towers now that are out there. To fully cover the Navajo Nation, you'd have to have over 300 towers. And obviously, there isn't enough funding to be able to get all of the Navajo Nation covered in this. So we're going to have to utilize funding in future funding sources, which we've asked for grants, and we've asked for future funding sources out in the infrastructure plan to get more and more coverage throughout the Navajo Nation. But this is the areas of concentration that are in need right now. The third item from the bottom under 516 that talks about customer premise equipment for wireless broadband service, Navajo Nation has $2,295,000. That is the equivalent of the equipment that we talked about in the in the fiber to the home equipment. Most of our customers receive services through wireless means, and they either have to pay the $500 or they pay it over time. By getting the equipment up front to them, it allows them to save $10 a month or $120 a year, which is significant for our customers. In addition, we have 41 operating Wi-Fi hotspot locations where if a customer cannot afford to buy the equipment or are not eligible for the free equipment programs, because there are emergency broadcast free equipment programs, and there's an AFC program that is now going to replace the EBB program, which is the equivalent of someone who has a cellular phone now that is a lifeline service that they don't have to pay for. There's still an operating platform that we'd like to keep in place for at least another year so that during the pandemic, people are able to get the internet for free. They're located at 41 locations throughout the Navajo Nation. They're no longer than a 45-minute drive throughout the Navajo Nation is what we've tried to achieve. And they're located across the nation. We want to keep them operating. We also, so that is the second item, which is called the student Wi-Fi hotspot operating expenses, which is $903,893. And then there's a lot of tower operating expenses of $1,041,928, so that we could afford to put towers in locations that does not have a large enough customer base to support them, which allows us to grow that customer base over time so they can be self-sustaining. That is the explanation of what is on the 5.116 slide, totaling 87 projects, $31,852,642. The next slide I'd like to try to describe is the 5.17 slide. These are other projects, which are basically the middle mile projects, which have been already approved by the Department of Justice. These are for equipment and support to bring backhaul and fiber optic lines to the people of the Navajo Nation. And it also allows us to install new towers and new broadcast stations in areas where they don't exist today. So just as an example, I'm just going to start at the top, describe them in general, and then give you an understanding of what's included or what wouldn't be. So number one is Jedazai fiber build out. There's a new tower proposed in the Jedazai community in Low Mountain. That tower needs to have backhaul so it can connect up to the internet, so it can broadcast and deliver the resources to the community. So that's the fiber line to connect to the existing fiber, so that tower will be able to have the resources and capacity to meet the community's needs. And the actual tower itself is funded in the defunded CARES Act. And the broadcast station for that tower is in the defunded CARES Act. It's similar for everyone else. So if you go into the Nazlini, we need to build a new tower to serve that community that's not served today. The broadcast station is in section 5.16, and the backhaul build out fiber to connect that so it can get the information to the internet is what the fiber build out talks about. Okay, so these are the type of projects that are located in this spreadsheet. They're mostly new tower builds, and they're mostly fiber build outs, and they're mostly necessary items that need to be put in improvements so that the reliability and the speed of the existing infrastructure that's out there can meet the new required speeds of the ARPA eligibility requirements set forth by the United States Department of Treasury guidelines. So can you scroll down on this for me? As you can see, there's a complete listing of all the folks. You want to go all the way to the bottom? Okay. Now, in this particular case, stop right here. There's only one nationwide project. All the other projects are project specific. The nationwide project at the bottom is to upgrade the backbone, that is the fiber optic lines that are run throughout the Navajo Nation that connect into the city of Albuquerque, connect into the city of Phoenix, and connect into the city of Denver, so that all of the internet traffic that's now being created can actually get to the internet. The actual internet connection points, currently there is none on the Navajo Nation. They all reside off the nation. And you also want to connect to the internet through more than one location, so that when the internet goes down in one location, which happens quite frequently, you are immediately rerouted so that you don't lose that service. Okay, it's called ringing things. Okay, Many folks in the city of Gallup, our neighboring community, had the internet go down multiple times because their internet is not ringed. The Navajo Nation's internet is ringed. What's happened is, because of all the added traffic from the CARES Act equipment that's been installed, we are now reaching above our capacity of 100 gigabytes of the backbone. And that's why we need to go to a larger capacity to accommodate all the additional traffic that's being generated and will be generated if this legislation is successfully passed. So that's the high level understanding of broadband under section 5.16 and under section 5.17. And those are projects that would be constructed and operated by NTUA and or NTUA Wireless. If we move on to the next part of the legislation, there was a set aside amount of $45 million to provide to various other non-NTUA or non-NTUA carriers in both the last mile portion and the middle mile portion. The last mile infrastructure is slated to be in $25 million, and the middle mile or other category is $20 million. Now, if you go through the next sheet, in the original legislation, no projects were specifically identified for this, but we have a supplemented appendix that we're going to talk about afterwards. So continue down. In the legislation, they actually converged the Navajo Nation rural addressing, $50 million under 1.12 with the 1.12 Navajo Nation public safety allotment. The rural addressing funding is addressed in there to have finally get rural addressing in place across all the United States, all the Navajo Nation. And they're also, the $5 million is to help the public safety department get proper equipment for their police cars and fire stations and their PSAP or their public service areas, so that they can then create and work around the 911 system and be able to dispatch to benefit all the Navajo folks in a much more efficient and affordable and, more important, timely manner, because they'll be able to locate cars that are in a region and eventually dispatch them to a location much quicker, because they'll have a better understanding and a real-time idea of where those folks or that equipment resides. So that's a description of the 55 million, and the description of the 8 million under the Navajo Nation cybersecurity under category 112 is basically to help upgrade the Navajo Nation's IT facilities so that they can sustain and keep their information safe from cyber threats across the Navajo Nation. If you continue on down, please. The next slide. Nope. Okay, yeah. So open this up larger. You can make it a little smaller. This is a pictorial to help illustrate why we're deploying multiple technologies on the fixed wireless side, so that these technologies can reach the speeds that are required under the United States Department of Treasury and IRS guidelines for the eligibility to utilize these funds for this. So in this particular example, this shows a broadcast station in a short radius. Because we're deploying multiple technologies, we can, as we go out further away from the tower, we can put the people that are further away from the tower on these other technologies, so that we can actually get to the 100 megabytes of download and the 20 megabytes of upload minimum in the radius to deploy out. In addition to that, by deploying fiber optic, we can actually grow this radius by getting those customers off of the fixed wireless system and get them onto a system that outperforms the fixed wireless system by providing 100 megabytes of download speed and upload speed, and providing a 1 gigabyte service, and unloading the spectrum that's being utilized to broadcast these technologies to the outside community members, allowing them to have faster access. So by the virtue of the fact of having multiple technologies out there, we are now able to have faster speeds at greater distances, and we're also going to be able to increase those speeds at greater distances as we relieve the spectrum or move people onto the fiber optic network. So it's a win-win for everybody. So even if a customer is not going to be able to get the fiber optic, they're going to be able to receive the benefit of a different customer moving off of that system, the wireless system, moving on to the fiber, which greatly enhances the speed and deliverability of the wireless systems to the customers we're trying to reach, the Navajo people. If you go on to the next slide, on the next slide, what we've done here is provided an addendum. It's not part of your legislation, but these projects were identified under the DCD portal. And if they weren't already in the NTUA or NTUA wireless plan, which several of them were, they were put on the sheet and shown so that the chapter has an understanding of where we can go to provide these services, even though they're non-NTUA services, to meet the community's needs. And as you can see through the portal, there was a total projects of 16. These are the projects that, of the 16 that are not currently on the NTUA list, but these are the projects that are identified, and this is the funding source. So even out of the $25 million that are not on, are not clearly identified or spoken for, even after these projects that were on the portal can be vetted and determined and have the real cost realized as to what's needed or not, there's still $19,300,000 left over that is still eligible to be applied for and to get through the Department of Justice process and be constructed. Slide 517 identifies the tower piece or the middle mile piece. So 516 talks about the broadcast piece of it. 517 talks about whether it's a fiber optic line or if it's a tower and how that would work. And again, the items that are identified here were taken from the DCD portal. There needs to be more work worked with the various carriers that were sometimes identified and sometimes not identified to get through the process to see if what they're proposing is eligible under the United States Department of Treasury and IRS requirements for ARPA. But there are dollars available to have these projects evaluated, and there's an additional $9,455,680 above the current projects that are identified that could be potentially identified and funded in legislation, in the current legislation. Okay. Now, if we continue on, the next slide just illustrates, again, it's a supplemental addendum slide. It illustrates all of the rural addressing requests that were made all the way throughout the portal, okay? And the total addresses that were made totals out to be only about totals out to be just under $10 million. So there's still $44 million. So all I was trying to articulate in here is there's plenty of funding available in the $55 million pool. Again, this $50 million is combined with the other 5, but there's plenty of money available to meet the addressing needs of what was identified by the chapters, let alone the rest of the Navajo Nation, which is in desperate need of getting all of these rural addressing identified and in place, and then have the E911 system work after the addressing is put in place. So that is the conclusion of the broadband presentation and where the dollars reside and how they fit into legislation 0257-21. So I'm going to move on now to, at the request of the speaker, I'm going to move on now to the electric portion of the program of the legislation 0257-21. Under the electric portion, the first slide that I want to look at is the summary slide. And in the summary slide, what we've done basically is based on $160 million, we believe that there's 3,977 customers that can get connected to the electric grid. I'm going to explain how that breakdown is distributed to a certain degree and how we arrived at those numbers. In addition to that, we believe we can procure 800 solar units for a cost of $40 million. Now, if we get into the detail of how we arrived at these numbers and where they come, if you would go to the next slide, Tim. This is what's in your legislation. It's a general format. It's not saying exactly where all the locations are for all of these homes, because all of these approximately more than 4,500 homes, when you look at it, has to go through a feasibility process. They all have to be identified and vetted. And obviously that's something that can't be done in a short period of time. So as you scroll down the process, at the bottom of this table, we show you an articulation of how we understand these funds could potentially be spent and where they're at. So right here, if you stop, the 3,977 connections represents $95,717,707 for the extension from the electrical distribution system of the carrier or the utility, which could be Continental Divide, could be NTUA, could be Jemez Mountain, any of the ones that serve the Navajo people. And then there's a pool of dollars allocated for electrical connections, $24,203,162, because we know that a large amount of homes will need to have their houses wired or at least inspected and corrected before connected. In addition to that, we've identified over 625 connections that we know we can make. And there is some connections that we identified from Jemez Mountain and others that require us to make improvements in the electrical distribution system and upgrades so that we have the capacity and we are able to actually connect up the homes. If we don't make these improvements to the electrical distribution, I cannot connect up the homes, neither can Jemez Mountain. The following notes are kind of a description of some of the homes that we've already gone through the evaluation process on, and some homes that are already in the right-of-way process. And I'll leave that for you to read offline so that I can leave as much time to get through the process as possible. So if you go to the next slide, the next slide is actually embedded in your legislation piece, and it's also here. And what this describes is community projects that NTUA has been working directly with the community on for years. And there's a few projects in here actually that other providers have been working on. And we identify, what's the name of the project, the chapter the project resides in, the chapter delegate, the state, and the total customers through that process. Now, we have an addendum to this that actually populates the cost of each one of these. And we're going to go to that later because that explains how we got to the $200 million that we're requesting and how these projects and the projects from the portal fit into the $200 million request. So this is what you see inside the legislation. So if we can go through this to the bottom, has a total world population of 625 homes, okay? And where they're located. If you continue on down now, Okay. The next part that was part of the legislation was intended to just be a snapshot showing that projects that went in the portal are going to be evaluated to see if they're feasible, if they're be able to build. Many of those projects that were put in the portal, some of them are currently on our 625 home list. Some of them are other utility providers. Okay. What we've done since then, based on some questions we received, we built up a list of the entire list that's on the portal and where that potentially could be funded as part of an addendum. It's not part of the legislation, but it's part of the addendum to show you how we got the 200 million and how these projects could fit into the pooled area of funding that was requested in this legislation.
I'll let you go.
025721. So Tim, if you could continue down, please. We'll get into all right, Tim, hold on. Go back up, please. Go back up. Okay, so this list of projects is in your legislation piece. They're clear, they're identified in various forms of exactly where we need to make improvements so that we can upgrade our system so that it can take on this additional new homes into our system. And then there are connections and improvements that need to be made that have been identified, that we have a pool of dollars to draw from as more and more of these projects are vetted. In addition to this, it also has down the Torion improvements that have been requested by Hamus Mountain Electric Co-op that need to be implemented so that they can connect up one of the power lines that they've already identified and believe is feasible. There's a total project listing of these improvements of 124 million. I'm sorry, 124 projects totaling $40,079,130. Okay. And that fits into the envelope that we described of the 160 million of the 200 million dollars. And again, I'll make that more clear of where these come from as we go down the appendix piece. Right. So the next piece that's in the legislation is the solar piece. And the way we've targeted this right now is there's a 800 units that we believe we can buy and install over the 3-year period of time. We're trying to target on a needs-based understanding, needs-based again. We're trying to provide 30 units per delegate to the best of our ability. Some chapters are not in need of these units. Others are in more need of the units. We also have set aside 80 units specifically that'll go across different chapters specifically identified for veterans. Okay. Now, these type of units have limitations on what can and can't be done as far as, what you can do with them. So they're really, really targeted for communities that are outside the reach of NTUA or Hamus Mountain or APS or City of Farmington or City of Gallup systems where people live in very remote areas that still can have and need to have these services, right? And inside these services, their ability to do the house wiring. We specifically have a specific refrigerator design so it'll operate with the unit. The unit also includes a battery. And in certain instances, we have certain folks that have medical conditions that need to have electricity even with the units not available. And for those medical folks that need those, we've identified 160 generators with ATS. And there are a few folks that live in those remote areas who don't want a solar unit, who just want a small generator, and they are able to get that out of the 160 units. So there's a total of $40 million of the $200 million allocated for off-grid solar units that include the battery storage, the house wiring, and the refrigeration. Okay. So that is what we were trying to represent, and that is what is in your current legislation. So Tim, now we're going to move down into what was not in the current legislation, but it has addendums to it to show the total population of what was in the portals, that there's adequate funding to be able to, if they're found to be feasible and constructible, that we are able to do it. So this particular slide, we refer to as a community project slide. And in the community project slide, it identifies what was in the DCD chapter ARPA portal. And if it's green, it means it's in the 625 that we've identified project specific. Okay, so that's the color code. If it's white, it's in what we refer to as the pool basis. All right, and if it's green, it's in the project specific 625 that was identified in the legislation. So you can see as you go down, the projects identified by a project description, the category that it would be eligible in, that's already been found to be eligible in through the Department of Justice. Okay, and then it identifies the dollar amount that was requested through the portal. In the greened areas, it identifies the dollar amount in the project that's been further along in the process. It's already in the right of way. It's already been designed. It's already been found feasible. It's moving along in the process. And our goal is to get as many of the white projects that are identified, working with our outside partners or our internal folks, to get them so that they could be greened or they could be further along and found to be feasible and move through the process. So Tim, if you would scroll down this sheet, if you just scroll down to the bottom of it, please. So what it identifies here is there's a total population of 625 projects, okay? And these 625 projects represent 36,886,55254. Now, all 625 of these projects are project specific. They're already well on their way to being able to get constructed. And these 625 projects were mentioned and identified as project specific in your legislation. The only thing they didn't have in your legislation is they didn't have the color coding. Okay, and the color code again is that green means they were in the DCD portal. And in the legislation, the project total specific amount wasn't included. It is included now. Okay, so this is an addendum to what your legislation is. The next part of the legislation, okay, is these are projects that are identified in the DCD portal, but they were not part of the 625 project specifics, okay? And these projects need to get some additional information from the chapters and other folks to help us get through the process of feasibility and clearly defining project costs and those type of things, okay? When you see something that's got a non-green number on it, it's yellow, is because that there is a specific element that needs to be looked at and deeper so that we can, when you go to the detail of the information, a lot of time it includes other utilities above and beyond electric when you go into what was actually submitted in the portal, okay? So as an example, you're gonna see a highlighted yellow 312 that talks about utility hookups. It says wastewater, water, natural gas, electric, and broadband for Shiprock. And it doesn't give any specific detail of what's related to the specific items underneath, okay? But there's $5 million in there. So what we were trying to describe in those instances as you scroll towards the bottom, Tim, is when you add up all of these together, you're at $37 million. Okay. So you take the 625 that were in the legislation, you take all of these that could potentially be funded through legislation 025721 if they're found to meet all the criteria that needs to be met, and we're able to vet out them and give them a more robust project estimate and a more robust scope, right? There's ample dollars to be able to build them out. And so the three elements that you're talking about here is the 625, which we refer to as chapter projects because they're further along. These here that are referred to as community projects that are still in the process of being better vetted, better engineered, designed. The next portion is the projects in this particular area. There was 2 projects that were on the DCD portal that are already funded in the defunded CARES. So these projects are excluded from any calculation, but they're already moving along in the process to get themselves to a construction ready state and constructed. Okay. The next supplemental piece of information that's here is that there is projects that are going to be constructed under the bathroom section that we'll talk about later. And those projects, most of the time, not all of the time, need some power source, right? They're either not connected to the grid currently or they don't have a solar unit. But to get a bathroom and to get the intake for the water, whether it's a water line or a cistern line, and when you get water in, you get water out. So you have to have a system that treats the water out. They require power to be able to get those functions to work. So the reason these aren't located is because through the portal, there's been a request of about 4,500 bathroom additions, but the funding that is in this legislation, 025721, is only going to be able to provide power. Is only going to provide funding for somewhere in the neighborhood of a little more than 1,000 bathroom additions, and we'll talk about that later. The power side of that has got to get funded out of the pool here. So as you scroll down this, Tim, the way we've articulated this out and to show the dollar amount, we're looking at, instead of over 1,000 units, we know that some of the units will not need all the power connections and everything else. So we have funding for about 953, 537 through the grid and 416 through the off-grid. That represents about $45 million of projects. When you add the projects that are laid out, once you scroll down, Tim. Okay, so don't scroll down. Go back up. When you add together this $45 million needed for, I'm going to talk to them about being the bathroom water cistern type of facilities. You talk about the $40+ million for the system improvements. You add in the 625 community projects, which is below $40 million, and you add in the projects that are identified through the portal as chapter projects. When you add those together, they add up to about $160 million, which is what we've requested for the electrical connections to the home, to the grid process. The additional $40 million is the 800 solar units. And that's how we arrived at requesting $200 million for electrical connections and electrical solar units. So that's how that was all derived. Now, Tim, if you go back up here, this next addendum that we're trying to describe just talks about the solar units in general and there's 30 units targeted for each delegate. The ones that are greened means that the DCD portal for the chapter lists included a request of some sort for solar units. So when we greened them, we're just signifying that the request for the solar units that they're asking for that are off grid, that are not connected up, or the customer currently doesn't have any other power source, could be come out of the 30 that you've identified, that we've set aside as a target for that delegate in their communities. So that's how they all kind of fit in together again. And this is why we created these addendums, to help show you and give you insight on how the $200 million was achieved and what we're trying to hopefully accomplish with spending those dollars on behalf of the Navajo people to help them raise their standard of living. So Tim, I believe that is going to be the end of the electrical connections presentation. Wow, that's fantastic. All right, so I've finished the electrical connections part of the report. I believe, Mr. Speaker, we would need to move on to the housing and housing renovation section of the report, which would, I believe, Dr. Yellowman from DCD and her team is going to address, and I'm going to try to get my voice back in the meantime. So I really appreciate the time that I was allotted. I'm turning it over to Dr. Yellowman. Do you want to? Oh, Dr. Yellowman is speaker has asked that you start remotely. He's indisposed for a moment. So Dr. Yellowman, would you please take over for me?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Haas, Walter, for your presentation this morning, and to the teams in detail, very detailed work. Thank you. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti, and to chapter officials, chapter leaders who are listening in, and to many of the staff as well, my colleagues, President Nez, Vice President Leiser, and the Chief of Staff. Good afternoon. I will be presenting our proposal for the ARPA housing plan. We have presented this plan before, and we have made some minor changes to it so that it's more reflective of 257-21. I am also presenting this plan with the CHID Department Manager, Mr. Patrick Delguy. So if we can go ahead and move on to slide number 2. This is a summary of the presentations and reports that we have made over the last several months. We also had a report that was presented to RDC October 6, 2021. We presented the expenditure plan. We identified a dollar amount that we feel would be achievable through the ARPA, American Rescue Act funds, and the type of services that we plan to present. We also have identified working with the NECA, Navajo Engineering Construction Authority. We have been working closely with NECA for the last 2.5 years. We've been working with them on the bathroom addition, and most recently advanced conversations on specifications for 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom homes. We have also prepared the expenditure plan under BFS 31-21, and we've submitted the application to DOJ for review, and it was deemed eligible. Next slide, please. We have here just some definitions that we've included in our presentation. These are definitions that not only do we observe and witness throughout the Navajo Nation, but unfortunately, we're also very familiar with homelessness, overcrowding, dilapidated homes, and we've been heavily impacted through COVID by overcrowding, and many of our Navajo families seem to be impacted by these. So not only do we know the definitions, we also witness them throughout the Navajo Nation. Next slide, please. We have been working on an eligibility criteria. This is very important because it'll come down to how many individuals can we serve? What is the eligibility criteria? Many of these eligibility criteria are also established through federal funds. Here is a listing of the eligibility criteria that we have developed through CHID, and also mirror those of some federal dollars. One is, are they a member of a federally recognized tribe? Do they reside on an approved tribal service area? Within the Navajo Nation, do they have an approved home site lease? Has a home assessment been created or identified to present the current housing condition? And then E, the individual must meet the ownership requirements for the assistance needed. And F, we would like to move to more homeowner education. And this is new to our program as well. And we'd like to begin incorporating homeowner education. And we feel that many of our Navajo Nation residents would benefit from homeowner education. Next slide, please. These are the types of assistance we feel that we have been requested the most for. Many times we, through the CHID Community Housing and Infrastructure Department, in the past, we have received federal dollars for these types of assistance, and we would like to continue these types of services throughout the Navajo Nation. We request, or we receive requests for repairs, and that is to repair homes for safety reasons and to bring the home up to a level of livable condition. We also want to offer renovations, and this is again also to bring a home up to standard housing conditions and livable conditions. Both of these repairs and renovations are important throughout Navajo Nation and to many communities. We also like to provide stick house build, which we're working with NECA on these criterias, and build and codes as well. And again, lastly is the manufactured type of homes. There are areas and families who have requested for the option of a manufactured home. We have visited with several vendors who could possibly meet the need of requested homes if funded. And these are the options or the types of assistance we provide to the Navajo people.
Come on in.
We also have a department that has provided these services except for the manufactured type of homes already, and have the capacity to build upon existing staff, carpenters and laborers to provide these services and to advance or to increase our capacity with NECA as well. Next slide, please. Our proposed ARPA for the amount of 50 million would would be equally distributed to 110 chapters. In these types of assistance, we like to address burnout. Currently, within the Navajo Nation and within DCD, there's no type of assistance or program established to assist with burnouts. We do need to establish the program for burnout and a communication line for burnout. If there's a burnout family or a family that has experienced a type of burnout, there's very little communication lines that allow for the CHID department to know what has occurred in the community or with a family. So that is one of the areas that we need to establish working with the Navajo Nation Police Department or the Navajo Nation Fire Department. The other is a new construction or frame bill, and those are also the types of assistance we would be providing with the proposed 50 million. And then lastly is debris removal. And this is equally important because many of our Navajo community families and members do have some type of debris that requires removal in order for a new home to be replaced. And there again is very little program or very little services that address debris removal. There are two types of debris removal. One is residential and one is commercial. We are wanting to focus more on residential debris removal. And again, this would be through an equal distribution as we submitted through the DOJ application process. We would require, or we would request for a home site lease. We have been working with the Navajo Nation Lands Department. We are hopeful that many of the proposed qualifications for home site lease can be addressed through the one-stop shop and through increased capacity with the one-stop shop to help meet the needs or the increased request for home site lease in order for this proposed amount to be fully implemented. We also would be looking at burnout assessments and debris removal. We would be looking at public safety reports, and we'd also be working with risk management. Our main priority working with NECA is to ensure that the homes are constructed with ADA compliance and constructed with their ability to ensure full safety. We see that many of our recipients are elderly or elderly of age. Some are veterans. Many of them live in remote areas. So our priority is to build ADA compliant homes that help support any care that requires for CHRs to visit our elders and to ensure that the new homeowner has complete safety. We also are proposing for renovations in the amount of 10 million. Again, we will be expanding our workforce to complete these renovations and working with the local chapters as well. We do know that many of the chapters address some of these services, but we would be enhancing these services and increasing the standard of living through renovations. Next slide, please. These are the types of services requested. I've spoke to some of these already. That is the new construction, renovation, roof repair. We get a tremendous amount of roof repair requests due to weather, due to homes being several decades old. We get a tremendous amount of requests for burnout assistance. Sadly, we have not had the type of funding to assist burnout victims or burnout families. And we also have quite a few requests to assist for homelessness. We do receive families who are living in G unit types of sheds, who are living in sheds, or who may be living in tent type of homes. And with these funds, we would be able to assist those families. Also, some of these homes require house wiring, and we're working with NTUA, as Mr. Walter Haas recently mentioned, that we are working with NTUA on trying to address house wiring. Next slide, please. Tim, next slide, please. It will be on slide 8. Here is the breakdown. We have a breakdown. We try to break down our requests down to the chapter level and delegate region level. As it's stated in 257-21, that it is to be equally divided into the 110 chapters. Our requested amount is $40 million into the 110 chapters. That equates to $363,636.36 per chapter, with an average construction of 175,000. We're looking at possibly 2.5 homes over the next 3 years. Although, and here is a breakdown of what year 1 would look like. On page 8, if you're following, we also have a breakdown of what year 2 would look like and year 3. Thank you. Next slide, please. Again, as we submitted in our DOJ application, we're also requesting for 10 million in renovation, 10 million equally divided into 110 chapters is $90,909.09 per chapter, divided by about roughly 50,000 in renovation costs. It can assist just under 2 homes, and we have a year 1, year 2, and year 3 plan. So you can see on page 9, we have a description of what year 1 would look like, year 2 would look like, and year 3. Next slide, please. Here is a breakdown, and if you're following the presentation, this is a map of the 24 delegate region. Thank you. This is a map of the 24 delegate region, and the proposed number of homes that we would be working with and trying to address for the duration of ARPA funds, and the number of chapters in each delegate region. So you can refer to this map as well. There are some challenges and some limitations that we are still working on, and I'll explain that in the next slide, please. We do come across some land status challenges. Although our plan proposes for equal distribution, there will be some chapters faced with challenges of land status in their area. We've been having these discussions with both the chapters, the delegates, and the BIA, or the type of land status that they are currently facing. So there are some limitations. There are some proposed options to address these challenges, but I am hopeful that we'll continue to work with leadership, both members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the President's Office, and as necessary, members from Washington, D.C. Many of the people who do live in these land status areas, they do require or have been limited to types of services and many of them live without water, electricity, or in substandard homes. So we really hope to be able to assist them. We have visited members throughout Navajo Nation who are living in very challenging types of homes. And we do hope to reach these areas that are impacted by land status. Next slide, please. While working with the Navajo Nation Department of Lands, there are 3 areas or 3 types of options or what we would need to look at when providing homes. Number one, in this case is somebody, a family or resident has a home site lease. That would be ideal, and they would be they would qualify for a type of service, and they can enter with a home site lease. They can enter into a service line agreement for utility. Construction can begin, and the individual or the homeowner or the potential homeowner can receive assistance. When there's no home site lease, but there is an existing home before 2014, we still can address and work with that family. There will need to be consent form verifying the resident, establishing residence. A survey will need to be conducted, an archaeological agreement letter for the dwelling established before 2014. And we'll need to work with these residents to move towards the process of an approval of a home site lease. The last is some challenges. This is number 3 with no home site lease. And we do often see many homes or many families who have not selected a location. They must follow the entire process with the lands department. They must complete the application. They must receive consent and go through the archaeological clearance process, legal survey, biological survey, environmental determination, and seek final approval of a home site. We, again, are working with the lands department to expedite some of these processes and through the life of ARPA so that we can see equitable homes being delivered or homes being created, quality and safe homes being created on the Navajo Nation for some of the families who are either home site lease approved or those in the process. I believe that does complete our presentation here for the request for home site, not home site, but a request for housing. I do want to add that we have our policies and procedures created. They will go through a DOJ review, and per legislation 257-21, they will be presented before RDC as stated in 257-21.
Thank you.
But Speaker, I also have Mr. Delegate if there's anything I need to add, but that will complete our presentation for housing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Yellowman. With that, we turn it back over to Mr. Walter Haas.
All right, I apologize for the delay, folks. Anything you give me technology doesn't like me, so I apologize. I'm going to do my best to cover the bathroom addition expenditure plan on legislation 0257-21. I want to start out with a little bit of background. So you go to the next slide. So when we started this process through DCD, they went out and had a bunch of efforts on training the chapters to help them collect the appropriate information so that we could start and go through the processes. There was a bunch of scheduled training. Okay, there was a bunch of scheduled training sessions across the Navajo Nation, and you can kind of see where they were laid out. And the outlying chapters were also invited to these training sessions that were administered by DCD, Dr. Yelleman's group, and had other participants involved in the process of the scheduled training. And what they were trying to do is the folks that are working in partnership on these projects are going to be DCD, the ASC lead agents on the projects, working directly with the chapters because they have to help us identify the folks and set priorities. NECA is going to do the construction of the processes. In most cases, NTUA will be supplemental. We help provide preliminary design feasibilities in connection with them. And we do some smaller details in the work, but the NECA and NECA subcontractors are really the folks that are constructing all of this. We also enlist the help of IHS regarding technical support. We also want to coordinate for funding to keep the cost down and be able to build as many additional bathrooms as possible. In addition to that, we want to look at when the water is going to be identified and the wastewater services are identified to go to these bathroom units. A lot of time there's a long disconnect between when IHS can get something done and when we want to be able to provide the services. So in those instances, part of the services that NTUA and NECA would provide would to get the water connected or to cistern units, which is not normally a function for us to do. But if we don't align these two together, then we end up building bathrooms, and then the bathrooms are not going to be functional when the water services or cistern services are supplied at a later date. So there's a lot of coordination that has to take part. And we also obviously work directly with Jason John's group, the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources. So that's the project team that works on trying to get these projects built, and at times different team members get different funding streams that we try to coordinate together to get as much done as we can. At least that's how traditionally we worked with the CARES, and we hope to continue and improve upon the lessons learned during the CARES. The purpose of the training was to collect the bathroom addition information from the chapters. We needed to get specific information that wasn't always put in the portal. We needed to be able to verify the final applicants through the chapter process. So there was a lot of things we needed to do, and we also needed to try to identify what was needed at each project. Some folks already have electricity, some folks don't. Some folks already are connected to the water and already have a septic system in place, others don't. So there's a wide variety of what's going on here. We're trying to focus on folks that don't have services today in most cases. So that was the purpose of the training. And as part of what was happening during the training is we ended up with, this is an example of the master spreadsheet that was used to collect the data from the chapters. Okay, so it gives you an idea of some of the things they need to do. And some of the very important things is obviously getting the contact information and the coordinates, because without contact information and coordinates, we obviously can't do much with the feasibility process. And this slide basically, again, just outlines what I've kind of showed you before. The things that we're required to need to know, some of the things that are supplemental, like if there is an IHS project number, because that helps us identify the timeline that they're going to get water or wastewater through that process, and other things we need to know, the type of the home for feasibility purposes, and making sure we send the right people out to do the feasibility. And then, you know, if they've got water that's existing or if they've got a septic or leach field. So it's just an example of some of the things and most of the major items that are needed to be collected during the data gathering process. Again, slide 2 is basically more information similar to what we already asked for. It's just again, major items that are needed through the process, and what we are really kind of focusing on. And what we are trying to focus on is homes that are occupied regularly, as opposed to homes that are only there for several months of the year. Again, there's such an overwhelming need for folks. We want to maximize the benefits that are received. So this is kind of just an example of how some of the information was uploaded into the DCD portal through the training exercise. And it also talks about how we can get the information, the additional information that maybe wasn't completely submitted through the process, right? So it's a good illustration of why we need things and what we're trying to achieve, and hoping or training the chapter on gathering this information for us. Okay, again, this is the same type of educational process that the chapters received during that training, and how we help them walk through the process to enter the data for us. And again, the data, this is through the DCD portal, so all of this was really accomplished and coordinated directly with the folks from DCD and Dr. Yellowman's staff members. Okay, and after we received that information, NTUA and NECA was able to plot that across the Navajo Nation. Okay, so when you go through this process, we had about 4,500 folks that were brought to our attention that had some need. We only had about 3,600 of those folks give us the detailed information. And this is just trying to represent for you where they're located across the Navajo Nation. And you can see some areas have a lot more density than others. If you go to the next slide, we've broken down that information for you as a team collectively to tell you where the dots are. Again, we don't have all the dots articulated or put in there because we're missing information, but the team has done a wonderful job collecting information because they've got over 3,839 locations that then we can go out and perform the feasibility studies on in conjunction with NECA and IHS and others to find out what can and can't be done. I will let you know that in certain instances, we do go out there and find that the structures just aren't suitable. In some cases, there's no structure at all through the processes. The next slide gives you basically, this is what the eligibility criteria and application process looks like. This is the eligibility criteria. It's a needs-based eligibility criteria. And this helps us gather the information that we need so that we can get through the feasibility process. If you go to the next slide, and that eligibility is part of the legislation. This is just a quick view of the application process. So this is what an application form looks like and what needs to get filled out. And this is really important because it helps us expedite the feasibility studies, because again, you're talking about almost 4,000 site locations that you got to go out to. And it also helps us because what we try to do is group those site locations so that we reduce the windshield time as much as possible. Because again, it's a daunting task to get everybody out there and to find the location and be able to determine the situation. Now, the next slide basically talks about the estimated cost. And can you make this a little bit, so is this the top, Tim? Okay, so this is the estimated cost of the $150 million out there. Now, a lot of folks have come back and said, hey, this is an extremely high cost, but there's a lot of things involved, and it's not just a bathroom that someone's getting. They're getting water brought into the location, whether it's a cistern system or a water line connection. And then there's plumbing that's needed to bring it in from the distribution system or the water cistern system into the bathroom and other parts of the house, right? And then once you get the water in, you have to take the water out. In addition to that, for a bathroom, you have to have hot water. So you not only have to have plumbing in place for a cold water system, you have to then include the plumbing for the hot water system. And you also have to then bring it into a sink so people can use it besides just what's being utilized in the bathroom. And then you have to be able to pipe and plumb everything out of the bathroom and put it into the disposal system. And the disposal system needs to be put in place. In addition to that, you need to have a power source because you have to be able to move the water, whether it's a cistern or whether it's water from the distribution system into the septic system. And so you have all of these things that are all part of the greater system that needs to be done. And every home is different. Every home has a different level of needs through the process. When we did our estimates, we tried to factor in some of that process, but in most of the cases, we're on the conservative side. So our hope and goal is to be able to do more than the 1,001 homes that we've identified through the process. Now, to hopefully give a better understanding of how all those costs are assessed and put in place, you obviously have the site assessments that you have to go out physically to the site. And as you go out physically to the site, you have a field tech along with NECA, an NTUA staff member, go out and collect the additional information and lay out what exactly needs to take place so that we can come back and make sure we have proper cost estimates per project, but also we have to make sure that we have the proper teams that are located in it. We have a group of subcontractors that do different things. I don't want to have contractors going out to sites that aren't necessary, that type of thing. So we do this whole assembly through that assessment process. So this just gives you kind of a typical, we've taken that drawing now and we put this Hogan on it and what is entailed in the site assessment. So there is time in the field necessary, dedicated for this. And then there's time in the office. And then on top of that, you have to create an estimate so that you make sure that you have the right pieces and parts for each one of the homes and that you assign the right crews and we have the right scope of work as we move along. Then we enter after the feasibility stage. Now we're entering the construction phase. All the bathrooms are fully ADA compliant bathrooms. They're attached directly to the existing home in most cases, which means you got to have the right quality of insulation. You have to have a foundation around it. You got to do the proper framing. You've got a lot of work, not only in the interior, but the exterior, so that the projects end up with the right grade on the roof so we don't have pooling of water and we don't have some other problems that occur that we've seen out in the field with other folks installing these type of units. And then the construction, after the construction or during the construction, we have multiple levels of inspection to make sure the contractors are doing it correctly, to make sure that these projects that we put in place, these bathrooms, last the test of time. And that's really important because we don't want to have these bathrooms only lasting for 3 or 4 or 5 years and creating other problems for the Navajo citizens who are fortunate enough to get these bathrooms. So the bathroom addition amenities, you get a walk-in shower or an ADA shower when applicable. You have the toilet, bathroom sink, medicine cabinet, towel bar. You also have the tower dispenser, shower curtain bar, and light bar. In addition to that, in certain instances for ADA compliance, you'll have heavy-duty fixtures in place so that the person can get can help them get up and move around the bathroom. There's also a hot water heater system. There's a cistern pump with a pump in there so that the water can move from the cistern into the house and then back out. We also have to be very careful to, in certain instances, not only install insulation and have proper insulation, but a lot of times we have to actually install heating tape or heating units within there so that the water lines don't freeze. Each of the bathroom units also get a utility sink installed in the existing home and hot water plumbed to it. And in certain instances, that hot water extension may also go into a kitchen area. The bathroom addition, this is just a picture of the bathroom addition exterior build out examples. And it's really important, obviously, to get the roof grading correct because we've seen other folks build these units and have a lot of flooding problems or have a lot of water problems out there. So it's important that these units are built in a professional manner to make sure that we're doing right by the citizens that we're serving. On the water supply side, this is a picture of a couple of different ways of going about it. The water line extension will be considered if you're within a half a mile of an existing line. And the reason for that has to do with the right of way and the cost per mile of extending the line. But a lot of it really has to do with the right of way and the time consuming portion and the cost associated with receiving the right of way. So that's part of the line, that's part of the constraint there. If you're above a half a mile line, then we really usually try to focus on a cistern tank and a cistern pump. And that's kind of the alternative approach. IHS considers the cistern and cistern pump as not a perfected home through the process, but for the limited amount of dollars and the tremendous need that's out there, we need to try to have the dollars go as far as possible and try to focus on the needs. There's a great amount of needs out there. The systems are built to NTUA specifications when they're installed, especially the water lines. The 250-gallon tank, if it's a cistern unit, is designed so that it can be taken off and put back on easily for water hauling services. The cistern system also can include a 1,000-gallon tank filling with a lockable cap for domestic stop valve and cistern pump. And that's more in line with the water supply pieces. Water line includes a curb stop valve and meter can and domestic stop tank. The wastewater system obviously is a very important piece. When you're making this improvement, you're really creating a more environmentally friendly area around the house for the children and everything else, because you really want to make sure that the waste is not just getting into the ground like we have in the situation where we still have outhouses. So that includes a septic tank and a drain field. It's built for NTUA specifications, and the system includes a 1,000-gallon septic tank and drain field infiltration system. After all is done and during the construction process, this happens in both areas. This particular example here talks about the final inspection and approval, but there is inspections that are taking place while the construction is taking place so that we can make sure we can see what's done before the drywall is installed in a lot of areas. So this is just an example of the final inspection form that NECA does. The next item is the same type of final inspection form for the water intake and the wastewater system. And it's signed off by both NTUA and NECA, and also the respective homeowner. The bathroom addition homeowner training takes place. The homeowners are trained on all the systems and how they operate and what's the proper maintenance procedures. They're also provided an O&M maintenance manual, and there is a 1-year extended warranty on the materials and workmanship. So if there's a problem in the first year, they're able to contact us and we're able to work with NECA, or they can contact NECA directly, but usually they'll come through us. The folks that are involved in the training is a NECA representative and an NTUA representative as the training takes place. And this is just a copy of the form. The same thing kind of occurs on the wastewater side. So the one I spoke about earlier was really talking about the bathroom and the fixtures, the hot water system and that. This focuses on the wastewater. Again, the same process is taking place and the same training occurs. This just basically lists some of the additional items, or not additional items, but the major items that are included in most bathroom installations. And it kind of gives you a better scope of, it's just not a bathroom and there's other components and how the two are interwoven. Same thing, this is what's on the exterior side. The components, you've got the roof vents, you have to reline the roof edge and the roof, asphalt or shingles, however it is, and the 120 amp breaker. And then we talk about in certain instances, if they're not going to be connected up to electric and they're going to receive a solar unit, well, then we have to provide propane tanks and plumbing so that the hot water heating system will work. The cistern, again, this is the major list of what's in the cistern system, what's involved, and this is the major list of what's in the water line. And then this is the major list of what's in the septic system, whether you get a water cistern system or a water line system connection. The septic system is the same for both. And again, this is just another breakout of what you saw earlier. It's actually the same calculation component for how the $150 million is spent. And again, we're only going to spend the money necessary on each of the homes. So if there's any savings on one home, we hope to be able to do additional homes through the process. And that's really the ultimate goal, is to try to group the homes together, try to be as cost effective as possible, and try to channel those extra dollars into doing more homes. Again, this was shown a little bit earlier, but this is part of the legislation. This is the eligibility list for the folks to receive a bathroom addition, either through a water line extension or through a water cistern system. Mr. Speaker, that's the end of this report, sir. Okay, Mr. Speaker.
I think Madam Controller is next with the hardship.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm here to present the $207 million request for FRF funding. And the Office of the Controller will provide financial hardship assistance directly related to the COVID-19 pandemic for eligible Navajo people for up to $600 per applicant for up to $345,000 qualifying individuals. And as you are aware, the Navajo Nation continues to endure hardships due to this pandemic, and this financial assistance will provide much needed help to the Navajo people as the Navajo Nation continues to face the effects and financial hardship due to the pandemic. And the Office of the Controller will not require an applicant for beneficiaries to receive funding from the Hardship Assistance Program under this FRF funding if they previously received assistance under the CARES Act Hardship Program Phase 1 and Phase 2. However, for those who did not receive assistance under the CARES Act but would like to be assisted under this FRF Hardship Assistance Program, they will be required to complete an application. And for the 345,000 estimated eligible Navajos, that's sufficient because to date, we only assisted 325,000 for Hardship 1 and 2. So there's a 20,000 reserve in the event there's Navajos that did not receive CARES assistance but would like to apply under this FRF Hardship Assistance Program. And that's my presentation, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Controller Begay. We will then go on to tab number 10, which is the summary of the previous presentations that you've heard today. So looking at the upper left-hand corner, there is water, wastewater, 300 million being proposed, and they are broken down into expenditure categories for water transmission and distribution, 8 projects, water sources, 4 projects, and water storage, 1 project. For Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, there is treatment for 7 projects, collection and conveyance for 3 projects, water treatment for 3 projects, water transmission and distribution for 17 projects, water sources, 2 projects, and water storage, 1 project. Those are all specific projects that are called out in the legislation. In addition, there's an additional 78 million of projects that are nationwide that are not specific and that can be used to address the DCD ARPA portal submissions from the chapters. Looking then at the middle section, the broadband is 208 million. Mr. Haas addressed the NTUA projects, last mile being 87 projects, and middle mile being 104 projects. He also addressed the other service providers with 45 million. And then the public safety and the rural addressing being 55 million and cybersecurity being 8 million. And again, the NTUA projects are specific projects, a little over 200 projects, but the remaining is nationwide and to be determined. The next section is the electrical connections to homes. It's proposed for 200 million, and that represents 3,977 connections and 800 solar connections. The lower left corner, the bathroom additions, it's proposed 150 million, which will construct around 1,000 to 1,250 bathroom additions. And in order to be eligible, the more than 4,000 applicants must meet the eligibility requirement. For the housing in the lower middle, there is 363,000 set aside per chapter for new housing, and that's equally distributed across all 110 chapters. There is also housing renovations, the 91,000, which does include renovations as well as debris clearance, and equally distributed across the chapters. In addition, there's also veterans housing proposed to be 200 homes constructed, and that would be 50 million of the 100 million set aside. And then finally, Controller Begay reported on the hardship assistance being 207 million, reaching $600 per person, up to 345,000 participants. So this one diagram summarizes everything that is included within the 0257-21 legislation. So Speaker, with that, we will turn it back to Chief of Staff Chaco for concluding remarks on the presentation.
Thank you, Tim. Mr. Speaker.
Hey, hold on. Thank you very much, Mr. Wolf, with that. Let me go back to Mr. Paulson Chaco, and then I'll go back, close it out, and we'll go to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and honorable members of 24th Navajo Nation Council. As throughout the morning and part of the afternoon is our presentation. It's probably the most comprehensive infrastructure plan developed by the Navajo Nation. And and again, this is a lot of information to be given out in one afternoon, but I just want to thank Speaker, your office, Legislative Council, Department of Justice, all of the enterprises, all of the divisions and programs that contributed to this comprehensive infrastructural plan. And we hope move forward on this, and the next, we hope to move to the next step, which is the implementation plan, Mr. Speaker. So again, thank you for the opportunity to present, and we hope to have this legislation passed, and hopefully we can move forward with it. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, and colleagues and members, Naabik'íyáti Committee, the legislation that's here before you, 0257-21. I do want to say that in taking part and trying to address everyone's concerns, and I guess the overall goal was to bringing the information back from last week's work session into this week's work session, and trying to cross-compare and make sure that every possible recommendation that you brought back to the table is presented to you again here today. So I do want to thank the team, as both from Office of the President, Vice President, the Speaker's Office, Office of Legislative Council, Department of Justice, NTUA, and the executive team too as well on their side for helping assist in creating the overall objective. And thank you to Mr. Tim Wolf from Dibble Engineering as well. Colleagues, this is a complete breakdown of legislation 0257-21. Again, I'm here still to take the questions and making sure that if there's any further recommendations to come back, we can do that as well. But colleagues, at this time, I'm going to go to the floor. And I do have this as the lineup right now. I have Madam Chair Amber Crotty, then Honorable Keelan Begay, and then Honorable Otto So. So I don't, and then Honorable Eugene So. With that, let me go to Madam Chair Amber Crotty. The floor is yours at this time. Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Yeah, I was looking for Speaker Damon. This is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Appreciate the presentation. I just want to note for the record, it looks like I received this documentation and my colleagues at 7 o'clock last night. And so I just want to continue to stress to all the parties to provide this information as soon as possible, because not only do we have to review it, we have to be able to answer our chapter's questions, our community's questions, and try to figure out in terms of the different phases of the funding. Like there's a first wave, second wave, third phase. I'll continue to stand that I believe we still need to shore up what is going to be our response to COVID-19. In reviewing my notes and how the virus impacted the communities, we know when it hit Chilchimbitol, the whole community was locked down. We still do not know if that may be a possibility in the future in terms of these different variants that are coming in. But do we have a plan for Navajo Nation in terms of how we are going to address COVID or any other infectious disease? I have yet to see any documentation from our emergency management or our health command center. And I think that's important in terms of how we gauge what parts of the funding need to be set up and planned out. The Navajo Nation Department of Health, who are our first link in terms of how we do our response when it comes to the CHRs, when it comes to the senior centers. I don't see a proposal here in terms of how are we going to maximize and protect those vital services. How are we going to build up internally to make sure that the needs of our most vulnerable are going to be met, and what have we learned from COVID, and how are we going to respond? At this point, Navajo Nation, we still do not have a general surgeon or a medical doctor who can provide accurate policy direction to the council, and I'm assuming to the office of president and vice president. We may be relying on FEMA, we may be relying on IHS, but that information doesn't trickle down. And I'm concerned because 2 weeks ago, I'm finding out from my constituents that they were being flown out to the south of Texas, to the north of Colorado. We were in a stage red. Our providers were inundated not only with COVID, but also responding to chronic illnesses. And our health care system was at this brink, and no bells were sound, and nobody has yet come up with a plan on how we can help that. We need to secure our nurses. We need to make sure that we have a team that is either on standby or ready to be deployed. In my understanding, in terms of how that works out through IHS and the request, or through the 638, we need to have a sophisticated system that puts that all in priority, and it's no longer just the memos or these emails. We need this system because this is saving lives. We need, how are we going to respond to this virus, its variants that we know are going to be around, and how it impacts our communities that are dealing with chronic issues, because that's going to come to long-term health solutions, that's going to come to oxygen, it's even rehabilitation. It's for those who are suffering through long-term memory loss, the way that it affects the heart, and how we need to build out our communities now to respond to our families who are not only suffering in grief and this long-term wave of grief. There's a national study that 72% of Native Americans have a heightened level of mental health distress. And so how are we, as we roll out these dollars, we've already funded DCARES funds, we've already funded additional water projects, and I know that legislation 0209 was put on this presentation. I have not yet heard back from the division if that's considered eligible. It's my understanding it's still the DOJ review. I thought there was a timeline. I thought we were going to expedite some of these issues, and these water projects have been on our books for years. And so looking at it, it's, I was text, well, maybe you may want to wait till after ARPA. I'm not waiting till after ARPA. We have arsenic in our water. We're in violation of federal drinking water laws. And so Navajo Nation has a duty and an obligation to make sure that these water projects that are moving forward do provide this quality of life. And I'm going to continue to stress with this legislation that instead of to be determined, there was funding that was allocated on the front end. There should be someone right now, there should be a team of individuals right now going to our communities and identifying those 4,000 homes. There should be a team out there that are constantly surveying and making sure that we have the information that we need to move forward. This funding was signed by the U.S. President Biden 9 months ago. We received the funding 7 months ago. We have funding in our coffers to cover the cost as we move forward, and we're barely getting off of the ground on some of these projects. And so there is frustration from my district in how we look at this. So as council delegates, if we looked at approximately, we have $2.06 billion. And if we didn't cut off from the top, that's approximately $85 million for each district. And so that's what I'm looking at. So if I have to cut off from the top the 10% for that admin, I'm still looking at least, $77 million for not only my district, but for all of my colleagues' districts, so that we can move forward and help with this COVID response. So if there's an integrative way, if there's a way that through technology, modernizing our system, that we are going to have the response that we need, not only for COVID, but for future invasive disease, because they're out there. We deal with it with hantavirus. We dealt with it when H1N1 was out, and we never built up our system, and we continue to have a system that cannot deploy out and provide that support that our community needs. And the last thing, Speaker, I was going to say, these water projects were line item vetoed. And so I do see the surviving Western pipeline is eligible, is packaged into this ARPA funding. And I think in terms of when it comes to line item veto, that's delaying in terms of how we can move forward some of these water projects that need additional time and eligibility. And that's delaying then how we continue to. So I want to thank all of the CHRs who were out there. I was reviewing my notes, the senior center staff that continue to do their work, the ASC staff, the chapter staff that were out there. How are we going to make their lives better in terms of protecting them? And then they being the response, that local response. Because if these entities and some of our enterprises can't get down to the local level, then we need to invest into our chapters so that they can be the first responders, so that they know through community assessment who are the communities that need help, and also then that they can, like NHA has this land management system. They've mapped out the whole system. They know where all of the homes are from their NHA homes. They know where the scattered homes are. They have the ability to start doing community surveys. And that's something that we can do and implement into all of Navajo Nation. Thank you, Speaker. I think in terms of this work session, I need to know if I need to make an amendment for these water projects. And then if I could ask for the COVID response. I did request an emergency legislation just to pull out the hardship dollars. So colleagues, I think if we need more time to talk about the projects, let's just push out those hardship dollars for our community members who are asking us for assistance, whether it's wood, propane, or coal. This wind is brutal. And that windstorm that came up, that's just part of what we should be expecting as we see a change in our climate. And how do you respond to that? If your house is blown over, if your structure is blown over, if you're not in a home, and in reviewing the housing plan to build homes in 2024, for me, that's a no-go. We, again, modernize the system, get folks out there, and if the first wave is Army Corps of Engineer, they said they're ready to help us build structures, at least maybe the first round of homes that are the most critical. And then as we build up our small Navajo businesses, whether it's the construction, whether it's NECA with a priority, but we need to develop a housing manufacturing system here on Navajo. And I'm not saying building up mobile homes. I like how Chair Henio mentioned they need to be weather proof, they need to be eco-friendly, they need to have a high resistance to the outside weather so that our people are not spending $500 on electricity. I like how Vice Chair Smith was saying, well, can't we just roll out some homes now, and in the future we could have then these other homes that are being presented here in this legislation. And we had that conversation at Budget and Finance, and we're pulling together our enterprises to say, how can we finance this? How can it be part of ARPA funding, which is supposed to be the relief effort? And then what do we look at other funding to make this happen? Because we need 35,000 homes was the last estimation from NHA 10, 12, 15 years ago. And so what's the need now and how we move forward? And I think this ARPA money can launch us into that direction. And it should be done regionally so that it's not just certain communities, favored communities that get it, but that to recognize that across Navajo Nation, that single relative, that relative with the family, our elderlies, our veterans, our relatives who have special modification needs, that all of those housing issues are the concern. And the reason why they lack adequate housing is because of the land status, because of having those technical skills. And so what can the nation do to provide and increase their quality of life here on Navajo Nation? We lost a matriarch in one of our communities because she lives in the middle of her little village there, and all of her kids and grandkids come to her house to get water and electricity. And throughout COVID, what happened was there was an outbreak, an exposure, and her little body couldn't handle it, and we lost her. And so I think about her and her family in that they're just doing the best that they can because they're living in these little pint-sized travel trailers and just trying to survive day by day. So in terms of what is going to be our government response and how we can move forward. And the last thing that I wanted to talk about, Speaker, and I appreciate everyone who put time and energy into this because we'll have to have these conversations, is also how are we bringing in like the tribal colleges to create pathways for our professionals? How are we bringing in other consultants who have a lot of experience when it comes to healthcare response, mental care response, emergency response? How are we bringing in others to help us with economic policies to create opportunities for the generation to come? And then looking at too, what resources do we have here at home? If there's a supply shortage, how can we look to our own mountains and and as we make sure that they continue to be healthy, how can they provide for us during this time so that it can be reasonable and we could get, this whole generation back to work. We could get this whole generation knowing that they're helping each other build homes. We could get this whole generation to know that there's a future, that tomorrow brings more prosperity, and that they could use their 10 fingers to make a living for themselves. And I think that's what I'm thinking about right now, Speaker, is we have to have a very short-term, immediate response to help, and then these other mid to long. And I would want to see a mixed approach when it comes to funding, so that people feel that at least their voice is being heard through social media. They know they were counted, and this money came to the nation because of their census number. And for years, they have felt that they have never had the opportunity to be part of the conversation. And many of them don't trust this government to meet their needs. And that's why they just said, just cut me a check and I'll provide for myself. And I think as delegates and as leadership, we have to realize how this government has made our people feel that they can't trust us. What have we done in the past? And what are we doing to make sure that we're as possible? And I think that's what now finally seeing the breakdown of these projects, we're in the right direction in terms of transparency. We can have a healthy debate. We can see what is needed, and most importantly, how this is going to be the Navajo Nation response, and how are we going to leverage all of these different opportunities that we have, because public safety should be one of the top priorities, and it's covered in rural addressing is very important, but where's the proposal for E911? Where's the proposal to expand services when it comes to emergency management search for someone? Okay, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Naabik'íyáti. That, and go on down to Honorable Keon-Begay. Jay, Honorable Keon-Begay, the floor is yours. Keon-Begay going twice.
A lot to the district attorney and to the secretary that we are standing.
Keon-Begay going 3 times.
Chairman David, put me in the queue.
Vice Chair Smith. Put you in the queue, Vice Chair. Moving on down. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much. Speaker, members of the council, Ashwati, can you hear me? Okay. Well, I appreciate the rundown pertaining to the water projects and the housing projects and the proposed broadband, the proposed hardship. And I do agree that the hardship dollars, I think we need to get out as an emergency legislation and to release these dollars so that we could try to get dollars out to assist our people out there who are in need at this time. The other thing too is I agree with our Honorable Crowdy too, you know, with the past couple of many years, you know, the people really don't trust the government. And I do agree that, you know, maybe just cutting checks for our Navajo citizens is something that we should look at and consider, because the way the dollars are going to be divvied up, it's going to bureaucracies, it's going to the administration, it's going to you know, entities. And bottom line is, you know, well, these people really get the services, while chapters be, well, there be favorite chapters there, because that's basically what happens. You know, there's always chapters that are favored, and when you look at projects, you know, this is what it is. The other is the burnout on the housing. I believe the funding distribution was talked about to equal distribution to the 110 chapters, but the 110 chapters have a different population base, whether it's a burnout or whether it's the need for housing. In the larger populated area, you will have more burnouts than an area that doesn't have a highly populated area. And I'm wondering if Division of Community Development is going by current law using the 50-50 formula, because that is the funding allocation for any type of funding sources to be divvied up among the chapters. The 50-50 formula is the formula that is law. The other is also, I guess, the contact person relating to these bathroom additions. I had a person that came inquired to me twice, two families, and I did talk with Mr. Haas. Where do I send them when they inquired about the ARPA bathroom additions and so forth? And I send them to the district, and at the district level, they were just given the runarounds. They were just told, oh, we can't do that. You got to do it on your own. You got to pay this. You got to pay that. You got to pay this fee. It was more of a, before we do these services, you got to pay me. So I think, Mr. Haas, you really need to set up some sort of a intake office protocol there at your district offices, so that these individuals don't get frustrated, because they did get frustrated. And I told them, I said, this is what NTUA is requesting. They want money. And this is what you asked, Mr. Haas. You want $45 million. I sent one person over there. They were given the runaround. One guy would say, hey, we're going to we're going to get your name down and this and that, and we'll go ahead and reach back out to you when we get some additional information. Basically, I'm saying your customer service you need to work on. And many families are going to be asking about bathroom addition project. This family built their own home. They need a bathroom, and I said NTUA may be able to help you if we fund them these bathroom addition projects. They may be able to help you with a 1-inch house service if you're within about 200 feet of the nearest water line. They may be able to help you with a septic system. They may be able to help you with plumbing fixture. And so this family inquired, and they were given the runaround. And I was like, "Whoa! They're telling you got to pay this." And then, but what I'm getting to, Mr. Haas, is that you need to get some sort of customer service set up for this, because people are going to start inquiring. And if you did this to one, if the NTUA did this to one customer in Tuba City, just think how many people across the NTUA district your staff has provided to our Navajo people who are inquiring about ARPA. Now they're just like, forget it. We're just going to do it on our own. But if you want this $45 million, Mr. Haas, and including the bathroom addition monies and so forth, you really need to upgrade on your customer service there at the district level, because this is coming directly from the Navajo people. When I go in there, it's different. They're all friendly, but it's a whole different scenario when our common Navajos go in there. And just would like to either address that and get people to or your program in NTUA to set up a person to work with. So that's all I request. Other than that, the other thing too with the bathroom additions, you are right. The bathroom addition has to be vetted out, and I do agree with you with all the pre-engineering that's required. When the individual preliminary individual as-built is drafted, and the water line is determined how many feet away from the home, what is condition of the house, and so forth. So that's the correct part of determining a home when it's feasible. So there's some homes that are not feasible, maybe due to rock and so forth. So those things really need to make sure that you do have those information ready, because people are going to be asking when they're deemed not feasible. They're going to say, why? And then housing also, Dr. Yellowman, there's some houses that families that had burnouts prior to homes that were built prior to 1978. At the time, a home site lease wasn't needed to build a home, or it wasn't needed to build or to get sanitation construction facilities. But as long as they were permanent home structures that was the foundation. And some homes out there exist that they had burnouts and there's no home site leases in place. So I'm not too sure how you guys could try to work with those families, because some of those families, they may not have a home site lease in place, but they have running water, pipe to their home, electricity, power line extended out to their home. They may have sewer line, or they may have septic system already in place. So if we could find a way to try to accommodate them, because those families are also are trying to look for a place to live at this time. And then the other is that the housing, the mobile home I really like how the San Juan Southern Paiute, they went ahead and they purchased mobile homes for their tribal members to mitigate COVID and get them into separate homes. And I don't know how or why can't we do that? What's in the way? You know, what policy is in the way that does not allow us to do that? And you know, I think a family member out there is okay with a 2 or 3 bedroom trailer, mobile home, just to get them into something. But you know, there's many families out there that has approved home site leases at this time. And to bring a mobile home or manufactured home onto the nation, you have to have an approved lease. And many families have approved leases at this time. And I think that that's a way to try to break up these homes so that families are not living in one home in multiple family settings. Wanted to express some of my concerns within NTUA. So yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So I'm going on now to Honorable Eugene So, and then I'll come back to the panel if there's any response. Honorable Eugene So. Yes. Yes.
I got 2 meetings going. I got 2 ears. I don't have 2 mouths. Did it call in Hataki? What is regards to housing? Yellowman, Dr. Yellowman, very slide 405. That's all. On she can see all on the Naabik'íyáti was that. And I was going to ask Dana if it's possible to put the home site lease as out of orders legislation that the resource development got approved it. There's a lot of conflict within that home site lease regulation. Anybody can see it just reading it. So it's awesome. So what cost? What house cost? With other laws, it shouldn't be there. I'm now feeling like I'm going to drop a legislation in that regards because the Chile Agency Council and Western Agency Council, they already had a resolution to rescind it. Then so my next question also maybe to the DOJ too is deep has any home site lease ARPA locate. Does ARPA asking for a home site lease or in any in that regards legislation that we had to have a land for a house that says that it's ours? What issue? I thought I use either of home site. Okay, all of space data. I don't know the utilities. We need to think forward. Lay nothing there. The bunch of case also. We need to take them over lines over to the remote area, water line to the remote area. That's why we need to move the water and also the electricity. I thought and that all net and then we put them into the housing. That's where everything starts. That's not the Navajo way of life. So to me, it seems that this money should go for long ways. And I don't based on either this is Navajo Land Department, home site, especially I'm pretty sure that NTUA is going to be making money the rest of that. I don't know how many more years are going to be on this earth, but it's basically on the to make these ARPA fund how we can get our own, especially like the chapter houses. They pay so much on trash. we need to consider our own landfill. We can use the money for landfill. We will save a lot of money. That 110 chapters. If you put in some numbers on that dollars, pretty sure we're gonna make money with it if we just put a landfill out there. Not that the case we open hat then or right now on how I really don't see case. I don't think that matter is not ever gonna then. Somebody needs to go out there and get all these people and give them a house. But otherwise, they don't. Application in song. Some people don't know much about it. So there's no water, too remote area. Could have hot aggie is car Navajo Nation, but all data that and numbers and there we're going to help everybody out there with this money that we're getting.
Kelly.
And all the former elected officials never had this money. This is not a campaign fund, this is an ARPA fund. So even now, I should this conscious now, seeing that but since has auto systems on this, we're going to help the people that really need help. That's how I see it. We're just going to help the people that live close to the highway, that can hear something from the chapter house, not the people that are out there in the remote area. So they're all done. I don't know how I could say more, but you can see it easy. That's how I see it. It is what that speaker. Thank you, Che.
Thank you very much. I think back to questions and results from Madam Chair McCarty. Mr. Chaco, I don't know if you have any the response or especially about the ordinance around COVID. I don't know if there's an explanation on the next legislation that's a responsive action on COVID. And then I know that there was questions at NTUA too as well. So I don't know who wants to respond first.
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
We'll go to Paulson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will try to address a few of the questions that were posed. But then again, I do have the team on the line that will respond directly to some of those questions. With regards to the health, Honorable Delegate Crotty, there was some comments that were made regarding health, not necessarily particular to this legislation, but there was some questions with regards to health, and I'll go ahead and give that over to Dr. Jim. There was also some questions with regards to what resources are out there to address COVID. Again, those are all the Indian Health Service and health-related questions that were posed. So if I may, Mr. Speaker, I believe Dr. Jim is on the call that she can address some of those. Mr. Speaker?
Yes. Dr. Jill Jim?
Thank you, Speaker, as well as TIPA staff and also Shema, Ms. Amber Crotty, as well as the 24th Council that are on the call today and colleagues. I'll summarize these as much as I can with the questions that were posed. I just want to thank the 24th Council and the Office of the President and Vice President, always reaching out to try to address the pandemic. We have been in this almost 2 years now, and I just want to just commend all of you, and we're going into a very rough winter again regarding not only the existing issues that we had before COVID that we know a lot of our people need help with, but we also, on top of that, now have a virus that seems to change and mutate and and presents us with new challenges each time. And I think that we just have to remain hopeful, and that we do have the ability individually and also as leaders to protect ourselves and the Navajo people as much as we can to not further exacerbate the situation. In regards to the response to COVID, just for everyone's information, I will try to make this all quick. Our numbers from last week actually have gone down. We were at 12% test positivity. We're a little bit over 100 cases lower than last week or 2 weeks ago, and that's probably due to the Thanksgiving spike. We do have 68% of our beds are full, and also 88% of our ICU beds. 2 weeks ago, it was 62% of the hospital beds, and they fluctuate a lot. And then 100% of our ICU beds were full, which is only about 25 beds for the Navajo Nation. So when I'm talking about percentages, we don't really have a lot of beds when we're talking about hospital capacity. We also have increased our testing, our percent. We're close to 60% on our total population and 72% for those that are 12 years and older. Vaccines are available for those that are 5 years and older for Pfizer, and 15 years and older are now can get a booster shot with Pfizer, and then anyone over 18 can get any of the 3 vaccines. And I think that's the way to try to keep the numbers down is just encouraging everyone to get vaccinated. Our 20-year-olds to 44-year-olds remain the most individual or the least individuals vaccinated. We also know that those that are unvaccinated are more at risk for death and severe hospitalizations. We do know we're still learning about Omicron, but we know it to some extent that it is more transmissible, but might not be as severe. But those are not confirmed as we're still investigating those. So in regards to the response to the pandemic, the situation from what was discussed earlier, when there was a lockdown in Tilton Vito, really, we were in a very different situation at that time where we were just learning about the new the virus, coronavirus at the time, and trying to understand it. And the only way we thought we could control it was to do a full a community lockdown. But lo and behold, we know that it is transmissible, and people were moving, and it obviously spread across outside to the community into the Western region early 2020, and its numbers started peaking in Kayenta, causing their health facility to become overwhelmed, and then impacting to the city, and then numbers started to increase in Shiprock, then Gallup, our central agency, and then back to Gallup. And so at the time, that's how it kind of jumped around. And it's interesting because COVID is regionally different across the United States right now. Certain regions are experiencing lower cases, and some are higher cases. And today, with everyone's work on the Navajo Nation, our numbers are trending down while everyone else is trending up. And we couldn't have said that like 2 or 3 weeks ago. While we were trending up, the US was going down. So it's really unknown in that way, but we know that people do need to get boosters because it's time. And we were one of the ones that really got vaccinated early on to defend against the virus so that we don't get sick or either hospitalized. So in regards to the response to COVID, we're using all the weapons that we can right now, and those are the things that we all have been practicing. And those are masking up, social, physical distancing, getting vaccinated, and now 2 other things are very important that we're messaging through the holidays is getting tested. If you feel like there are self-home test kits that are being distributed by the hospitals, and then which are not in short supply of those are available. And we also received a new shipment from the state of Arizona, so we'll be sending out a new batch of fresh test kits to the 3 branches. And then also making sure that if you do test either with a home test kit or a self-test kit, that you go to the hospital and get treatment with the monoclonal antibody treatment, which is where only certain individuals are eligible, and we're trying to streamline those communication of between case management and contact tracing so that people can get treatment. If you don't get it within 5 days or so, I mean, there's a deadline, and there's certainly making sure people are eligible for it. So if people get additional treatment for COVID, that can likely reduce hospitalizations and reduce death as well. So those are the things that are in response that we're working on here through the holiday season. And the number one thing that we're looking at is just to minimize and reduce family gatherings. And they're really the ones that are really increasing the numbers across the Navajo Nation. We're not saying no gatherings, but we just want to make sure people have safe gatherings, meaning that people have the decision to invite people that are vaccinated to their homes and making sure they're not sick, and maybe get tested before you come home to visit the family if you're coming back from school. So I think the messaging and the surges that we have are all different. Right now with ours, there are hospitals are fluctuating in response to that. When we're talking about the surges that we're dealing with in New Mexico and Tuba City, and it's mainly they're really the main arteries in our Navajo Nation. The large communities such as Tuba City, Shiprock, Chinle, and Gallup are the major facilities with inpatient beds that are experiencing this, and 638s are receiving FEMA assistance regarding vaccinators, respiratory therapists, and nurses. And even though we want to say that we want to be able to provide a lot of these medical staffing or resources on our own, we can't. There is a federal responsibility for Indian Health Service and the government to provide us as much services as we can, but there is a shortage nationwide. This is a global pandemic that we really know that there are things and items that we cannot access easily. So we respond internally. We have the Health Command Operations Center where we meet with Indian Health Service and 638. We meet every Monday and Wednesday, and we talk about how the hospitals are responding, if there's any issues that are coming up. We know that with Fort Defiance, we're trying to get them ventilators out there and working with FEMA, and they're the ones that are the main assistance to us in getting that, and they talk and they communicate across all the national agencies and federal agencies to get us resources. I don't think if there were, even though there is funding available, as I presented last time in my email a couple of weeks ago, there's over $1 billion that was given to Navajo Area Indian Health Service regarding COVID dollars and ARPA dollars. There is funding available, but there is not enough resources. So it's more of a resource constraint that we have right now. There is not enough medical providers and nurses that can do this, and that means that services will be limited. So there is a surge plan within each facility. And then there's a different plan that was brought up, was basically the internal public health response. And there is a healthcare facility. They have their own contingency plans and surge plans. And then there's a community response plan that I think I saw mentioned. So under the public health emergency response, there is sort of a community outreach, and then there's a healthcare outreach. And so those responsibilities are quite different. But I think that we do need to improve on the community part of the response. And that goes back to when we really look at the 110 communities, and when we're talking about an emergency plan and making sure that the chapters have a plan in place, I think some of those have been developed, but it's not really addressing the public health response. It's not really addressing a virus that we definitely know that it's a respiratory disease. It's not something that you see like a natural disaster. And those are addressing floods and probably other sort of events in the community versus something like a public health response. And I think that's something that can be worked on in the future. But right now, I think we are responding as minimally as we can. And this is not as minimally as collectively as we can with health facilities, and then we provide information. But I think there's an opportunity for that chapter collaboration that's been brought up multiple times to update their plans And I think one thing, if we're talking about public health response, there is a health advisory that we issue out every single week. And that identifies all the communities that are considered highly transmittable. There has been some communities that have been on the list probably more than 2 months now. And as a chapter official, I think one thing you ought to say is, what is happening in my community and what can we do? Yes, there's food and resources, but I think there could be education and other materials that could be done. But in regards to clusters and things that we see in communities, I think it's right now the messages, all of those universal messages that I had talked about, the preventive measures and then getting people vaccinated and making sure they get their booster shot, get tested, don't gather if you feel like you're sick. Those are the general messages that we often are trying to reiterate. Although we don't have a surgeon general or a medical officer for the Navajo Nation, I think that with the unified command group that we do have clinicians on those calls that we refer to, and they provide us advice and expertise to get through the pandemic right now. But in the future, I think we can look at those options and establishing and contracting out that sort of guidance. And then even though we do talk about a health or medical professional. In a public health emergency response, there are infectious disease experts. There are different qualities and qualifications, I guess, when we're talking about different diseases. And depending on what that is, I think our infectious disease experts have been really prominent in regards to trying to get to some of the issues that you're talking about as well. In regards to the hospital, with a lot of patients being flown out, we do monitor transfers, and then we also monitor the ones that are the bed capacity related to COVID and non-COVID. What we're dealing with is a lot of COVID and non-COVID patients that are being admitted, and so this is a ongoing issue that has been just prominent, I guess, throughout Indian Health Service and Navajo Nation for years. We had very low, I guess, high vacancy rates, I should say, across the Navajo Nation before the pandemic, and we had mental health and behavioral health professionals there are shortages across the Navajo Nation and everywhere too. So when we're wanting to address immediately some of these concerns, we might not have the bandwidth to do it, to find people to do it. And I think what needs to be done as long-term solutions might be trying to talk about those medical schools or supporting medical professionals. And I think there are some dollars that are coming down from the federal government that we recently heard some tribal consultation on regarding retention or expanding IHS scholarships opportunities, or either looking at Bureau of Indian Education to have more nursing staff. So there are federal dollars that are coming down the line to address some of the concerns that were brought up today. And I think that with long COVID, I think that we're still trying to all figure that out. The pandemic is not over. We're still in a major disaster declaration, and we're still responding, even though we know that COVID is not here to. It's here to stay with us. We don't know how long, and we don't know yet. I don't know yet, but I think we're going to have to try to live with COVID and try to take all the precautions that we can. But long COVID or symptoms that our families or all our relatives are experiencing, that's going to require a greater national effort to understand that, and how Indian Health Service and Tribal Health Organization can expand those services. But we don't have specialty services to begin with that are here on Navajo, and that's why we transfer a lot of patients. We don't have the specialty services. We might not have the bandwidth to do it. So there's a really a long-term, there is a lot of issues. I think I did hear the report from Tuba City yesterday where they're working on trying to expand their facility. There are certain ways to justify and request for funding. And my whole effort around dealing with the response so far is that one way to leverage and strengthen our collaboration is to work with all the 638s to figure out how we can strengthen our tribal representation to advocate for resources that they have. And I think that would really stand out if we were able to look at our tribal health organizations that way as one unit, and one unit working with the Department of Health, one unit working with Council and the nation to expand and improve the services that are being provided to our Dene people. And so, as I mentioned, I think there was some information about grief counseling. We did get the FEMA grant for crisis counseling, but the only issue is we're going to have legislation put through, and I don't know where the status of that is to even begin to do that. So there are barriers that are put in front of us when we are asking for resources and wanting resources. Something that should have been done in 1 month takes over half a year and is still not complete. And so it's those challenges that are presented by federal agencies that sometimes we cannot get the services that we need because of all those issues and maybe their limited experience with working with tribal nations, that there is a barrier and a challenge to executing those crisis counseling that's services that would be greatly needed. And the Division of Behavioral Health is working on that and has communicated with the Nahatawhali Association to work with them as well. So there is there isn't a written plan of what I'm saying. These are just bits and pieces of how we're responding so far and what we have worked together under the Unified Command Group as we continue to respond. But Speaker, I just want to thank you, and that will end my comments. But I think there's one more I didn't answer, which was the proposal for NDOHs in Bill number 3. It's not in any of these two bills first, and we do have around over $50 million through ARPA dollars that we still need to budget for, as I have put in that email a couple of weeks ago. But it does not fulfill the need that DEM needs. I will not speak for DEM, but I think they need to expand their capacity and also increase their resources in order to respond to future disasters and response as well. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Let me go back to presenters here. Mr. Haas from NTUA.
Thank you. I'd like to respond to a few of the questions that were asked. Amber Crotty put forth a whole bunch of very insightful questions, and part of what I'd like to say is for COVID-19 or any infectious disease, one of the things NTUA or I observed through the process is the best way to avoid it is to try prevention. And some of the most important ways to prevent it is to have available water available to you and electricity and broadband so that you have the ability to isolate and also have the ability to limit your trips to town to get food and different things like that. So part of the response I think that we're trying to talk about is getting those resources in place for not only the people today, but for the future generations so that they have an ability to help themselves and prevent the spread of any infectious disease by having some of those tools available to them that don't have today. The other question I'd like to address is she talked about legislation 0209, and it talks about the status of that. I'm not an expert on that legislation, but I believe that there are certain parts of the legislation that could be funded by IHS. There are certain parts that are fundable by ARPA. I do understand that Jason John with Resources is working directly with Department of Justice to get through the eligibility process. I have seen documents go back and forth, so they are making progress on that. So I hope that they'll be able to get you an answer pretty soon. And one other issue is we have been out identifying those homes, as I illustrated before, for the bathroom additions. We've already been able to identify, almost 3,700. But the reality of the matter is we have to hire additional staff and so does NECA, to be able to go through the volume of those feasibilities and get people out in the field. And we don't have the dollars right now. Even the defunded CARES that was passed months ago hasn't been funded yet. So until the legislation is passed, I'm limited. We've already spent $20 million to self-fund defunded CARES, waiting to get that in place. And that's about as far as we can go through the process. I'd like to thank Delegate Otto to make me aware of some of the customer service issues from the field. I don't always get that field feedback or that direct feedback, so it was helpful. Part of the issue I can just say is we really haven't started a home bathroom program of getting all the applications in through NTUA. A lot of those applications and processes were through DCD, and NTUA and DCD and NECA are working on those. We do have applications for water or cistern systems in the field, mostly water systems. But I will have to look into your concerns, and I appreciate that you brought them forth for me. It's very important. But we do need to increase our staffing, and I need additional dollars to do this, because we mentioned before, it's not just bathrooms, water, cisterns, it's electric. There's 10,000 projects out there. And NTUA is not staffed to do 10,000 projects as short term. I wanted to also address Eugene So. I believe he asked a question about home site regulations and how ARPA, if it requires it or not. ARPA does not require that, but that is part of the Navajo Nation process. So that's where that limitation comes in. There's also, he asked some good questions about how do we get utilities to remote areas? And there's been a little bit of a misconception. The Light Up Navajo program focused on homes close to the electric grid because we only had less than 6 months to get rights of way to host the outside organizations. Projects that are longer than a mile can take more than a year and a half to 2 years to get the right of way and to go through the process. So that's why Light Up Navajo focused on it. But if you look at what we're proposing in the current legislation, a lot of those are chapter projects or community projects. So as an example, just yesterday, we energized the Chichimbato line, which was 9 miles long and connected 17 customers. And we were able to do that with the help of the city of Los Angeles, who have sent crews out here to do a joint mutual aid training program. So there are focusing as much as we can to do a balance. One of the limiting factors is when I run more than a mile for a line, it costs me as much as it does to connect 5 customers that are less than a mile from a line. So it's part of how do you balance your dollars with the needs and how do you help the most people possible? And with this funding being long-term, we are trying to balance those different factors to the best of our abilities. And if you are speaking about water lines in the remote areas, if they were on the SDS list, and they were saying before that we can't build them because we don't have funds, and they were canceling them out for the eligibility for that reason, the fact that the federal government has fully funded the SDS list now provides dollars for IHS to build those lines to much more remote areas, as long as we can figure out a way to maintain and operate those. Because you have to understand those costs to maintain and operate are extremely high, especially if you think about the electric, where you have less than 3 customers per mile, and you compare us to the city communities around us that can have 100+ customers per mile, and our rates in a lot of times are less than theirs. So you have to have the balance. to be able to provide everything that you can. I believe I've answered all the questions that were directed to NTUA. And thank you for your time.
Is that it? Thank you. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours. Honorable Elmer Begay, twice.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I got speaking around the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, and then Mr. House from NTA, and then also from I heard Ms. Yellerman. I know that you mentioned about the water lines and also the bathroom additions. I'm not sure if this question will be going to you, but I think it might be going to, for example, DALCON. They submit their through the portal with $14 million for bathroom additions, which includes water line. But right now, it only has about 53 applicants on the portal system that we're looking at it. So I was wondering, how do we know which projects are being selected, or who's the recipients that they'll be receiving those bathroom additions and water lines? That's the one I think we need to. We haven't. We want to know what the other part of the other people that were submitted, about 200 applicants for that bathroom and water line additions extension. I mean, but there's only 58 that are listed there. So we were there wondering what happened to the others. So that's one question. And then with the broadband, I know that we're getting it's just not that much funding, is about almost 300,000 or 500,000. But I know that I just heard it that you're just getting to people that are in this cluster area. Like for example, all I see is a lot of the last mile. I'm talking about the last mile will be only in NHA homes that will be connected. It's not like ours that we have a. I always say that we have a design built, which is in the rural areas, but they're not included in this broadband. So I was wondering why we have a feasibility studies and we have a assessment that was made and we have a design built plan, but nobody's really accepting that. These are people that made that, or the designers, but I know that they're not providers. But provider can be, we can get a providers anytime. We're already talking to. We got a letter from Lumen. You probably know the Lumen's consultants. There's the services that the ISP. So that's what we've been talking to. So that's the second question is that we want to know how many homes. I know just by looking at it, it's just only NHA homes they'll be connected, and there's no rural areas where these broadband will be taken, or maybe not the broadband, but the wireless connections. So that's the second question. The third one is right now we have some projects that you talk about is that community projects, which is Navajo Nation community projects. We have that John Joel's power line extension. So are you saying that that is funding that we have? So on this electric, are you including some of these which they're already on a community project, but the only thing is whether the chapter doesn't have fundings for electrical wiring, but they're on projects. But we want to know that we need help on where we could get some fundings for house wiring. Can it get that does that include house wiring? I know that on CARES fundings, you included some of these homes for connection, and then at the same time doing a house wiring too. So that maybe my three questions. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we move on down. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Yeah, good afternoon, here. Appreciate the presentation from NTUA and also Madam Controller this afternoon regarding legislation 257-21. Mr. Speaker, I don't know where to start, but for the past 2 days, yesterday and the day before, I met with my 4 chapters. We looked at the projects that were submitted to community development, and that's included in this legislation. And if you look at the projects that were submitted by Nasasan, Ojeto, Shanto, and Naabik'íyáti chapters, there is only 3 projects per chapter. So all in all, we have 12 projects. Out of the 4 chapters, we only have 12 projects on in this legislation. Yeah, when the proposals were submitted to Division of Community Development at that time, my chapters were told you can only submit three projects. So that's why you only see 3 projects from my chapters. But if you look at other delegates' regions, there's more than 3 projects. More than 3 projects. Some they have 5, 6, 10, 12 projects per chapter. From there, looking at the whole legislation, the other day when we met on this, there is no equity. There's land status New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. I know New Mexico land status, there's more than 10 different types of land status that they have to deal with on that side. And with Utah, we have several land status: state land, school section, private allotments, trust land, they deal with those. With Arizona, trust land. So we have the tribe too, that our neighboring tribe, that's within our reservation. They have that small piece of area to where they're living. And not there's the San Juan Southern Paiute tribe, and there's also another one, next to Tuba City, Willow Springs. So if you look at my projects, there's power line extensions, water line, that in the chapters proposal that they submitted to DCD, but the grade down at the local level, especially in my region between Ojito and Navajo Mountain, there's an area called Paiute Mesa. There are families that lives out there. They're in really dire need of power line, water line, that communication, telecommunication wise. So I'm really thinking about using these funds. What the Delegate Eugene so what you had the rural areas, remote areas, so I see so that's my main concern, people that live in these rural areas. How can we help these people, our constituents that live off the main road? What I call it that I'm not so subtle. I'm a great hot sunny dip and nugget in hello. Badly. Or you hot and hello. You look at the Western Agency, the numbers are low. Great delegates regions. My region, 19 million. I think the Delegate Brown, 16 million. Even that's my concern. When my chapters were submitting projects, they were only told to submit only three data. So that's what you see on in this legislation. So quaggy, or you should be vision of community development. Is it just my chapters that were being told to only submit three projects? Dr. Element, I know yesterday you did a presentation to the North region, not just on Ojito, Shanto, and Naabik'íyáti. That's the North region, and there's also the Chichin region, where the Delegate Yellowhair area, Jiggy. So in my area, it's the North region, the chapters again. So you made a presentation to them. So Craig, but just show them. So a lot of questions weren't answered. So so moving forward, I know the area of under RDC what we oversee oversight is energy there's law and order committee like in my region the public safety the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. So what I see them, but not at these lessons for you. So looking at this legislation, how it was drafted, I kind of disagree in certain areas, especially my region. But I'll be meeting with my chapters again. I'll be going through my chapters, the 4 chapters that I represent. And what I told them is I know we can add more projects to this legislation. To my chapters, the leadership. So I know there's the needs out there at the local level, water, electricity, and we have more projects than the 3 projects that submitted by my chapter. When we approved the citizens back in 2018, the 100 million. Per delegate region, 4.1 million per delegate region. What are they not saying? AICI here, AI 100 million. You divide that by 24, 4.1 million per delegate region. What's that? So did you hear the Bonet non-soiban just care over 1 billion. Public equity, then divide that 24. So for 41 point, a little bit over 41 million. So what that for delegate region though? What I do the host one. So but moving forward, we have today all day and also tomorrow all day again. I don't know when this legislation is going to go before council, Naabik'íyáti council. So I don't know. I totally agree with Delegate Crotty. Hardship. Just take out the hardship and let's approve that one. Now she's a bonnet, so I totally agree with her. But not just we have families that out there that are really struggling with that. They're in need of food. They're in need of firewood. That really in need of water. So AIC I don't know if they're behind on this. Their electric bills, water bills. So another rent. So that's kids. So I agree with him, with her. Delegate Crotty. So with that, I'm going to stop right there, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels. Moving on down, Chairman Daniel So. Where's yours?
Ik heb laatst het zullen. Daardoor Chiquito zitten er zitten en ik kijk die negi benatje. Als dat niet Chiquito kijk colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council meeting as the Naabik'íyáti committee. Mr. Haas, Dr. Yellerman, and Chief of Staff, Paul Sanchaku. The first item I'd like to address is I sponsored a legislation, historically established federal roads, and basically saying that the federal government had dropped the blades to really connect the communities and the trading posts. And to reinforce what Cecilia Eugene So brought up, that same concept, the aspect of having home site leases. Many of our original grandmas and grandpas, they were there in where they are at long before the call for home site leases, archaeological clearance, fish and wildlife study, and even the aspect of surveys, land surveys. And at one point in time, there was the imposition of cadastral surveys. And so that aspect, those long established homesteads ought not to be, what was it our lawyers use, ex post facto regulations to be imposed on them. And those folks ought to be exempted from that particular aspect of the new Navajo Nation requirements. The other is with the home site surveys for the newer folks that are trying to get a home site lease. My understanding is there are less than 10 companies that can do the surveys. Now, how do then we empower these companies? My thoughts are we give them some money so that they can hire young people that are skilled in math, in GPS technology, so that the long and many piles and boxes of home site requests can then be addressed. And that's how we get past this aspect of the home site lease survey requirement. The other is during this period in time, let's waive that home site lease requirement, the archaeological clearance, and the fish and wildlife study. During this time, they are there in many places next to grandma and grandpa. And those adjacent sites were imposing. And that's a way to keep families together and not having to say, this right here is, these sites are all full. You have to go 5 miles from town. And those, let's face it, that's a very federal archaic system. And as Eugene So says, it doesn't apply to Navajo land. Doesn't apply to how families remain together, how they help each other. Those aspects, the community-ness of families and relatives. So those are some aspects that I really think we have to, in reality, face. And as again, to reinforce what Cecilia Honorable Carl Slater said is, what is the vision? What is the goals of this, in this aspect, this administration to really get the funds out? So that is one point. The other point is Dr. Yellerman mentioned there is no policy on burnout assistance. Years past, in Navajo Code, there was a particular section on burnout assistance. And through all these amendments from the succeeding years, there appears to have been that particular section deleted. And if Dr. Yellerman sees that there's no policy, then get us that policy. Don't just leave it there, because it's a matter of providing adequate housing to those that have experienced a traumatic event. In many cases, the loss of all possessions in an instant. And what the mother government just says, sorry, we can't help. For me, that's, it's unconscionable. Let's get that amendment into the Navajo Nation Code and to rebuild, again, waive that aspect of a home site lease and related studies waived. We've equipped the chapters with front-end loaders or backhoes. The cleaning up of the burnt debris should be easily accomplished rather than using it as an obstacle. And in many cases, the folks that experience that trauma will not want to build in the same spot. They would want a new home site. So that really, it just stymies me that we have an administrator that puts a barrier to such assistance to our Navajo people. The other, Mr. Haas, appreciate the fact that you've reached out to Continental Divide Cooperative as well as the Jemez Mountains Cooperative. And we appreciate the fact that they bring those projects up to be included in these spreadsheets. What I'm concerned about is the bathroom additions, the ability for the chapters to have local people be employed. The chapters that accomplished the bathroom additions, including house wiring and plumbing, that had the SDS IHS projects, they've demonstrated the ability to do bathroom additions with proper electrical house wiring and plumbing, as well then the aspects to have the septic tanks and drain fields. And again, the chapters have, certain ones of the chapters have a backhoe that certainly could excavate a foundation, excavate the water lines, the plumbing, the what is it called, the waste disposal system. How are we affording the chapters that sum of money so that they can make use of their equipment as well as to employ the local people? That, I feel like, needs to be a necessary part of this this plan that you've laid out before us. The one thing that I'm really concerned about, and it applies to all the folks that are working with the fiber optics. The fiber optics, the more people that are hooked up to it, slows down the speed. And so in that aspect, then the alternatives, over the last few days, I've listened to teleconferences. I'm really concerned that the NTUA, the broadband group, is playing Nero to those organizations that want to pursue their projects. And then in the end, once they are connected, then NTUA is imposing or has a price structure that just milks the folks. The monies are free to NTUA. They turn around, then charge fees that basically, why is there the need for the high fees? In my thoughts is the investment that NTUA will make is zero, yet the continuing connectivity fees that you've displayed to those organizations, entities, it's just, I don't see no justification. And that's a very, a question that I can't understand the economics of this particular aspect. You're getting all this money, and you provide, yes, connectivity, but in return, it's not going to cost you a single dime to install those facilities, and you continue to say you're a nonprofit. And in that aspect, I'm really concerned. And again, if you were going to be talking about transparency, let's see the list of people that are participating. Most notable, Navajo Technical University, Delegate College, and even the chapters that are right close to being connected. Let's see what you're charging them. And I think once this committee sees the fee schedule, then there's going to be a general expression of concern. I'm really concerned about that aspect and some of the proposals, the health clinics, the chapter houses, and the schools. Most especially in the area that I represent. So that's really concerning to me. The other is, as Shemaya Amber Crotty relayed, the high winds that certain portions of the Navajo Nation has experienced. The high winds has toppled mobile homes. It's ripped off portions of roofs of homes within the area. So, Brother Paulson Chaco, can we have a certain degree of declaration, emergency declaration, so that those affected community members and the chapters within their areas can qualify for FEMA to repair some of these homes? That would be another aspect that really needs to occur, and most especially affected is the folks in the Ojo Encino and Counselor area. And if we could get the Office of Emergency Management to make contact and do their own community assessment, it would really, that's the function of a mother government. And so that aspect, Speaker, those are the points that I really want to emphasize. And again, upon hearing some of the diverse projects that the other chapters have applied for, I really feel like my chapters should be given an opportunity to also reevaluate what they submitted, and if they find that they can add more projects, then they ought to be allowed, because the need is there. And one last parting comment. The choosing of the DIBL entity, I hope it doesn't have the Baker-Tilly effect. And everybody knows what I'm talking about. This is what you need, and this is what you're going to get. I hope that's not the effect. The chapter folks know their community needs. Chatilla, Speaker Damon, those are the extent of my comments, and thank you for allowing me to address this particular presentation. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So with that, let me go ahead and go back to the presenters. If there's anything, Mr. Chaco. Anything from the division directors? Let me go to Mr. Tom Pajero. Nope. Yeah. There you go.
Good afternoon, Navajo Nation Council. My name is Tom Platero. I work with the Navajo Nation effort. Yeah, the first one. I emailed the council delegate some information as far as process. Earlier today, I emailed you an outline when you're going to be putting in applications or consideration. Remember, Navajo Nation Council and Budget and Finance approved 2 resolutions, and I emailed both of them to you. BFS 3121, which is the process for review. CJY 41-21 is the one that created the ARPA funding account. So if delegates are going to consider projects, if you're going to be adding projects in, remember you need to get the projects vetted for eligibility. There are a lot of very good projects that are out there. Unfortunately, underneath the guidelines for ARPA, they are being considered ineligible. And so I'm trying to get email DOJ to authorize the release of a list. Those are the lists of the projects that have been submitted for review to be determined eligible. So remember, you have to get the eligibility declared by NNDOJ pursuant to BFS-31-21. You can go on to the allocation, allocation stage, which would allow a legislation to be drafted. Council created these processes Budget and Finance signed a resolution that says this is what every ARPA project needs to go through. So remember, you created the system. And so when you consider it, you're going to need to make sure that you complete those processes. So Delegate Crotty, when she talks about we need to respond these to COVID, those entities that want to apply for those funding need to complete that review process set aside under BFS 31-21. You created restrictions on what you allow yourself to approve. So all of those you would need to consider. I agree with her. I agree with all the delegates that some of this money should go there. That's just my personal opinion. But you have to follow the procedures that you created. So kind of remember that you did create a process. The other question that came up on eligibility that is there, we need to make sure that they get through the process and get it approved. From the experience that I've had in the 5 weeks working with the FRF office, most of them don't go through the very first round. So when you look at CJY 4121, there's a section, I believe, in the second part where it indicates there are 4 criteria. So when NDOJ reviews it, they usually send back the first draft and say, how is this addressing COVID? So that concern of addressing COVID is actually resolved as it goes through the eligibility process. There's a questions on equal distribution. One of the things that I would recommend to the council is that this isn't general funds funding. We don't follow the Title 12 of 50-50 distribution. It's up to the council to decide what to fund. My experience is that it takes a while after council approves the expenditure plans. I'll give you an example. CJY 4121 authorized a 10% expenditure. I came in 5 weeks ago. 5 weeks with the FRF office. It took us 3.5 weeks to get the first budget approved. We had to go back and sit down with OMB to have them agree to this is the process that we're going to go through. Then we had to coordinate with the divisions and departments that were given administrative support dollars. Then we had to get the budgets all lined up, and then we submitted to OMB. OMB is really short staff. They had a number of staff that retired. So the longer council delays approval of an expenditure plan, the longer that it's going to take to start working on these projects. None of these expenditures can begin until you council say this is what we want to work on. Once that happens, then it goes through 10 days to the president. Then from there, once the president signs off on it or line by line vetoes, those that make it through the presidential review process then gets turned over. And then you have a whole administrative process to get the funds to the entities that you're providing funding to. Like I said, it took us 4 weeks, and that was constantly working on it. You have to remember that when you're allocating funds to NTUA or other recipients, you have to work out those contracts with them, and that takes time. So I'll give you an example. You guys talk about Sihissinya. In 2016, with resolution CJA-12-16, you allocated $115,987,821. The controller gave you a report on September 30, 2021. This is for water projects. You had a balance of $63,672,446. You have only expended 54.895% of those fundings over a 5-year window. The longer you delay approval of an expenditure plan, the closer that comes. Part of the delay was that you had to create the fund for this, kind of similar to the process that you went through when you created citizen funds. The ARPA funding was established through CJY 41-21. So it takes a while to get all of those ones done. When you consider an equal distribution, the Noya, it's going to be very difficult because the need for all 110 is very difficult to determine. One of the things that I was really, I've been sitting in on the meetings with the people that work on the ground with all of these, is the need is different for every community. So when you say that we want to distribute it equally, it's not going to work, I don't think. I'll give you an example. I was really surprised to learn that Shiprock community, 95% of their people have water. When you compare it with other communities, I come from Round Rock, and Round Rock had like 68 families that still don't have water. And I remember growing up, we'd never had water when I lived with my parents. My very first time being able to take a shower every day was when I went to Arizona State University for my first time going to college. So up to that time, my whole first 18 years of my life, I never had running water. So we still have individuals like that. The other part that you need to consider is that it costs more to run those lines further out. So you have to decide, are we going to run a water line? I'll give you an example. We got water in Round Rock, but where my Che lives is up in the hills. That's probably going to cost $10 million to run that water line up there, because you have a wash in between, you have a mesa in between, and then you go up. Are you going to spend $10 million to get water line to my Che, or are you going to get those 68 people there that are close to the water lines with that same $10 million? So that's the decision that you need to make. The other part of it is you got to remember there's multiple categories of funding. You have water, wastewater, broadband, home electricity, housing renovations, bathroom additions, and hardship. Hardship, even if you took that and tried to do it on a equal distribution, you're going to have more residents in Chinling than you are going to in say Black Mesa. So when you try to do the equal distribution, when you do that hardship allocation, you're going to get a higher number of, I believe the highest populated area is Shiprock. They're going to get the most of it. But Black Mesa, which is one of the smaller communities, is going to get a smaller amount. So we have to be very careful of when we start saying equal distribution. And you also have a high number of people that are off the reservation. So how do we calculate that into equal distribution? So it's very hard to determine what all of those individuals are. Just a couple of observations that I wanted to share with you, Council, and just listening to you, some of your concerns. But we do need to be aware that the longer we delay this, the more difficult it is going to be to get these projects done within the time frame that we have to expend these dollars. I believe we're going to be coming up on a year pretty soon, which means that we're down to 4 years. So if you compare that against the citizen for the wastewater, we've already lost 1 year of that 5-year process from that first allocation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That go to Mr. Walter Haas. And then I'll go to Department of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start out and respond to Delegate Begay. Tim, could you put up this slide right here? Delegate Begay talked about Delcon, $2 million for bathroom additions. And he mentioned that he wants to know who the recipients are. Well, the recipients haven't been chosen yet. They have to go through the eligibility and feasibility processes that need to go through it. He also mentioned a number that I'm not sure where he came from that talks about 58 listed. And he's asking about what happened to the other 200 applicants. In the presentation earlier on the bathroom additions, where we have a count by region, by delegate, we're going to put this on the board real quick. So when it's not up there. Okay, so when you look at it, it identifies, as I said before, there's about, can you move there's 38,000 identified. I'm sorry. 38, no, you gotta help get this off here, would you? Okay, you've got to scroll it so I can see the bottom. There you go. There's 3,839 identified locations out of 4,500. If you look at what is identified in your region, that still all needs to go through the feasibility and evaluation process, right? No. so I can see. I gotta go up right there. Delegate Begay, there's 213 in your region that are identified. So I'm not quite sure where the 58 is. When we talk about broadband, as you go through the broadband documents related to the legislation, you talk about 300 to 500K for your area when there's actually 7,023,208.36 in the legislation through the process. Again, I'm not going to go through the design of the individual pieces through the process. And then you asked a really good question. You had talked about lots of the house wiring projects run afoul or end up with problems because there's no house wiring money or there's no pole and meter loop money. In the $200 million proposal, those dollars are available so that the homeowner or the chapter will not be responsible for providing those dollars to complete the project. Okay. The next issue I wanted to talk about was Delegate Herman Daniels. Could you pull up Herman Daniels, delegate by delegate? Not for water, wastewater, but for the, so not that one. No, I wanted you to pull up the individual one where it shows the projects. No, not for water, wastewater, for all of it. So it'd be probably 2B or 2C. There you go, Herman Daniels right here. Okay, so this is what, as you mentioned before, there was only 13 projects that your communities requested, totaling about $19 million. And many of those projects, they're all very good projects. Some of the projects are not eligible because they're type of warehouses and those type of things. If you could go to the next Herman Daniels sheet that actually talks about what's in the legislation, you're going to find out that Delegate Daniels, there's 36 projects proposed for your communities to be, there's 36 projects proposed in your communities that would be funded by this legislation, totaling $19,747,909. And here's kind of a representation of that. Now, the ones that are in green, there's 3 of them. Those were projects that were also on your chapter's portal request. Of those projects that are listed there, of the 36 for 19 million, there was 5 power line projects that were requested from the chapter, and all 5 ended up, 4 of the 5 ended up getting funded. One of the other projects that's not on this list that was funded, that was on the portal, was funded through the Defunded CARES Act. Okay. And then the other thing I wanted to note to folks, when you're doing your math and you come up with the $41 million, in our presentation, we're looking at doing the infrastructure piece, and 50% of it is basically project-based, where we have a specific location, and 50% of the funding we have is basically open to various locations that are still eligible to folks as they get through the feasibility processes. So when you look at that distribution, it's really about $20 million per delegate that you're looking at for infrastructure based on the 50% needs-based, 50% allocation, or 50% project or infrastructure based. So you are just below that threshold. But again, as folks spoke before, a 50-50 distribution is going to be something that's not going to be easily dealt with because each community's needs are very, very different from each other. I'd like to move on to Delegate Daniels. So he spoke about making sure, and he talked about that many of the local workforce are qualified to do a lot of the projects, and he was hoping that the local workforce would be tapped upon to be involved in projects. And NECA is the contractor that works on that for us, and NECA has done a good job actually hiring local folks for a lot of these community projects and actually helping them meet their their payrolls or material needs through the process. So in the past, in the CARES, we tried to do that with electrical wiring and other type of projects that we're trying to do. We are trying to tap local community members or that are licensed contractors. The problem is we don't have a lot of them bidding on our projects, and I have to go through the legal process that's required by the Navajo Nation and the federal government to be able to hire folks through the process. When we did the CARES Act, we ended up paying folks weekly at times, the smaller contractors, and helping getting their dollars paid to them right after they got the materials so that they could actually work on our projects. So we've been as flexible as possible, and I would be very interested in learning about the electrical contractors out there and making sure that NEC is aware of the plumbing and electrical. But as we do house wiring in conjunction with Continental Divide, which is allowed through this, we need to rely on as many folks as we can to be able to get things accomplished. And then you had brought up your concerns regarding broadband and our rate structure. You also brought up an interesting conversation about fiber optics, talking about as fiber optics and more people get on the fiber line gets slower and slower. Well, that is true when you purchase a shared service, which is a lot of what providers provide. NTUA does not sell a shared service. NTUA sells a dedicated service. So when you compare prices between Frontier and NTUA and others, you're comparing apples and oranges because you're buying 100 megabytes from Frontier, but because of their loading, you're really only getting 10. So imagine going to the grocery store and thinking you're buying 100 but getting 10. When you go to NTUA, you actually get 100 because it's actually a physically dedicated service. So that's part of the difference in the pricing. You also make a claim and that says that everything that you're giving us should make it free. Well, the reality of the matter is yes, the capital is given to us and most of it is covered, not all of it, but you actually have to operate and maintain all of the equipment that's given to you. And it does not, it's electronics, it's fickle, it needs to be maintained regularly. In addition to that, the internet does not exist on the Navajo Nation. The internet exists in Albuquerque and Phoenix and Denver. So we have to operate and maintain lines to get to those communities. And then we have to buy service from the internet. So there's many added layers of costs that are involved to operate and maintain a system. And our rates, as we said, NTUA is a not-for-profit. Our rates are based on our costs with a incremental cost to make sure that we can continue on growing and expanding the system. And that becomes critically important. The example, when we got the NTIA grant back in 2011, we got funding for only 32 sites. We have 115 now. We had to build and borrow money to build all those sites to cover all the areas that didn't have service on the Navajo Nation. They weren't given to us. So there's lots and lots of costs involved in providing services to folks. And you also have to look at the level of service that the folks are receiving. Again, ours is a dedicated service. Ours does not slow down when other users are put on the system. It only would slow down when it reaches the internet itself, because the internet may have congestion at times. Most other service providers provide what's called a shared service. So they're very different things. Again, we have redundant fiber optic feeds to Phoenix, Albuquerque, and Denver. We have over 130 Navajo employed folks in the telecom side. All of NTUA Wireless is 100% manned by Navajo staff members. So there are costs that need to be recovered through the processes. And as we've expanded our services to more and more places, even in places where it's not financially feasible, our rate structures have gone down because of the volumes that are being purchased from some of our larger users. And we're sharing that benefit across the board to everyone through the process. So that's why there is a fee for a monthly reoccurring cost for folks. And that's why our fee is different than some of the other providers. It's really based on level of service and quality. And I believe that I've addressed the questions that was presented to NTUA, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chaco, are you back on the line? I don't know if there's any division directors that wanted to answer any of the questions.
Speaker?
Yes, Dr. Yeoman, who's yours?
Thank you. I can provide a few responses. To Shanella, Delegate Otto. So I was able to inquire and also know that Mr. Mel Rodis is on the call who can help maybe summarize a comment from Shanella, Delegate Otto. So regarding the distribution formula, it was shared that when council does appropriate funds, the 50-50 formula does apply like through the annual budget. But when it comes to capital projects, which includes chapter projects, the 50-50 formula or rule does not necessarily apply. And similarly, the award of the FRF funds in this first legislation is not a distribution to the chapters or not a distribution in that manner, but it is being administered by DCD. So we did request for an equal distribution for housing. So I just want to provide some clarification on Delegate So's comment. DOJ is on the line too as well if they want to add to that. I also want to acknowledge Delegate Eugene So's comments on housing and home site lease. I will defer some of the comments on the home site lease to DNR, Dr. Shabala and his team on some of the concerns regarding the home site lease. And also I know that Delegate Elmer Begay had some questions as well, mainly on broadband, but I'll go to Delegate Herman Daniels. Shana, I just want to share that I did have several meetings with the NOS chapters. And looking back in my calendar, there were several meetings where we did present and discuss ARPA funding. My meetings date back to April 21st, April 28th, May 6th, May 12th, May 19th, May 26th, June 9th, November 20th, and December 14th. I also want to share that during the summertime, DCD did open the portal. We requested for the projects to be based by need and not by distribution or by distributed amount. At the time, I was not at any liberty to put a dollar amount on the request of the chapters. We requested for infrastructure by need. We did open the portal and extended the portal application to May 19th. Then we extended it to May 30th, and then we extended it again to June 9th, and ultimately we left the portal open. So I do want to share that I did present to NOST again this past week and responded to all the questions there. So I can do additional follow-ups. I also want to respond to Delegate Daniel So and his comments regarding the burnout policy. Perhaps I can rephrase what I mentioned earlier. There was no burnout policy But currently DCD, we are introducing a burnout policy, both through our plan of operation and through the ARPA funds. We are trying our best to address burnout policy or burnout, and we are creating the policy so that it may be included. And we're working with RDC on our plan of operations so that it can be part of our CHID department. It is a high request, and it needs to be incorporated into our department. We are also working with NEPA, Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Department, Agency Department, on some of these removals, debris removals as well, because they do require some assistance and additional training. Shanant, I just want to share that we are trying to incorporate it into the nation's programming. With that, if there's additional comments on the formula, I would request that DOJ provide some assistance. And then on additional comments on home site lease, there was a comment on waiving the home site lease, and then there was additional comment as well as addressing the home site lease process prior to 1978. We did include that in our presentation. We did include that there was 3 categories of types of options for a home site lease and a non-home site lease owner. And even the dates were included in our housing presentation regarding the home site lease. But I would also ask that DNR provide additional comments if possible. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, there's questions about home site lease. Department of Justice, I know Honorable Eugene So had a question, and Honorable Chairman Daniel. So I don't know if Department of Justice wants to start off, or if DNR wants to start off with, if Mr. Malone is on the line.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. This is Mel.
Yes, Mr. Rodas. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. I can address the question about the 50-50 formula, and then I'd like to defer to DNR to speak about the home site lease issue.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, and also thank you for the question, Honorable Vice Chair. So regarding the 50-50 formula, and I believe Honorable Daniels raised it as well. The 50-50 formula is found in the Appropriations Act at 12 NNC section 820-0. And it's very specific with regard to distribution, appropriation of funds that are intended for distribution to all chapters. And so in terms of the funding that's going to DCD and Veterans Administration to build homes for Navajo members, that is not a distribution to chapters. That's an appropriation of funding to DCD and to the Veterans Administration to build houses that are to benefit members of chapters, but the funding is not going to chapters. And so, and just to make this clear, I'll just read section 820-0. Where not otherwise prohibited by existing law, any appropriation intended for distribution to all chapters of the Navajo Nation shall be allocated as follows. 50% of the appropriation shall be divided equally among all chapters, and the remaining 50% shall be divided proportionately among the chapters using a percentage equal to that figure, with which the number of registered voters in each chapter bears to the whole of registered Navajo Nation voters. And then it goes on from there. So the most important part was the beginning of that sentence where it said any appropriation intended for distribution to all chapters. So the funding, 40 million and the 10 million would be going to CHID under DCD. And then the 50 million would be going to the Veterans Administration for the Veterans Housing Program and Housing Support Services. And so those would not be considered distributions to chapters, and therefore Section 820 would not apply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodas. With that, Division of Natural Resources, are you on the line? Division of Natural Resources, Mr. Shabala. Dr. Shabala, Mr. Halona. There's questions directed about home site leases. Okay, Mr. Chaco, maybe if you could get them. Is anybody from Department of Justice on the line that might know that answer?
Mr. Speaker, this is Paulson. I will try to get hold of Mr. Dr. Shabala and also get a hold of Mr. Mike Lona. So give me a few minutes. Thank you.
Hey, Dr. Shabala, press star 6. Okay, well, let me come back to you all. That's a critical question. Let me go to the next, back to the floor, to the panel, or not to the panel, to the floor. Colleagues, let me go back to, let me go to Vice Chair Smith. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. And now be committee members and those that are listening on board. Thank you, Mr. Hawes, Dr. Yellowman, and Mr. Dugai, and Madam Controller, and others that have been on board to present this 0257-21. I was at the chapter meeting this morning, so I didn't hear everything that was said, but by getting the binder from Mr. Patero, there's questions that I have regarding F1, and that's not a Tomcat. Thinking of the Navy here. The F1 exhibit, it says Community Housing and Infrastructure Department should $40 million. And I hear that no equal distribution. No equal distribution is being said. But if you look at that paragraph under part 2, the last sentence, it says, the $40 million for the new housing will be divided equally among the 110 chapters, allowing CHID to improve living conditions across the Navajo Nation. Now, if I'm doing my math right, is that equal to $400,000 per chapter? That's one house per chapter. How in the world did we come up with this figure? Because I hear the cry out there. I hear the need, and I still hear the need. And I'm going to be an advocate for the people that are saying we need houses, period. One house per chapter. I mentioned this to the chapter that I represent, and they were like, what? Speaker, Navajo Nation, those that are listening, I'm not bringing this up. I have it in my hands here. F-18, that F-1 is a document that's provided here in front of us as an exhibit, and it's baffling me. I don't agree with this one iota. I'd rather see more dollars poured into the housing. I heard earlier that folks were saying that their roofs were blown off. I'm sure that there were probably mobile homes that were toppled over. And I experienced it when I couldn't sleep because I was thinking, what's happening out there? This is something that we got to fess up to. We have over $2 billion. And I heard earlier that some of the chapters did not even put in housing at all. Is that why the numbers are so low? But if you look at that memo that was sent out to the chapters saying, put your list in, it didn't categorize what they should be putting in. It was just categorized vaguely saying, put your wish list in. You have a time frame, get it in, and we'll go from there. Now the chapters are saying, wait a minute. These are the priorities that we see. The priorities are housing, water, power, electricity, wastewater, broadband, and others that I'm not mentioning here that would be not even in the 257-21 legislation. And looking further into this Exhibit F, construction date, January 2024 to December of 2026. One home per chapter. That's 110 homes. Does it take 2 years to build 110 homes? I don't think so. We could solicit out there and get contractors on board. I'm bringing this to light. I'm shining the light out there saying, let's not do this. Let's get these houses built and add more dollars to it and go back to the chapters and say, how many folks that need houses out there? How many folks need a 1 bedroom? How many folks need 2 bedroom? How many folks need 3 bedroom? And how many folks need renovation? If you look at the veterans in this binder here, the veterans doesn't say anything about starting in 2024. It says in the veterans that they will start immediately, and that's in F-3. But the thing that catches my mind here is getting a general contractor to hire sufficient Navajo labor force to maintain pace with the projected timeline, which is good. I agree with that. But if we can't hire sufficient Navajo folks in the labor force, then we should open the door for other contractors to come in and to complete these projects that are pending and need to get this funding utilized. The current program the program currently has a waiting list of 1,400 potential applicants. And they want to do 1/3 of the new homes per year. So they're already ready to go. But on this hand, grandma and grandpa are saying, oh, okay. They're going to say, yeah, the last door. You whole one Sunday, so born it, not like a That's why we called in NHA. We called in through the Budget and Finance Committee leadership meeting. We called in NECA. We called in Dene Development Corporation, see what they could do. They weren't asking for any funding. They weren't asking for any favors. We said, how can you facilitate this? How can we get these houses built? How can we get these things taken care of? Does NHA have a plan? Does NHA have 110 chapters that have a location where they can build these homes and get them done? That's one aspect, Speaker. We need to tweak this so we can get homes built immediately. Get a blueprint, get the thing all planned out, get it going. The other one is I see the 164 review. I have a water project that's been funded by IHS and it's pending review. Tier 1 has finally been completed. If I didn't get the project number, if I didn't push this, it'd still be at Tier 1. Tier 2 is still pending. We've got 3 folks that have voted on it. EPA has been one of them. Fish and Wildlife has been one of them. But are we going to go back to the 164 review and expect these things to go? Is that why these houses are going to be way out there 2 years on the project? Is that why we can't push these things fast enough? I heard home site lease we should waive, and then we should waive those process on 164. Streamline it. That not only entails homes, that entails power lines, that entails water lines, that entails right-of-ways. And thank you, Mr. Haas, for bringing that good news to the Navajo Nation, saying that IHS has been fully funded. I heard that this morning, and I told the chapters, I don't know if I heard right. That's why I wanted to come here to Winter Rock and ask that question and see if that IHS was fully funded on the SDS project. And I know that SDS project is $555 million worth of projects. And the question to that is, Speaker, we have used citizen dollars, we have used UUFB dollars, and we have pumped them in where IHS should have funded these projects. Can we get reimbursement back so that we could use those dollars to build more homes, to build infrastructure, to build things that the Navajo Nation needs? Is that available? Can we sit down with IHS to ask them to say, okay, you've got the federal dollars that were blessed to you for $555 million. Is that possible? I'm looking outside the box, Shananta. I'm trying to be proactive and speak on these behalf. And I heard there's other $1 trillion coming down too for road infrastructure. We need to get prepared for that. Is we going to be doing the same thing? Oh, it's going to be 4 years down the road before we even address a road out there. Shananda, Ashwara. This is one example. I haven't looked into the water projects, but I'm sure I can sit down with Mr. Haas and say, which projects are doable? Which projects are available? And I know IHS has been fully funded. How are they going to provide services out there? And I heard that the cost is going to be even more for NTUA to incur the cost if they construct everything and then they turn it over to NTUA. But if you look outside on the real world, if you're out there in the real world, you have fee land and the water is piped to you, there's a fee. Whether you use a little bit of water, 10 gallons, or whether you use 1,000 gallons, you're charged for the amount of water, but there's a fee that's associated to the cost of that service. And it's attached to that. I don't know if the Navajo Nation wants to go into that direction to offset the costs on these, but I don't think so. But these are the things that I'm looking at as the future to see how we can address these things, Shananta. So back to the question, Speaker. I had 5 chapters that I met with Wednesday, and we went over the projects that we have, and only, I think 17 million was requested from the chapters that I represent. But there's a big need for housing, water, power lines, renovations, ADA. So I plead with the Navajo Nation Council, maybe we should open dialogue so that we can say, okay, chapters, get these things in as soon as possible. Let's see if we can vet them and get them through. Because that is the name of the game. And then waive some of these laws. Home site lease, 164 review. I've already talked about that, but these are the things that I'm bringing forth, Shananta. And thank you very much for allowing me to speak. And I'm sure I'll be sitting here listening and absorbing, and want to bring this back to my chapters and present this to them. And they have good ideas. They know their people. They know who needs what. They're out there on a daily basis, and people call them, people talk to them, people are saying, they have good ideas. I'd like to end here. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for your comments. That, moving on down, Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, it was yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. And also, thank you, Mr. Haas, and all the presenters who have given us information today. And I just want to say thank you for the breakdown for NTUA. I think that for me is really what I wanted to see. I wish that the other division directors followed suit and did exactly the same thing. But I think we're going to kind of be spinning our wheels here. So I appreciate the breakdown for each of the regions and then each of the delegates as well. We know that this funding was given to combat COVID. And I know that Department of Justice, has stated that that's the first thing we ask is, how is this going to combat COVID? But what I find interesting is that clumps of projects were included into applications and it was approved. And individual projects that were submitted, they either were approved or they weren't approved. And I know at the leadership meeting at Twin Arrows, there was a question of, for the chapter projects, what are the projects? Listening to the division director talk about, well, it was submitted by the chapters. But what I learned in the leadership meeting, what I learned immediately was chapters were texting me, chapter officials from all over the Navajo Nation, and they all had different. They were told different things. One chapter out of Western Agency said that they were never told to include water projects. One chapter out of Eastern Agency said that they were told to include only projects that were shovel ready. And then, basically it sounds like every chapter, as Honorable Otto so stated, every chapter is treated differently. And what I wonder is, what was the standard overall instruction for all 110 chapters? What projects were they told to include? And the reason why I'm asking this is because I know that when Chief Sherilyn Yazzie, back almost a year.
Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Madam Chair, Charles Newton going twice. Okay. 362.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now, Madam Chair.
Speaker, I apologize for that. I'm not sure exactly what. So I don't know what the last thing you heard was, but my question is, what were the instructions that were given to the chapters in the way that they were supposed to submit their projects? I'm a little bit curious as well, because I know that chapter officials were reaching out saying, you know, if they knew that water projects, you know, that they could include water projects on there, they would have. As one chapter stated, we were told only to submit projects that were shovel ready. And then there was hardly any guidance provided to the chapters during that.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Make sure we're muted.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Chair Charles Newton go twice. Chair Charles Newton going 3 times.
Hello?
We go back to the presenters then.
Speaker?
Madam Chair?
Yeah, it's me. I'm sorry. If you want to go back to the presenters,
No,
I can wait.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, speaker, and I apologize for that. I'm not going to move my phone anymore. So what I was asking is, you know, what were the instructions given to the chapters in regards to the listings that they were submitting to be considered for ARPA funding? That's my first question. My second question is, you know, I've heard support for hardship, and I think that is great. I really like to hear that, because we know that our people are suffering right now, and I think the big thing is, you know, how are we trying to help them during this time so that they, you know, can get the things that they need. And right now we've been sitting on this money for 9 months, and we've only pushed projects through. And you know, in terms of the hardship, you know, we did, as Tom Platero pointed out, there were you know, there was a legislation that was passed already, and it is, you know, it does pertain to hardship. It does talk about hardship. But what, you know, I'm really excited that delegates are in favor of hardship. But what I haven't heard is, you know, whether we agree to giving every individual $600, because that's what's currently in the legislation. And then, you know, because of the 10% cap language that was included in CJY-41-21. So that means that only $207 million is going to be distributed out to the people. $600, yes, it is something. However, as we all know, we have to take into consideration inflation. The cost after COVID, the cost of groceries, the cost of gas, the cost of living has increased so much as a result of COVID. I was in Phoenix this past weekend, and on the news, they were talking about how a studio apartment right now in Phoenix is $2,000 a month. A studio apartment. And that has increased from $1,300 prior to COVID. And because of inflation, now it's $2,000 a month. Now, we could sit here and we could say that it's, you know, it's really the individual, it's up to them, you know, they want to move out there. But what we need to understand is that many of our Navajo people move out to the metropolitan areas because of work, because of school, because of that. I did meet with some veterans who moved to Phoenix to be closer to the Veterans Hospital. There are some people out there who are recovering from COVID who are still living out there in the Phoenix area because they can't get the same type of treatment here on the Navajo Nation than what they're getting out there in the metropolitan areas. There's just so many reasons that our Navajo people are living off the Navajo Nation. And one of them is housing. Everybody is talking about housing. There is no housing here on the Navajo Nation. And, you know, we're talking about immediate relief right now for our Navajo people. It just seems like it makes sense, you know, the water, the broadband, the electricity, you know, I agree with that. Housing, I do agree with that. You know, hardship, of course, I agree with that. But I think the big question that everybody wants to know is if we are truly, you know, we talked about being transparent. If we truly are being transparent, then what I want to know is, you know, who is going to be getting what? Because what seems to me that what I'm afraid of is everybody is relying so much on chapters, saying, you know, chapters know the community, chapters are doing this. But there are some chapters that only cater to certain people. And I brought this up before. We, all of us, it's election year. We're going to be catering to the voters. But what about everybody else? What about our children who can't vote? What about those who were purged the last time, who couldn't vote, and now are not receiving any of the services that we should be providing to all of our people equally? So when we're talking about this hardship, to me, that is like the easiest thing that we can do to equally distribute to everybody, regardless of whether you're a voter or not, regardless of where you live, you know, getting this money out, you know, to people who live in the metropolitan areas is going to help them. But at $600, when we're talking about inflation, that's really not a lot of money. And quite honestly, we gave 10% off the top for administrative purposes. And not one delegate has yet to ask Speaker Damon, where is your plan? We've seen where the administrative costs are going for the executive branch, but what about the legislative branch? We need to be accountable when we're going to be talking about transparency. And right now, this money, there's still a lot of our people who believe that we, delegates, president, chapter officials are the ones who are going to benefit from this money. And as long as we're not being transparent, we're giving them that reason, or we're giving them that argument to say that we are going to benefit from it. So in terms of hardship, I want to say thank you to the delegates who are speaking in favor of the hardship. But in actuality, if we want to give more than $600, we have to waive the language in CJY-41-21. And so far, only 9 delegates have said that they would be willing to waive that language so that we can give more to the people. And I think that we need to give more to the people. because of inflation, because we waited 9 months to distribute this funding to assist our people. I think we may be the only tribe that has not given any funding out to anything yet. We're still sitting on that money. And I know that, you know, I'm sure other delegates hear the same thing. You know, when the federal government is calling to say, hey, have you guys by any chance, you know, started spending that money? No, we haven't. That just makes us look really bad that we are saying that we're in need and we haven't even spent that money yet. So in terms of the hardship, I want to see our people get more. But well, the only way that we can do that is to waive the language in CJY-41-21 that put a cap on giving to the people. In fact, it says until the third quarter of 2024, in an FRF expenditure plan for direct financial assistance to enrolled Navajo Nation members, not including business economic relief or similar programs, shall be limited to 10% of the total fiscal recovery funds received by the Navajo Nation. After the second quarter of 2024, unallocated or unexpended in an FRF fund can be allocated for direct financial assistance to enrolled members through resolution of the Navajo Nation Council and approval of the President pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A and 2 NNC Sections 105C 10, 11, and 12. So the language in CJY-41-21 will have to be waived. Otherwise, we give out $207 million to over 400,000 Navajos, and it comes out roughly to around $600. So I think as delegates, we're going to have to make those tough decisions as we were voted to do, and we're going to have to decide. We've wasted 1 year. And as Tom Platero stated, it took him a few weeks to get a budget going. If all of these programs submit budgets, those few weeks are going to turn into months. And so projects are going to get a late start in getting off the ground. And I just don't know why we waited 9 months for our first legislation. I submitted a legislation in April. In April of this year, I submitted a legislation for this funding, and it still hasn't been written. So I don't know exactly, and I at one point I asked, what is the process and the procedure for determining which legislations are going to be written and in what order? I still haven't received that information. And to be honest, I get yelled at by staff. And Speaker is well aware of this. Speaker and also DPM is well aware of this, and nothing has been done. I know that other delegates have asked, you know, what politics are being played in order for certain things to get done. And my response has been, I don't know. I get that same treatment as well. So when we're talking about this money that belongs to the Navajo people, when we're deciding what needs to be done, I think first, we need to consult the people and we need to ask them what they need so that we can come together and say that this is really what our community needs. I sat out the other day in the cold and I had 51 people stop by to see me. I was outside from 9 o'clock to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which is 5 hours. So 10 people each hour were stopping by and talking to me about some of the things that they need. People from Eastern Agency, for the Eastern delegates, people drove out from Eastern Agency to come and talk to me. We had two families from Western Agency that drove all the way out here to Shiprock just to come and talk to me. We had a lot of people in Northern Agency, and we had some families from Fort Defiance Agency. In fact, I'm reaching out to you delegates, telling you, hey, you have a family that needs this. So our people, they are anxious to talk to us. They want to tell us what they need. And I can tell you, of the 51 people that stopped by to see me, only 3 people didn't talk about hardship. Only 4 of them didn't talk about home. only 2 of them didn't talk about electricity and water connection. And I had 8 mothers who stood in line who wanted to talk to me about helping their kids and their grandkids who are living in the city with rental assistance. They didn't stand in line to talk about what they need. They stood in line to talk about what their kids and their grandkids need. So I just wonder if we were to all of us sit out one day in a location where people can have access. Imagine the information that we could obtain from talking to people and really get an idea of what our people need. Housing is a big request. I had an elder who stood in line whose roof needs to be fixed and whose flooring needs to be fixed. They went to the chapter house and they received no assistance. I had a woman, stage 4 cancer, who went to the chapter house and who asked if her windows could be replaced. Her windows. And what she said is, here is the cost for replacing my windows for winter, $4,000. I am willing to pay half if the chapter can help me with the other half. They were turned down. And I pulled up my chapter's housing discretionary fund. And I said, wait a minute. There is a resolution passed by the Shiprock chapter that says that a committee is the one who determines whether people would be approved for housing discretionary funds. And I can tell you, Dr. Yellowman, there was no committee that was put together. 2 women have stopped by to tell me that they got denied for housing discretionary funds. And only one person is making that decision. One person. So it is, it's awful to hear directly from the people. It's awful to hear that the chapters are not helping them, but it's a reality. And so I think, if there's a chapter out there that's doing everything right for the people, and I know that there are some. I met with Pinedale. They really were impressive in the way that they process things in Eastern Agency. So I know that there are some chapters that are really trying to do right by the people, but then there are some chapters where only one person makes the decision and nothing is done about it. And then our people are the ones who suffer. So I'm going to be sitting out at the flea market on Saturday again so that I can hear from the people again. And maybe some of you think it's crazy. Maybe some of you think, it's like you don't want to do it. Well, that's up to you. But, it is an option. And I think that, with the chapter houses being still closed, with us giving them an additional 180 days, to me, I can't understand why we're sitting here as delegates saying, our people need this, our people need that, and then not voting to open up the chapter house so that we can hear from the people, or not making ourselves available to the public to hear directly from the people. So it is a little bit frustrating to sit here and to hear, well, this is what my chapter needs, this is what my chapter needs. I say, this is what the people need. The people need housing. The people need water. They need electricity. And the people need some form of assistance right now. Right now, colleagues, our people need help right now. They can't pay their rent. And it's not that they don't want to, it's because good people who have never, ever been laid off before from work are finding themselves not having a job because the industry is slow. I met an oil field worker the other day who said he has never, ever in his whole life ever been on unemployment until the pandemic hit, until he got COVID. Then he had to go on unemployment, and he said it's the worst feeling in the world. He wishes he could go back to work. But because the oil field industry doesn't need him right now, there's not very much he can do. And he said he applied for work all over the place, and he hasn't received anything back yet. We have our enterprises saying, well, we're putting out, we're putting out these, these advertisements for people to work, and nobody wants to work. That's not true. In fact, I caught one entity lying on the record saying that. And so when I brought up the fact that my husband applied with your company 3 times during COVID and you never once called him, and you're telling me that Navajo people don't want to work. So I think that, with this money, it was given to our Navajo people. We need to help our Navajo people. We've learned that burial, at the leadership meeting, we learned that burial, they're running out of money. And there was a request, Delegate Addison Wanika, I think it was Delegate Wanika, who dropped UUFB legislation to get them some funding. And they had to pull it because the president sent out that memo on the moratorium. Same thing with clothing for our children. Some of our children were approved for clothing, and they didn't get anything because they ran out of money. Emergency rental assistance. I don't know what NHA is doing. We haven't received any communication from NHA. And RDC, I've been, Chair Naz, I've been CCing you on those emails. I haven't received any information on emergency rental assistance. Lihi, people were approved for it, and then they ran out of funding, and now they're being told, wait until January. Our people need help right now. And we as a council have been sitting on that $2 billion for 9 months. So whatever the plan is, all I want to know from the directors is I want to know who is getting a new house and when DCD, when did you put out the advertisement for people to come in and tell you when they, whether they needed a new house or not? Because the 51 people that I met with the other day, they said they never saw any type of advertisement asking if they needed a new home. They'd never seen an advertisement asking if they need bathroom additions. One person went to the chapter house, wanted a bathroom addition, and they were told you don't need one. How does the chapter know that that person doesn't need a bathroom addition? So I don't know what else to say aside from, if we're talking about the hardship, let's be clear. Are you talking about the hardship $600, or are you talking about giving our people a little bit more? Because if you want to give the people a little bit more, then let's talk about how we can convince our colleagues to waive the language in CJY 41-21 that put a 10% cap on giving to our people. Or maybe there's another plan. So, and then as far as the presentation goes, I did miss the first 30 minutes of the presentation. I was going back and I was rereading some of the highlights that were being pointed out, and that's why I do like the way that NTUA has broken down these projects. What I would also like to know is in terms of bathroom additions, I feel like we're creating a red tape. I wish there was only one entity that you could go to get a bathroom addition. It sounds like, and I could be wrong on this, but I need clarification, is if a person is going to be applying for a bathroom addition, do they go to Division of Community Development to ask them for the bathroom addition, and then it gets sent to NTUA, and NTUA goes and they do a survey on it? Why can't we just cut out the middleman and just go directly to NTUA for bathroom additions, or go directly to NECA for bathroom additions? Why do we have to include DCD in this if they're only going to be sending it out to NECA and to NTUA? And then as far as the home renovation, what are the criteria when we're talking about home renovations? Are we talking about people can apply for a new roof because of the recent windstorm with people's homes being blown over or the roof being blown off? Or are we talking about, you know, only windows? Are we talking about winter weatherization? Are we talking about foundations? What exactly are we talking about when we're talking about, you know, providing home renovation to our Navajo people? Because home renovation right now, the cost is really high, especially since we're scattered throughout the Navajo Nation. So $10 million for home renovation, I don't know if that really is, if that's really enough to cover home renovation. And then as far as the veterans housing, 50 million, I thought that number was higher at 350,000 per Hogan. Divide that into 50 million. You know, it doesn't provide for the entire 1,400 veterans who are currently on the application wait list. So are we going to only decide that only certain veterans are going to be receiving homes? And if they are, can I get your criteria listing so that I can share that with my veterans to say, okay, if you meet the following criteria, there's a good possibility that you may get a home this year. And then, Speaker, I made a request a few months back. During budget session, I know that the Veterans Administrative Director, Mr. Warline, and Vice President Weiser were in Texas looking at homes. And my understanding is they said that they were looking at homes for veterans, but we haven't heard any information on, you know, what kind of homes they were looking at and, you know, what decisions are being made. At this point, my understanding is veterans are getting a Hogan, and that's really that's it. That's all they're getting. So if I can get a little bit more information on the criteria that were set for selection, I think that would help me in terms of sharing information with the community to let them know that if you meet the following criteria, that there's a possibility that you might get a home this time around. And then as far as the administrative costs go, I know when we were there at the leadership meeting at Twin Arrows, I questioned why is the Washington, D.C. office getting $5 million of the administrative costs? And I keep questioning, you know, how much money is the Navajo Nation paying to our consultants who are really doing the work? I think that, again, if the Washington, D.C. office wants money, it needs to come out of President Nez's budget because that's who they work for. They're the first people who get information. And if we're lucky as council, then we get information about what's going on there in D.C. So I think there's still a lot of open-ended questions. And Speaker, I am so sorry, but the way that this legislation is written right now, I cannot and will not vote green for it because I think there's still so much information that's lacking that is important for us to know. And then in terms of transparency, if we are going to be transparent with our with the Navajo people, especially since so much money is involved, then I think we do need a listing and how that determination was made. I still haven't heard that yet. I didn't hear that from DCD, and I'm hoping that maybe they can give me a breakdown to say a formula was used and what that formula is. And then I do still have concern about DOJ's involvement in this vetting process. I feel like as delegates, we just gave our power away to allocate funding. We created 3 more red tape, and that's what's holding up this whole process with us moving this money out. So, you know, it may just be that we might have to just rescind CJY 41-21 altogether and go back to the drawing table because we gave executive branch the opportunity to provide information and be transparent with us, and that hasn't happened yet. And again, Speaker, I think that what I would like is if you could send me your administrative, I guess, the breakdown for the money that you received from that 10% that was cut off the top. If you could send that to me before 5 o'clock today so that I can see how you're planning to use the administrative cost, because president's office, to be fair, they did submit theirs. Tom Platero is running that office, but we haven't seen anything come out of your office yet for the legislative branch, Speaker. And I think if we're going to be fair, we can't just hold the president's office accountable. We need to hold ourselves accountable as well by actually sharing that information on how the legislative branch plans to use the administrative costs that were given to them under CJY-41-21. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Let me go ahead and before I go back to the presenters for response, let me go to Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Keon Begay. Oh.
Again, other presenters done clinic on each and every one of you can go. A coco bahata isito bayat hit. Ado nato ash or honanat agit adid hunzatit obayet hit. A coco, the one thing, Speaker, to make a bold statement or a bold move, and you know that ourselves on Hitnami, I sent out an email the other day, not 3 days ago, asking to drop an emergency legislation, possibly to distribute some funding to our Navajo people. And you saw a response to us. Shohei Sadid, oh, you can't that English, Nahoji, Roshinda Nahatol, Josh don't need. I interpret that as okay, we'll get to you when we get to you. That I keep on the here stop. Yego, big and seat. Okay, stop it has only. A coco D by Yale Dik at the Nahot the Niniki. A coco Kato speaker. Ben Shato Leshiki. I teach Ado is calm coco. Emergency legislation, Niki be had the Nako baby one Zata is calm as hot need. Ado Mandiko. I believe you have the authority to call for a special session as well, aside from having a petition. A coco a mandiko. Deep in the Bilati, Ato Hagoyati, the hardship hat Niniki, housing hat Niniki, art based on Niniki Tinho Bilati, Ato Kodoet and Nepen the Bitch Hotel, Ning, Ado Ishipenta and Nishiki A, Hasha A, Nihjobich is Dindipin, Coco A has joyed and Nish Eto, the last chapter has aunt. Benda has the key jo Cheta doors in this boat. A Koto speaker in public, may I request that a hot a go a D cut the all the need to opa yet that door list. So I'm sure our legislative council is speaking is listening. So I should be in Window Rock within 30 minutes. Chanel became the in Canado area, Quaggish zone. Quag egg at Yashti, got Sagahotzano, or Lowas. Other Muslim just got a chapter meeting, she don't need. And then she does say, I'll probably be able not to go over there. A coco D speaker, A Dicky legislation. Ha Shabbat, I show the Najuquashin that thought. Here, all requests we're just being told that we'll get to you when we get to you. See, that's the other thing. It makes it sound as the council is not moving. We have been asking, we have been requesting for these legislations to be developed. So, what art a quotin him based on behas anin liniki a bin hatna, Asha had the Shlishi shape Binish Ashi O A Bonet Dasha had the Shlishi. But the protocol has to be done by the Legislative Council, and it has to go through certain offices within the Office of Legislative Service and Speaker making the assignment to the committee or the council. That yard and Viniki baby that on the ski that budget form na hatni. A arch etik at harder she pays for hato, Niki etik up at Hoto Nis. Hatniko a that yin hitch nanas tea, store quacky, honanat then budget forms hitch what say a quacky be legislation be hit all toss and law, the nan dinky the base of Chocoto, less Chocoto is a quacky a person upon not the not eat. So those are some areas I believe that the public needs to know of what we run into as a delegate. Yes, we are in a position to appropriate funding. We are in a position to Kodope has on in on average 10 days each on that sign nine has actually ship a lancy linked baby can done the quantity need John President Banana Sly Arch baby in a hosniki Banana Liago agent is nail cock on the air not set to that's a last set airtight line iron V to 9. So over that ego what the back and see although some of the procedures that we have to follow get so benin go khasha bitnesh trapo not shansha need that's a ticket is called that's a posted or list emergency legislation. If not a 5-day comment period legislation, call up a special session, not even speak about it, approve it, send it over to the president, and let's see how long the president will approve it. Let's do that right now. So ede kodon the speakers have been go at niya wishin hasha na tsoski that's ready to list. And then start at niya go 80 chanan leti not this to see so quite be has on it not nashit to about the out of the cut has on it reference in the gita hanal so that she is to hard so it legislation shall drop it this case store. Let's see how long it takes for our legislative council to develop that. In order for us to, I support the hardship. I support getting to the people. Now I said this at the beginning. 99% of this funding should go directly to the chapter and to the Navajo people. AD need. But on here, helping needs. So I get 10% go. It's at the seat. I bit that bad. So it got that when that on the create out of Nishta. I call what that speaker, so it is said so I'm giving you maybe 30 minutes to be there. Now on the broadband, broadband, Niniki. Yes, NTUAs are enterprise. NTUA is Navajo, and NTUA is nonprofit. NTUA, and then the opera office needs to open the door. There's Kodo, as I've been saying, that Kodo counties 3 times, because that's the Saline county officials. They're saying that we are also in the elected position by the same people that you guys represent to the Navajo Nation Council. But in here, Kochi County, Chico, Nen Handai, Kohalet all the egg. Now, before Washington, then get the cohort, either to a land history after. Sure, quack like it up a lab is card teacher. Hasn't it all to and has the key sato the pesos hit at the deepness of the hot art card teacher. Though neither thought Mrs. Other counties of the 3 states that the Navajo Nation lies into. Hajala, Halet Alan, Histo Sato Kailiet. Such agencies next door to reach out to the local county officials that are represented by our own Navajo people. Ado Kodo companies or Hayui and broadband cell service. We're not allowing and opening the door for other companies that wants to do business on the Navajo Nation. I can name them. Verizon probably wants to get on the Navajo Nation. AT&T wants to get onto the Navajo Nation. T-Mobile wants to get onto the Navajo Nation. Auto Cellular One are doing, but they can, with obstacles going through the Navajo Nation red tape. Companies done Naabik'íyáti. We have closed the door on them, but yet so I believe that the opera funding, and I plan and will do what I can with what I have to convince the council that at least between 50 to maybe 100 million to be set aside for outside company to do and what they can to expand broadband service on the Navajo Nation. I plead with you. Let's give them an opportunity to expand out on the Navajo Nation as well. Yeah, it's very good that NTUA is doing what they can, but down the road, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, if we only have one company, they're going to monopolize the area. Mr. Patero, Mr. Chaco, and all that. I've seen several broadband staff that's going to be created. That my request will be that we need to set aside a large amount of funding for broadband for outside companies that want to do business on Navajo. So that's one area, because in some area, into and I will be, just want to be frank with everyone. We know, and I know, and I've been bumping head with the NTUA management on this, that they have been not cooperating, especially with FirstNet, PISA, and then our own internal land department. Companies you got to do this first in order to get things done. But yet, but yet, cell tower, I always bring out Low Mountain of one of my chapter, but it's not just Low Mountain, it's Touchy Blue Gap, it's that Nalslini, Solana Cottonwood, and mini farms. All that area, we're still lacking a big area of cell service. I'm not really just advocating for the 5 chapters that I represent, and you all know that. And I've been advocating for, I know you're doing this intentionally, so please mute your phone. So, Speaker, I'll wait, and this will continue to do my presentation, my comments.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kiyombige. Let me go back to the floor. Or
No,
back to
no, Speaker, I said, please get that person mute the phone before, then I can start speaking again.
Who's monitoring? Who's monitoring the, Donovan, are you monitoring?
Speaker, this is Donovan. Yes, I am.
Because I didn't hear anything, but maybe it's too loud here in the chambers.
It was a 505.
But anyway, Speaker, again, anything as such will not stop me to continue stand on my position of what I think to advocate on behalf of our Navajo people. So that's the good a chunk of situation and concerns that I have regarding broadband. Because we say that they connected the chapter house, but if you have a community member that lives 20 miles or 15 miles away, that's too much for them to drive back and forth. Cell tower to broadband to fiber optic needs to be done as quickly as possible as well. I mean, I don't know, I would think that it's as simple to put up a pole and get these equipments on there. They went through of what needs to be bought from other areas. I mean, I believe that some companies are willing to provide service at a lower cost as well. So that's the reason why I think there needs to be a competitive market to provide cell service on the Navajo Nation. Water tower why do we need to withdraw another land? I don't quite get Tobayat although I don't quite get Epakaton the Pohonet such a no the Yayata to conhe the with the Naasato and here. So Eben Nachiko Kodos and Ano Siniki, Broadband, Niniki, there's another legislation that could be approved as much as we can, and then certainly get these funding directly to a lot of these companies that are waiting at the door of the Navajo Nation government or the Navajo Nation reservation to say that we're willing and want to help. And I know a lot of them. I've been meeting with them, and I've been inviting the council to attend these meetings, but only one or two usually attend. Across all 110 chapters. In some areas, I'm sure it's not really needed, but in some area, majority of the Navajo Nation, it is very needed. One chapter, one tower is not enough. Has to be 2 or 3 towers has to be established at each of these chapters in order to have an effective, stronger signal of cell service. From there, so you have to probably call in almost about 10 times just to stay on the line for these meetings. In some areas, then call with that. So the other thing, what we need to do is force these companies that already have towers co-locate. My understanding is that each of these towers can accommodate 3 different companies to be on these cell tower. The tower roaming agreement. Maybe if you have a T-Mobile or something like that, I mean, you're not abiding by your agreement, your roaming agreement. That's because a lot of these cell tower, they have to have these companies have to have access to these towers. If they're like NTUA or Cellular One don't have roaming agreement with each other, even though there's a cell tower, your phone will not be working. And I kept saying we have a 3-branch government. The judicial branch, we're trying to be the judge as well. Let the judicial branch take care of that. Let them interpret and review these policies that these companies that are breaking. We need to expand the broadband service across the Navajo Nation. So that's another area that I like this legislation to be separate as well. We want to hear directly from the companies. We want to hear directly from the counties. We want to hear directly from each of the schools. I know Chinle Unified School District had been providing effective justification the need of broadband and cell service in the district that they're serving. And I know each of the districts across the Navajo Nation. So, what Abe has said to this speaker, the broadband, Niniki, other chapter, because Hanaki, Nana, other Danati, Stahasha. When was the latest date that each of these programs had made contact with the chapter in reviewing the list that's being provided to us? Of course, all the information that you have forwarded me, I had forwarded all of that to my 5 chapters now. All of my 5 chapters should have everything that we're discussing right now. And I have been doing that every time that we have a discussion about funding. It's always being forwarded to my 5 local chapter, the coordinators, the AMS, and the 3 chapter officials. Then if we have a grazing official, I give it to them. Then we have a farm board, I give it to them, and so on. Then veterans, and as you know that I met with the Veteran Advisory Council on Tuesday, that's another situation that was brought up earlier. So there's a bigger problem that we have, and I know that, and now I'm asking, what legal action can I do on behalf of our veterans to make sure that they get adequate assistance, especially from my agency, the Chinle agency, because the Hojo ba Huins and the Hojo Beshan Anisha, the Hojo ba Haya, the AD, the ABA Hasis, the Veterans Veterans Administration, the Veteran Chinle Agency Veterans Office. I guess that they were denied to utilize the building on Tuesday. I mean, this is a Veteran Advisory Council being told that they can't use their own veteran facility. And at the last minute, I guess the Windrush office decided to call all the veteran staff to Windrush that day. The night before, I'm not sure why they weren't called the night before, but yet the day before, that morning, the Konkala Batalia. So anyway, that's beside the point, but what that ego di kodo Eugene Salat son Liliki, the Yego Bako Hinsinda. I call NTUA big a base of Batahas, the Shiniki, if there's going to be new homes going to be built, being allocated, how much is that how much of it is anticipated for these new homes that's going to be set aside for water line and power line? I call and I know Kodo, I believe Mr. Smith had indicated that our local chapter has more knowledge in getting these projects to be forward. Because a lot of the listing that I sent to my chapter this morning is that can you please review listing the Bakaki. Edikist Aquatat, that's not a lot and Habana, this Netokat, Edaki, traditional Ecuador listing the gift which of Nanastrana. And then the other one regarding the water system, and I forward the information to NTUA ISOH8I Tam Chahushla. I don't know if you've seen my Facebook posting about asking community to submit their if they have a damaged septic system or those septic line leach field, it's on the Hajj. That's just what's that. But the snow community to give as of today, I believe I have more than 100 pictures, and I sent several of them to the council and to the president's office and speaker. I don't so another case. So if these particular system has failed for after several more years, why are we continue to install the same system or type of these septic system? So the way I see it is that after several years, the NECA and IHS is probably going to install these at these new homes. after 5 or 10 years, they're going to be in the same situation that it needs to be replaced. So I think we really need to focus on what is effective and what's not. I think a lot of the reason why a lot of these septic had failed is because the last year, 2 years, majority of our Navajo people have been staying home. In the housekeeping in Naabik'íyáti, hata dashbiro katon dingi tashigo on das let the tojoshi ba ta yabna. That's another thing that that the office needs to put this into a factor. But I think they were listed, but the new ones that I received, I believe that those are not in there, because if I have an average about 100 for my 5 chapters, if you can just do multiply that by the 24 delegates, I'm sure we have close to 10,000 system, or not 10,000, 1,000 failed system out there. And that's the main reason why I kept saying, and I'll continue to say, that our local chapter CSC, our local chapter official, really needs to be involved in this development. I believe that they're nowhere near in the discussion. Because there's no cooperation, no coordination, and no communication directly with our chapter. What I found out until that your chapter had been submitted the most of the projects you don't need. What I found out was that it was for a road between Liniki. It was more than half of the amount of what's been told that the amount of my chapter has submitted project. The one thing that I kept saying, and I will say, is that the chapter projects, it's not allowable right now. Whatever amount for that particular dollar amount was allocated that they had submitted. Now, what I'm thinking is that the up in Windrup will say that, well, we'll reallocate this funding elsewhere. My position is that particular dollar amount should stay with that the same chapter. Let them resubmit something, another project that's allowable under the expenditure plan. All chapters so those funding should stay with that chapter, and let the chapter utilize it the way they feel that needs to be done. Request speaker that none of these project funding that the chapter had submitted, and any of these projects were told are not allowable, but that particular same amount of dollars should stay within that chapter for allowing the chapters to resubmit another project that are allowable. So so Speaker, like I said, so I don't know if I'm going to be taken seriously. Maybe tomorrow I'll provide an update of what my request. And I'm just thinking right now that it's probably not going to be even be done. I just want to assure the Navajo people, the public, that there's a lot of things, there's a lot of factors that we have to go through. A lot of time, it's just a matter of that there's no staffing, and then a lot of time. Ilona discussion on Hayata Honizan she will get to them as we can. The base of the Anibaha or in the other the Division of Social Services and it's like close to 4 million peso cut. In the January, don't the RG application not a need to this. And then now need to store a lot of RG legislation, and source of Ice counted a 20 peso, 20 Nahata, the 20 peso, Chahata, Jotini, Ego, Eto, Nabonet, Zata, or Nasito, the Spade, a colon, Halet, Ala, the Sadik at Arts, or a Cojet. Or the basic on a don slash hero, 8 and street will quite dot that undone hit me. I think the Navajo Nation public, the Navajo Nation people really needs to look into what obstacles that we're facing and what area that we're really dealing with. Masan ki changing ki chepchati des hana hot ela do ila bayada ki halet ala ahit nila jod netan zonda to ada yego cheta is ta atide ko eso yego hajo shit nan din ki so shaba kon sent asho de try to make as present and do your presentation in Navajo as much as you can so that our Navajo people be able to understand what we're talking about. Other radio da don't that hada kis aje sto isno to ada pendi sto neta is ada da sto job is now is on the internet. Mean that if we're trying to put up a cell tower, what makes you think that we have people have internet service to have access to these information? So could that echo bang such case the shit. So every night go shin with abing his hanana sit the speaker kachin dinner are the shitly what do they care.
Thank you very much, Honorable Keelan Begay. That, let me go back to the presenters and Honorable, well, in this case, Chief of Staff, Mr. Chaco, are you there?
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'll go ahead and give the floor to a couple of the for questions back, starting with Mr. Haas, and then turn it over to Dr. Yellowman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you. Can you hear me? All right, yep. Fantastic. Okay, so I wanted to start out with Raymond Smith. He had some questions regarding the IHS funding process, and he is correct. He did hear us correct this morning that the IHS is fully funded through the process. Could you put up the one table real quick for us? That bubble. So I wanted to go over this slide. We went through this slide before. You got it up there? Not yet. Okay. It's not going to go up on there, Mr. Smith. It's on the computer. So what this slide describes is what we talked about this morning. The $300 million of that is in legislation 025721 is broken up into 46 projects specifics and 19 multiple projects nationwide, which we refer to as pool projects, which the dollars go to the various chapters areas based on the needs that need to be met through the process. And 250 million is NTUA's request, and Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources is basically $50 million. There is a total request of about $300 million that was on the ARPA DCD portal. It's just coincidence that the numbers match. There was a total of 93 projects. 87 of those projects could be moved into the current IHS SDS list or could go into a future list. There's about $47 million that are not on the current list that could go in a future list. There are 6 projects that are irrigation and livestock projects totaling $9,320,188 that do not fit underneath IHS's or in the current legislation 025721, and they're not ARPA eligible. There may be other funding sources available to them. There are a few projects that were in the defunded CARES and Sahasan and UUFB. There was a total of 138 million to those projects, and there was 450 of those projects identified. A few of them are projects that are funded and that would be part of the of what the chapters had requested. Now, the important part is, for the very first time in history, the United States government has fully funded the current SDS list. The 2022 current SDS list has $543 million worth of projects on it. Congress and the president has funded $135 million a year for the next 5 years, totaling $675 million. So they've funded $132 million above the current SDS list. So that allows us to ask them to go through the eligibility process for the existing $47 million that aren't specifically identified, and also leaves additional dollars to be able to fund more house connections, more water line connections as they're brought forth. So that's how that's all kind of put together. The following slides that we're not going to go through now give you that information in a chapter-specific format and a delegate-specific format, and even identify the $543 million worth of the current SDS projects and give you the IHS numbers so that you could go back and find them, and your chapters can go back and ask IHS where they are. You asked a very, very interesting, great question regarding, hey, we funded a whole bunch of IHS projects in the past using Sahasan funds and using UUFB funds. What IHS has told us is that, unfortunately, we're not eligible to get those dollars back. And how they created the $543 million list that was funded included our contributions, the Navajo Nation's contributions, lowering the total amount of what Congress went and funded. So unfortunately, we are not able to recapture those dollars. And that's important because if we allocate certain dollars from ARPA right now into this funding bucket that is now currently an IHS responsibility, we will not be able to recapture those dollars later, right? Now, the critical component is IHS is getting a whole bunch more money than they ever gotten before. Typically, the current funding list was about $20 million. So you can see it went from 20 to 135. So we as a nation and as a community and the entities like NECA and NTUA and others, and especially Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources, we really got to get together with IHS and develop a plan on how to get those things through. Because you've already mentioned the 130, the 164 process and other things, they're barriers, right? The home site lease are barriers. The rights of way are barriers, right? So for us to be able to get this money actually put in place to benefit the people, we've really got to work on how we're going to overcome barriers together. And we can't just rely on IHS because historically, you know, they've had difficulty in putting the $20 million a year into place, right? So that is got to be a new methodology, a new mantra for all of us to get together and work together as a team. Because if we don't get these dollars distributed, it'll be a tremendous loss to Navajo people, but also Congress and the president are going to look back at us and say, hey, we gave you this opportunity and you didn't get it spent as efficiently or as quickly, right? So it'll make it hard for us to get those additional dollars in the future. And I got to tell you that, you know, Congress gave us these dollars, the $2 billion approximately, and nothing's been put into place yet. And it doesn't make us look good as a community, right? And we really need to show folks that we can get these things done. We did a wonderful job as a team with all the partners that I just mentioned earlier to get CARES dollars spent in a 4.5 month period of time. And that's partially the reason why these things got funded, is because they expect us as a community to really deal with this. And, you know, there was a huge highlight placed on the Navajo Nation at the national level and other Native American tribes, showing how we were greatly, or how much more greatly we were impacted by COVID-19 and other viruses. And our best protection against that is water, soap and water, running water in the house, taking care of the wastewater, and then going ahead and taking care of the electric needs and allowing people to get broadband and allow them to stay in their homes, right? And this is a great opportunity. Unfortunately, the dollars are not nearly enough to meet all of our needs, not even close, unfortunately. And I keep hearing from each delegate, we want more projects, we want more money, we want more things. But for us to be able to do that, we got to start to implement. We got to start this process. We've almost lost a year, and actually we have lost a year when you look at what winter's doing to us right now. And we really need the time, and we need to be able to get people working. When we did the CARES, we hired more than 440 additional Navajo workforce on top of NTUA's existing workforce and on top of NECA's existing workforce, right? And those are Navajo individuals to do that. And we need to be able to start to do that and create that long-term skills and ability and knowledge for the Navajo people, because when they work on these projects, as Daniel So said and others so, they retain those skills and abilities, and we can keep using them for years and years. And that's a great opportunity to raise the abilities of our workforce and our people, and which will allow them to become more self-sufficient. So we have this wonderful opportunity ahead of us, but if we don't act soon on that opportunity, we're unfortunately not going to be able to create that workforce, not being able to put the dollars in place. Now, you asked some other questions that are non-NTUA questions, and hopefully someone else will help you with those. Delegate Charles Newton asked some questions. Mostly they weren't reflective back to NTUA, so I don't have a lot of answers for her, or a lot of input that I can put in place in there, that other than we really need to be able to start this process to have the long-term benefits for all the Navajo people. Delegate Kealan Begay talked about towers. I'm not sure where Delegate Begay is getting all his information. He said that NTUA isn't cooperating with FirstNet, when the reality is FirstNet is populating 81 of NTUA's towers. We're the largest tower provider for the FirstNet program, and we've been working with them hand in hand to get the equipment installed as things move forward. He also mentioned about NTUA and the tower sites. Cellular One is on more than 20 of NTUA towers currently. And having a national carrier on NTUA towers shows that our pricing is applicable to attract other people to be on those towers and operate. It is true that there's no roaming agreement with NTUA and NTUA Wireless, but that's not for a lack of NTUA trying to accomplish that. And the reality of the matter is the roaming agreements between all the carriers is actually going away. It's been greatly diminished. AT&T is not going to be roaming. They're going to be providing their own service on the Navajo Nation. There are other opportunities. We're having conversations with T-Mobile and other carriers for them to populate our towers similar to what AT&T is doing through that process, which is going to provide real choice to the Navajo people as we kind of move forward in the process. And, you know, the reality of the matter is NTUA has been in conversations with many of Kealan Begay's chapters, and we are fulfilling their requests. It is shown in legislation, the current legislation in front of you. Also in the current legislation, there is $45 million available to non-NTUA carriers. Now, The issue with that in my mind is when you work with N2A and N2A wireless, N2A is 100% owned by the Navajo people. So those assets stay with the Navajo people forever. And N2A wireless is 51% majority owned by the Navajo people through N2A. So those assets stay. And when you start to look at how the national carriers and other look, we offered FirstNet, AT&T, the opportunity to be on 116 of our towers, and they only chose to be on 81 because those are the 81 that would be profitable for them. So as you look at national carriers, they look more deeply at business plans, and they choose where those plans are going to provide them the resources or enough money to make them sustainable. When you deal with a not-for-profit, we actually have a little different economic structure, and it allows us to build into communities that other people won't build in. And that's a specific example of what's going on here. Is the towers that we're building into are currently unserved, have no services, or are underserved. And most of the national carriers do not provide the broadband platform back that will be able to be across the Navajo Nation. They're really focused on the mobility side of what's happening out there. So there's a lot of information out there that hopefully I get the opportunity to speak to you directly about, so we can talk about that. I'd also like to talk about the 100 failed septic systems that you're taking pictures of, Delegate. We greatly appreciate that you're doing it. The IHS program, it's their responsibility to replace those failed systems. Please instruct your folks to go to the IHS Chinle office and fill out the forms so that they can start to have those needs addressed. You are correct that septic systems are not the best solution, but the solution to create a wastewater collection system in all those communities and pipe it back to a central plant is an unaffordable solution, and it's unaffordable to maintain. So there has a balance in place. As we get more densely populated areas, we do extend that wastewater collection system, and there's plant improvements that we're trying to put in place repeatedly so that we can expand our Chinle, Kienta, and other Tuba City plants that are desperately needed so that we can go ahead and add more customers to the system. And when you add those type of customers to the system, IHS does not provide funding for them because IHS just focuses on providing funding for residential type services. So I've answered the questions. Well, I guess Charles Newton, Chair Charles Newton, Delegate, asked, can there be one place that everyone can go to apply for the bathroom additions? Yes, we're working towards that end result. Right now, there was different places set up because of the way the information was collected. We've got that information. We're trying to consolidate that so that we can go out and do the feasibility. But one of the huge barriers with trying to get through this process is there's no funding for it. NTUA has already utilized more than $20 million of its own funds to self-fund a lot of the feasibility and projects. And we've reached the ability of what we can do through the process. And we really need to get some supplemental funding. And we really need to hire some additional folks to be dedicated to take these applications and process the applications. And I really can't do that until we know that there's a secure funding source and the funds are in place. There's a limit to our capabilities, and we've pretty much been at that limit, or have reached that limit, I should say. Now, I'm more than willing to turn time over to any of the other Navajo Nation department heads or directors that would like to address any of the specific questions that were addressed to them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go over to Dr. Yellowman.
Okay, thank you, Speaker and members of Naabik'íyáti both Delegate Raymond Smith and Delegate Charles Newton asked about the solicitation memo. So I'll read the solicitation memo that DCD sent out. Also, please keep in mind that this is before the federal funds, the ARPA funds had arrived to the nation, and this was April 6th. DCD, we were mobilizing and beginning the initial phases of project submissions, and we were also creating the DCD portal. And on April 6th, we sent out a memo to 110 chapters asking that they submit proposals through an online application process. And we provided a link to the ARPA application, and we solicited for need-based projects in the following areas. We requested for power line, rural addressing, house wiring, solar, water line projects, warehouses, and bathroom addition. The original submission deadline was April 28th. We then extended that to 3 dates after that, May 19th, May 30th, and June 9th. And ultimately the portal never closed. The process for the portal, we also created a user guideline for the portal. We had mandatory meetings with the chapter staff and provided instructions on the use for the portal. There is a 29-page ARPA online funding application user guideline that we created. And this went out. This was important because any or the designated chapter representative had to have a designated email to communicate with the ARPA portal. So we had to communicate with all 110 chapters. There was also a question from Delegate Raymond Smith on the housing. So I'll address that. But we were cautious moving forward, and we were careful moving forward that we solicited for projects that would have a great potential of being funded with the ARPA funds. And waterline projects from the 110 chapters was one of the greatest requests at a little over 300 million from the 110 chapters. So all 110 chapters participated in the ARPA portal. We did have meetings. I met with Delegate Raymond Smith's chapters on several occasions, and also the Shiprock chapter. We traveled out to the Shiprock chapter on June 10th, 2021, and we've since had ongoing meetings regarding the listing. So there have been clear communication on the DCD criteria, portal, user guidelines, and the submission process. We also had mandatory meetings for the bathroom addition, but we did not solicit for a housing application. And that's the difference between the bathroom and the housing. For the bathroom, we solicited for additional information on the data needed to establish a dollar or a funding amount for bathroom, because that would be based on the type of services needed for the recipients. But for the housing, we did not solicit for applications yet. in the event that we get funded, there will be a solicitation process. However, we do have prior and existing listings of individuals who have been on a waiting list outside of NHA's services. So I want to make sure that we provide clarification on that as well. And then to Delegate Raymond Smith, if I can call on Mr. Mr. Delguy can talk a little bit more on the year 1, year 2, and year 3, as along with the funding and materials and cost and supplies that go into that schedule. Originally in the summertime, we did present to Naabik'íyáti for our original housing plan. And at one point it was more than the requested amount. Right now we're requesting for the 50 million. And at one time we had been working with both Delegate Raymond Smith and Eugene So on a $200 million housing plan. But since then that has decreased down to 50 million. So there will be a decrease in types of services and housing needs that will be addressed with the decrease. So Speaker, if I can turn some time over to Mr. Delguy, he may be able to speak a little bit more on the renovation costs and the schedule as to how we plan to get, if possible, to more homes each year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Delguy.
Hello, Yate. Speaker, can you hear me?
Oh.
Okay. Yate, Speaker, Otto, members of the NABI committee. This is Patrick Delguy, Department Manager for Community Housing Infrastructure Department. Addressing Delegate Smith Jr.'s question on the distribution of funding that was provided in the legislation to the 110 chapters. And right now, the amount given and provided to DCD to do new housing and renovation, or in general, housing was 100 million. And so 50 million of that 100 was provided to DCD to come up with a plan for new construction and renovation. So due to statistics and the amount of requests coming in, a lot of these clients or applicants were requesting for new construction. So the amount of 40 million was given due to applications that we have received and requests. And so I know that 40 million to 110 chapters is not enough to serve more than 2 or 3 families per chapter. But with the money that was provided and given to DCD to do the new construction, we're doing what we can to stretch the dollar. We're not getting any leverage. So basically 100% of the new housing, 40 million and 10 million going to renovation, is all ARPA funds. And so, but we are working with other agencies and entities to assist our department, whether we can work with nonprofits who can assist our department with manpower, and most of the dollars going to construction. Cost of general contractors is quite a bit to include per square foot for each home. So an average of about $175 to $200 per square foot. So that takes a chunk of money if you look at it across 110 chapters. So
Same with the 10 million renovation dollars. We know that we're only talking maybe 1 or 2 home renovations, and coming up with the renovation costs of generally around 50,000. BIA regulations has it at 60,000, but due to the funding that we have available for renovation, we went with 50,000. And within that 50,000, what we're talking about is weatherization and repairs. Most requests have come in for roof repairs, and so we're working and compiling some of the applicants who need roof and weatherization. And so just know that we're going by what ARPA criteria has, and that we know that the funds that we are getting from ARPA, and we got to remind ourselves that the money that we are getting from ARPA is to combat the COVID-19 virus. And so our department is being real careful on how the money is going to be expended, and that we make sure that we're in compliance with the ARPA regulations coming down from the U.S. Treasury. So, but with that, Shanada, Speaker, I believe I answered part of Delegate Smith's questions on the distribution, and also Delegate Newton's question on the renovation. So I'll quit it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me go back to Mr. Chaco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the 24th Nomination Council. That, I believe, addresses some of the questions that were posed by some of the delegates. So I don't have any further clarification, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, I know I called on Dr. Shabala and Mr. Mike Colonna question about waiving certain laws, particularly the home site. I don't know if they're back on the line now.
Mr. Speaker, I believe they're both on the line.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Speaker.
Yes, good afternoon.
Rudy Archibald.
Oh.
Yat end edition and Ido Adotion and Paulson Chaco yat Ado Bishop Bas and the Senigi Anos Toyat Ado Dash Nishiki Division Director. So Ado at the house audit the ice no yat Ado ba Jensen Ado the Beso and hot niche that Navajo people, the Navajo nation. Ado Adeya Bandit Ido Bandat Ido Nijonagoshi at Adot Soto Jonagot and Nebetat so Ado and the how one the Adahuin Ido and Shade Ahi Kagi DNR Division of Natural Resources 8 water lines Ado and the home site leases Ado sto other biological compliance form clearances out on the archaeological clearance Division of Natural Resources ancient hasala ako eshin binatos kid ako ado hawan tato esto tati nido bendahit ado ate banda ako yat ako kudo Division of Natural Resources we're going to add on additional personnel to ensure that each of these clearances, home site leases, biological resource compliance form clearances, and archaeological clearances are going to be addressed. So there's no hang-ups, no slowness to it, to our portion of this program. We all have 5 years to implement and to justify this funding that we received. Myself, I apologize. I was on the call earlier, and when you called on me, my desktop, I turned to my phone. So for a while afterwards, you saw I had 2 names, one my phone and desktop. I call Otto Mike Halona. He was in Crown Point today, this afternoon, meeting with the BIA. So yeah, I got a hold of him, Otto. I saw say up it's unload quite a petition. I started he yado and he's I call a day kodo Mike Halona but after with your permission, Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Halona, you there?
Mr. Speaker, for the side.
Oh.
Good evening. This is Mike Colonna, Department Director for the Navajo Land Department. I jumped on the call when the discussions were already in play, so I'm not sure exactly what the previous questions or comments were for a response from the land department. So maybe somebody can summarize that real quickly so I can just touch on those points.
Mr. Halona, this is Speaker Naaman. The questions that were raised were in part to how fast can we process some of these documents and put them through the process, whether they be right-of-way applications or whether they be applications for home site applications. And some of the areas of interest was trying to say, okay, well, we have had these laws for quite some time, and some of these laws need to be changed, at least for this ARPA funds. And in that, the change would be stating, can we bypass like fish and wildlife? Can we bypass certain clearances in order to get some of these right-of-way projects completed? Can we bypass at least the home site regulation policy? Is that something that can be done wherever we decide to build, whether that's on tribal trust land or through Indian allotment lands? Can these waivers be done in order for us to put up these homes quicker, or actually have these homes that have been there for years be hooked up without a home site lease, or getting right-of-ways without going through this whole process that's going to take quite some time, especially when we're short of staff currently right now, as as the offices are. Particularly that was mentioned was the clearance for the biology permit or clearance. Those were the thoughts and questions, not verbatim, but along those lines. I did ask other departments to see if they would answer, and they all stated, well, let me just point it back to DNR and Mr. Halona.
Thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity and for reiterating what the questions are, what the comments are, and that by Henson. Ado that echo cons to all the 24th honorable delegates, Yat Eto colleagues, and all those that are on the line listening. And it's this conversation about home site leases. We have discussed it many times with RDC, with NABI. This is probably the third time that we've been talking about what can happen, what can be done, what should be done, what legally can be done. And it really it breaks down to two different categories. There's those individuals, families that have been residing in homes that have been in existence prior to today. They're out there. Although there's some that want to start getting their leases. Those are the brand new ones. But I think for ARPA, all the projects are focused on existing residents that are already in place, that are off the grid, no utilities, no water, no bathroom additions. It never highlight about that the so for the land department, we always hear the waiver. I mean, some of the things we can waive, such as consent. I don't think we need a consent from anybody for people that have already been living there. We can also waive the requirements for a legal survey, but use a GPS survey. They can come in, we do the points where they live, we can show them, they can see where they live, and we can put the dots and say, okay, there it is, and we can use that as well. That is all that we can do at the land department. The other requirements, which is the archaeological, that's historic preservation, and those are the Antiquities Act by federal law. I don't have any authority over art clearances, nor do I have authority over biological requirements. Those became required as of April 13, 2013, then the biological was added. So that's totally up to with the authority of the Navajo, the Fish and Wildlife Department. So we've asked them, we've sent them matrix and say, can you consider this existing residents? If they're close to other homes that have a home site lease, can those be incorporated? That maybe they have utilities but no water, or vice versa, they have water but no electricity. Can those be, sometimes we get asked, grandfathered in? Can that requirement be met because a disturbance has already happened? It's already been in use. So we've been asking for comments. We've been asking, what can you do? What's the bare minimum that you can do? If it's close to a utility line, is it feasible? Is it a quarter mile? What can that be? Art clearance. What's the minimum? There's a lot that have already been put in place based upon their own observation of archaeological sites and cultural sites. So, those two requirements is what holds up the process, unfortunately. Up to now, we've got 200 plus home sites that are hung up for biological. So I don't mean to, as they say, throw somebody under the bus, but that's the reality. So how are we going to speed up that process? We talked about the one-stop shop. Now we got some money. Now we're putting positions are being established. We have more home site agents to help move the process quicker and faster. The automation of that is is pretty much almost completed. So more tests are being run, so it can be done electronically. So there'll be no walking from this office, come to Wonder Rock. It'd be submitted electronically, and the chapters can help submit those. They have access to internet and be able to get those in. So that's what we're talking about. So for total waiver, it's probably something that our DOJ need to provide the advice is that can we eliminate the federal law requirements? And I don't think you can, but what can we do based upon what is there? And it has been used in the past that way. Ako ani nada dash na siya tahot ayan sa case iya to tanet has ani to tanet. I say that yeah quite nahot. We can not break the law, but here's some guidelines, policies that we can put in place to move things quicker. Here's a letter that can be put in place of that report. No, that would be my response to the abbreviated review of what you provided, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that information, Mr. Solana. Now let me go back to the floor now. I do have Honorable Yellow Hair in the queue. Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair. Twice.
Hello, yeah, good. I'm on the line now, Speaker. I'd like to say just a few words.
Go
thank
ahead.
you for Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. Aro, Kodoye, Aro Lem to Town Pater earlier. I'm very happy when he complete his explanations on the funding on the 50/50 formula behind. There's different needs. Out of federal government funding, the 50/50 formula it's all based on needs. Needs what out of share by councilman. Out of corruption, my other Gina Charleston and Honorable Chairwoman Yahati. Hardship funds. I supported to pay a little more than $600. Every kid says, "I'm so about this." So, yeah, you know that the nigga should not asking for councilman will take care of this funds and make a big benefit out of it for people in that cottage. I don't want to know. Also, it's also Speaker. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Real here. That moving on down. Chairman Nez.
Thank you very much.
All yours.
Speaker Damon. Aroshan Arnoldson Peshbahas on it. I don't let Mr. Hawes, as well as Dr. Yellman, Dr. Sabala, Chief Chaco. But T. Corrosion and Arnoldson sa betan hadit a work session Naabik'íyáti. Aroshan are Dyson of Anki. Peshbahas Allah that Ido hate Allah that Leslati the meal so $1.16 billion Washington then he can Holiagi. Khalid Ayan the Allah Winston. Koro legislation saw betan hadit ahi. Namas dona kido shlato set adona kido asa. Hot abe ochiki did. based on which Holia Arpagadi, Nelago Shin Hot out as the dots. A copeso data mail Sohoki, Corona Naabik'íyáti, Beshbahas, Anne, Glenikito, Arja, at Celeste stage, down Nation, and Jonathan Nesba on Nesha. Arwas Kokoro, deep Nikitet in Leniki, Nikiteme. This is a lot of money. It's probably not a whole lot of money. The reason I say that is because the federal government has failed the Indian nations through the treaties, perhaps exponentially. The creator is Hanani Del Goshin Baha Atonihichin Eleda Nahachin the Astatole Izeth and has Arja De Korean Hisala, but has Arja is this and a hot at ego peso do yon hitching which in Ebenina. Korean that I did a caution sagin hand, Nigo a did a Corona Naabik'íyáti, Delegate. Nibeshmas and Delegate has on in Hidet iti. Nils ho a hot on Hanaho, aho a Naabik'íyáti, hot Asha, shed or Shatiat, a Shatiat 18. A hot end is just as they gave Basha Tosha. Based on it and Hitchin Holiaki, the Cosson Target or Basha Tosha. Hara Nikitan Lamp at Sado Bay Nanti. A hot end in a hot Aki Naabik'íyáti, or a deed me. Based Ed or less Nikitan Nekodo Bay Nene Kako. I not snabby nego. The Hodador nest. A could now go on in a hot o a hot on a way asked down hot a higishi bahonation. And the has take up and Napahon and Lenike. Shiroshahan Arsenasons and the say. Oh, that's a ancient Jens and the say. Am I just providing a lot of cynicism? Jens and say. Without any solution, what on Sahakeshike that all wind and no rain and it all at Neil don't have tinder. A hot Asian banast Asian, what's a neat they cut out the nesting Nenegate or Hajo Argent what Abba Haizita. A cat on Renegade or I say, oh, never that I can nail trashing or bought a hot endy. Base of she treated is so fun, so go she, such she about auto less doshing about the house on the door. She shall yours, not she had neither. Not only not sending a gate about of the non-hitter. Lago ben hahint in the it is nice. Halati or Galet and Lebanon on each alone. Isn't still Sella. Niddy Horona became take a base of a hemage and dot and how one day had all less. Hobart had a head sets and fish better had all less. And the has ego ended the hardship at the base of Lana Wins and the hitching Hodador less 207 million. I say Nido sitter. 600 Hido sitter or the Hotna Cushion Hinhasala amendment at all length by whole Jesus. What all a pay the deal is. O hot our a pay Hahan Nedo, Cojishis, Hogo Eliado, Pay Hadahanid, Marsh, President at the busy Lehendegada, Azbanan, Shios and Ibikawa, Elzanta. So about this nation and I'm not saying how one has argued all the home site by LT at all the critics already seen and hit Ochi. I have been having and Halon and hit Ochi. Out in the eyes in Kanan, Nishhodna, played on Shisnal with 20 arrows there. Grazing officials training ban Alteho. I see you had a city home site lease.
Shannon Abachwan Shlona Kiss Kayasons, Bessie Kel, Shiro Honorable Stewart, Honorable Daniels and Hania, that Honorable Walker, though, Eugene Soshan and Arjun later, though. A corn that has in Denigi on Nado Netida, home site list and how to ask it down what NHA behind indicate what behind indication that at the height at all net. What is the solution? Echada il kitse. Behest at all net. A coban just case a dig at my solution to how our people can have homes. Nikada neha one bed had all lehike yaha. On just case go. Dean hidden and Lenige construction companies, they build houses. We just need to advertise, put out bids. It will create jobs for our Navajo people. Let's give it to the business owners as well. Constructions, home builders. Dequita, how many is out there? Priority one or just their own business? Let's just give it to them. How many houses? I'm sure we're going to build a lot of houses this way. Because NHH, they can build homes in no time. So I just have one thought. I in 36. Foundation days, tie up a bitch gene they gave her one cadence on. I'm very proud of them. I say needs a hot and nebich and the has tea. At your pines and banana shit out then. Hard at loyal in the dish, all she done and sa. I don't unhishing at it, as I thought. The Nenda Hill Chon. Oh, shot or nest. Para the net again on at so. The Naapel Nago Jens Silsa. A Penda Beha or G, we have 10 fingers to work with it on Nia Nehuta. Nehut Ensign, Nihen Six the Hudla or the Corona hit and construction owners and the business owners and oh, but advertise Iliaro Bida Dalia Lan one don't Nasabasino Arabich in that yearly. We took a tour and they not just on the Nahas Twitter Aza, not on in Mr. Hank Stevens. Then he is. This gentleman is a true leader, grassroots leader. This gentleman is a leader. Doesn't really criticize. He wants to get things done. Volunteers, he is added. There was an elderly people living in a small hogan. So 1 week, that is what you call plan your work and then work your plan. I was so proud of them out there. They didn't ask for, they just said, if you want to volunteer, come on out and hit on me. So I said, hey, if we go out there, we're going to put ourselves on Facebook. Some of us do things quietly and get things done, and that's why people trust us. And this gentleman, Mr. Stevens, out there, that is the kind of spirit we need. Hardship assistance, the Hodo National Single, Ansin Hordley Peshmans, and the Horse, the Hardley Mass, those sit and so the Horse. That's how we do amendments. We want to increase it, that's all we do.
I don't know. I get a ship or I don't know. I'm the lowest. I have the lowest amount of funding for my 6 chapters within all 24 delegates. All on his own. Land of meals of nature and what I way a whole lot of money. I can understand why. I have 4 chapters along the river. It's going hit Honda is at that That's probably why I have 2 chapters that need new chapter houses. And I want to request those 2 chapter houses under the discretionary funds of ARPA. Isn't that is not is Tosakajo Edan Nzada Keda hat ant on Lion on next space or article. Just as some of my delegates that you have more money than I do, I understand why you have more money, because your peoples are the Kedahot in the host, Doja had a hoist, Doja. Your Toja had a hoist, so lay had a hoist, Doja. People live far away from each other, and it costs a lot of money. NTUA can't afford it, so you got that. That's why they need some of this money so these people can get funded and have electricity for the first time and water for the first time. One other problem that in hidden there, is the grazing official yandat on Sato. And the Tasa issues in the Hadna. Say the permittees and Lenigata Yadan Chen. They deny people a consent. Do the desna, don't dog, I should islada desna. A hit at Hoyana. And that's why a lot of people have been without water and electricity for a very long time. They won't sign off on it. So, what is the solution? Is probably to waive consent. What a person is saying and is that they are in violation of the human rights laws by denying people water. Has any human rights as isn't teaching Hana. Even now consent gives on a man ain't got all but that's needle, imminent domain, you see by the hoist here. I don't decrease and has Agi Dinans Cardo or permittee gig, say, could you go ahead? Hit a din not adult that the name the 80 Korobe has on had it again, Nigo, hotion day that the men double running at last double running Tobasi had out, Sehodon, Nigo, don't need out consent, Nenegi, wave Eliago. The never caught or was go. A hot it's a bit at a store. Oh, showing Zeniki. I had not a never take or bend the need change the stones here. Oh, it's a edition and I know Zeniki. Old man go bills, Babbick and I get a date. No, the dosh best better. Oh, your hardship assistance, the hot sales is the hot aid nature so. A hard and aid naso ashin co. And that out lot of late hala could a cashmish, which at the hell G. Oh, that ego job on this case. So these are some of the solutions on this case. Go on that about that is G. Sato. Oh, the Navajo construction owners, business owners, which now say advertising. Honda one day and then. I had the Queen Day on hardship assistance at those sick. Okay, what the hold on, so. Joe, what I had the lawmakers need legislation, baby, to here. Hardship Cares Act, not this year that the now you uttered of it in the alligator. I don't need press release, Elia, don't dig as an email, though, see, don't have about that. No. But then nobody's answering those calls. Hajishan, Nedone, a quagisha, Niqui be Barshin at the Natovich and the alligator cares at yet at its a but Nahas Tanta. That's a lot of people that haven't got their check yet, according to the press release. Kashkota Kareti by El Kitten Saji Atovich and the alligator. I say she's not Sangish and no Senny has a day lynching. I she's a day nice got so don't nice. I say one Sagoy Hanich has said a letter again, just a hundred on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Chairman Ness. Pat, let me go to the floor. Vice Chair Walker. Floor is yours, Vice Chair.
Yes, Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for this time, Mr. Speaker, Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, although colleagues of the Council, though also wearing the hats of our Naabik'íyáti Committee today, though tomorrow. Although the presenters are here in the council chambers, and then the presenters that are online. Ko yat ito heto ikitahuid na wanzaho na ilkid shinant ado shelfahasi ado ihike na liniki na kastuin hizani ihtizan na liniki ta isno gilto yat gidini dole Didi sahodeya abena. So that's I wanted to go back to presentation remarks and comments and information presented earlier today. Mr. Haas from NTUA had alluded to how some of the funding requests coming from chapters, in particular the waterline projects, there's a possibility of having those funded by other funding sources, no? And I wanted to go back to that because I know some of our chapters have submitted requests for waterline projects to be funded from ARPA. If there's other funding sources available or identified at this time, then the amounts that were requested for those waterline projects from those chapters, would that be freed up? Would that be made available for other proposals, other projects from the same chapter? That would be my question here. I appreciate all the information provided up to this point, the binders that were created for leadership here. The ARPA team that had put this tremendous amount of information together for consideration by leadership here, considered as a historical document, a historical legislation, a monumental legislation. Of course, to think about the opportunities we have to address some of the long-standing chronic issues out there in our communities across our great nation, lacking water, lacking power line, lacking adequate homes, and those things. We have the opportunity to address. We may not address all the issues, all the concerns, but nonetheless, we have an opportunity to address many of the issues. So we are wanting, I know leaders wanted to advance the Navajo Nation in that way. So I don't know who to ask the question to. It could be the gentleman that's at the podium here in the council chambers. the water line projects that were identified and that are where our communities are requesting funding for. If there are other funding sources identified, then does that mean what was listed in the project amounts from those chapters, are those amounts now free to be used towards other issues, other concerns in the same community? So that'd be my question, Speaker, Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker. Let me go back to the floor. I'll start off with Mr. Haas, and then I'll go on to if there's any other division directors that have any questions or have any responses at that time.
Speaker, Mr. Freeland, can you put me in the queue box? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, most of the comments didn't have a direct question that I can answer. There was a question placed by Honorable Delegate Walker asking about a possible reallocation of funds requested through the DCD portal because some of those projects would be funded through IHS. Unfortunately, Delegate Walker, I do not have an answer for you. That would be a decision made by somebody above my pay grade. But Mr. Speaker, that was really the only question I understood that would be directed towards NTUA.
Any other division directors have any response?
Speaker Damon, this is Rudy R. Shabala.
Yes, Mr. Shabala. Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker, and Otto, Shitsalis Thomas Walker, do, Shanan, Ricky Ness, Otto, Quahata Sotigi, Anas Tosia, Hako, Otto Oshi, Njanagoshi, she, at the Listi, based off. Nichit anigito aro binina beso nichit anige dita kosensa nast it ata ni tasli to ni tans ni do nichitne at the kugoshi zel on das kadosa ni tsata ten betsado eshi bedel ni to aro ndata aro korodo e benat di tasto Aro nanish yate hawanda do twata do had ishi benta hatest anigido benta ho aki responded inigishi njonago skating do kasto njonago e pesot chito il o kon sogot ya hanate station and the nasenigi anos thank you very, very much.
Speaker.
Thank you. Someone, Dr. Yellman? Sorry. Dr. Yellman, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to respond to Chair Nez, Delegate Thomas Walker, and Delegate Jimmy Elaher's combined comments. To date, we have compiled and reviewed up to the thousands of projects. And prior to this year, this collection and library of projects had not really been compiled nor organized. And so we've been working what feels like endlessly since the summer on collecting these projects. But the reason why I'm sharing this is we have become very familiar with these projects, and a lot of these projects do represent the chapter and the will or the will and the voice of the chapters. And that being said, a lot of these projects are even connected to individual names. Some of these have names attached to a housing list, a bathroom list, or locations for power lines to assist families in certain locations, or water projects to assist communities that are attached to families or groups of families. And further, I think when we get into the deeper woods of how to address hardship, we have projects on one hand, and then we have the assistance of hardship on the other hand. But the more we contribute, or the more we entertain the need for hardship, the more we will begin to go back to the project listings and start to omit locations and names from these listings. And that puts leadership and our people in a very hard situation. And similar to Delegate Rick Nez, Chair Nez, how do we provide and how do we address solutions to this? We did put together these packages for leadership to view and read upon. There's binders that have been provided. And so we put on the table both the funding and at the start of a hardship. And when I think about whose future I want to be a part of, I want to be a part of the future of the families who receive infrastructure, because we know that we'll be addressing the power line, electricity, solar, and bathrooms. So we get down into the weeds of names. We get into the weeds of communities, locations. And that's where I encourage leadership to really be thoughtful here, to read the materials that we have presented, to study the materials that we have presented, and to really look at those solutions that are in there, in those listings, to look thoroughly at these listings and to study them. There have been delegates who have gone back to their communities and concurred with the listings and with their chapters. And that's very ideal. And that's an ideal situation. And there were situations where delegates went back to their chapters. The chapter said, we need more information here, or we need to add more information to this section. And we had those advanced conversations with DCD, the chapters, and the delegate. And I encourage that. even working what seems like every day and into the weekends, a lot more can be done. But we're putting so much on the table here. So, Speaker, I just want to add those comments and speak to Chair Nez's arrival to these solutions and encourage leadership to continue these conversations and working with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me now? Thank you very much, Dr. Hillman. Any other division directors at this time? If there's none. Who? Eugene So and Autos. Oh, I said division directors. If there are none, we'll go back to the floor. This is the lineup. I have Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Otto So, and then Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Good evening, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, Shanta. Speaker. Otto, Shanta, Naabik'íyáti Committee, adult staff and presenters. Good evening. Good evening from Eastern Navajo Agency, Crown Point. There's a youth development ODY parade about to start, Christmas parade. And these types of events bring joy and draw attention to other matters that we are currently facing right now in this pandemic. And I'm really proud of this community, along with all the communities in Eastern Navajo Agency. This hasn't been an easy task, dealing with the lives, the situations, the encounters, the stories that we had to hear since March of last year. As a delegate with 8 chapters, 7 of them are very rural. We have been out there with our chapter officials, checking on our people every day. And it wasn't easy. When you hear of struggles, when you hear of hardship, you know, there's different forms of hardship. Hardship should be defined in different ways. When you hear of the anticipation, the excitement of water or getting lights on at night so kids don't have to use kerosene lamps to use for homework at night, especially this time of year when the sun goes down early. When you see families showing you multiple generators that they go through, sitting there, that no longer work. As a delegate, you want to do everything you can to help our people get out of these situations. Going to people's homes and seeing this has been a real eye-opener. And it's real and exists. It really exists. That's why I say, Shanta, let's look at hardship in multiple ways. Everyone's going through a hardship. When I have one of my chapter presidents continually calling me or texting me and saying they lost another community member to COVID, that's a hardship. I've had one community that has suffered significant loss. And it's hard to hear that continually. Elders, people who were vaccinated, young adults losing their life to COVID. It's still happening. It's still prevalent. San Juan County is stretched thin right now. San Juan County Regional is stretched thin. That hospital has been operating near max capacity for some time. What do we need to do? How do we help our people? How do we educate them? How do we bring resources to them? I always remember when I first started going out, I went out towards Chaco Canyon, north of Chaco Canyon. I visited 17 homes up there in Naabik'íyáti chapter. And I remember hearing of an elder woman's story. They live in a trailer, no electricity, no running water. The daughter and her kids and the boyfriend live all together under that house. The boyfriend had to go to work in Farmington to make money for the family. Unfortunately, he brought back COVID. He infected the entire house. And, you know, just to hear her story, to hear her flight, her ask. If we had running water, maybe things would have been different. I don't know. I couldn't answer her. As leaders, all we can do is listen to our people. But yet she was still humble enough and respectful enough to say, can you please help us in some way? I have 8 chapters I mentioned. I have 7 of the 8 are rural. I have 1 chapter that is ready for 68 homes to get water right now. 68 homes. I have another chapter that has 39 homes. I have another chapter that has 17 homes ready for water. I'm really proud of our 8 regional chapters. They roll up their sleeves. When we started talking about this and went out and did home assessments, I have to hand it to my officials. I have to hand it to our administrative teams. They went out and did home assessments, all 8 of our chapters. I can't be more proud of them for the work that they did. They did everyone. And I'm glad they did that because it gave them even more additional information that they can utilize. When we had this opportunity to have the submissions for the DCD portal, we came together and I asked them to please take consideration for everyone. And they did. A lot of my chapters referred to their ICIPs. Our New Mexico chapters are fortunate that they know how to plan, they know how to work how to get funding together, what it takes. But then sometimes we run into a barrier though. Eastern agency as a whole is at a disadvantage. I'll continue to say that, my colleagues. We're always going to be at a disadvantage compared to trust side. And that's because of checkerboard, multiple land statuses, 23 different land statuses. And that puts us at a huge disadvantage already. Our people out here count just as much as everyone else in the Navajo Nation does in Eastern Navajo Agency. We count just as much as everyone else does. But it's different with land. It's harder with land. When we have to deal with allotments, when we have to deal with obtaining heirs' consents or allotment leases, that's a whole new ballgame for us. Then we have to involve the BIA. We have a lot on our plate right now. We have a lot of people counting on us right now. I'm up for the task. I have a lot of people counting on us. I support both hardship and I also support infrastructure. Why can't we have both? Both are forms of hardship. Now's our opportunity. We don't want to look back 10, 15, 20 years from now and think, you know what, I should have helped this family, or we could have helped that family. We could have helped this elder or that elder. Now's our opportunity. Now's our chance. I plead with you, my colleagues. Let's move forward together. We have to take some real serious considerations and put them on the table right now. A lot of people are counting on us. I got asked today again. How's the situation with my running water? Are you guys going to do hardship again? When I explained to them it's a possibility of $500 to $600, they're okay with it. They're okay with it. I just wanted to mention that because as a delegate, having 8 chapters, and I agree and I appreciate what Chairman Nez said about my area. He was referring to one of my areas. I have scattered housing. It costs more to run lines out here. It costs more to do all this right-of-way stuff. I came in the second largest amount of requests at $111 million. 6 of my 8 chapters requested for water lines. It's because they did their homework. They did their homework. They did their due diligence. They positioned themselves very well. I'm very proud of them. I saw it. I know what they did. I saw it for myself. I witnessed it. We talked about it. 8 regional. I'm proud of you. Along with all the other chapters that have positioned themselves to help the people out there in rural areas. Remember, life in the rural area is completely different. It's a struggle. Seeing a grandma today from Coyote Canyon come out to Crown Point chapter to haul water. She came all the way from Coyote Canyon. Yet she was still humble. And these are the real struggles our people are facing out here. Life is so different in the rural areas. We can't forget them. The grassroots. Most importantly, we can't forget our people out here in Eastern Navajo Agency. I'll always say that. Eastern Navajo Agency counts just as much as the rest of the Navajo Nation. But we're just at a disadvantage because of land. I just want you to think about everything that we're trying to accomplish. Let's put differences aside. Let's put everything aside and work together. Make this a reality for our people. Bring some joy and happiness, some peace, some prosperity to the many lives that are out there right now. It's not an easy task, no. We have a lot of people watching us. We have a lot of tribes watching us. We have the federal government watching us. Let's get it done. Thank you, Shanata, Speaker Damon, my colleagues, the staff. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. That, moving on down, Honorable Otto So, who's yours?
Thank you very much. I was looking at the bathroom addition section of the report, and I guess who would be the contact person? Maybe this is to community development of coordinating so that we could start sending individuals that inquire pertaining to bathroom additions. We could send these individuals over there once they start asking, because like I indicated, they are asking now. In that this bathroom addition based on budget jinne ash ani kokos ya khalid gola ya adi ta inni shite koko executive branch khayla bahun bahati khayla ya satta khayla ya tota belaj arla pe bahna iki adi hichito ahiki khayla bichkhotonni alcohol. I guess that's one area that the information that I would like to see if whether it's Division Community Development or NTUA or NECA is going to be administering this, but they are asking. Alcohol, like I indicated, as legislatures, we hear peso chihitita. Peso neto todo peso propio il arope ani il aje ya apen hikesh. Alcohol, the same thing is what Honorable Raymond Smith alluded to about the housing. People were asking him about the house, and I was assuming that they were going to ask him to build a home for them. He's ready to become the construction worker. Two belt la dina ni ko ebash na khayla ebah ito khayla e aj e ya yana gato khayla e late ya hadna late huwan dan lete ko even not this could pertain to the bathroom addition because people are asking. And then I know that with NTUA with the water, I talked to Mr. Haas here and got some information. So the other is that alcohol the Navajo Nation received the largest cut out of all the other Indian tribes. Alcohol lead na the tango the ani diko arulaban yada ki the virus the na kish ga hota pagan when za ko kanda ka where a lot of the virus transmissions happen. So when you look at the daily news that the executive branch publishes about the virus, all the 5 hub areas are in the hot zone. Alcohol, so the habit ka. The neighbor ya de such a alcohol based off of the population basis, something that these dollars were allocated off of. The formulas which the federal government has approved. Maybe if individuals did not live in those communities, and I guess they want another house. No, it's a house in there, but so na ati so kon nest chen ta na tani ne ta chao so de da is all ne skize na ati ka ko be da ten ho da yi ke ke bathroom the be da ten ke ko even na what up it na ko halit la jo ne bando do an le be an be ni ko ahot a peso na so ko la be e ga gan sin ko ade ya be so dik at be ani was 257. Beginning to feel that on the water portion I'm okay, and I don't need it that initially just NTUA. But my worry is the tribal bureaucracy. We get money to these certain programs. Well, what is the turnaround rate to build a home? What is the turnaround rate to build a bathroom addition? I know that Honorable Raymond Smith alluded to homes to start in 2024. That's 2 years from now. Ako jashi kon that it and na kina khago o halit ela then they did la aye became the highest here. So what about that's case? Because we have to find a way to streamline the tribal process. And I agree with Chairman Nez, and you start looking at where can we waiver some of these policies, and then what Mike Colonna alluded to pertaining to what is in the CFRs pertaining to archaeology, the requirement of art clearances, the requirement of EPA clearances, and the requirement of fish and wildlife clearances. That's a federal mandate. Washington, but based on Nishko Coco. Yati the ta Coco, Kaya not in Geniki. I think got just on what what long Coco, ya Sepeso, Icho in Washington. But if the Navajo Nation uses their own general funds, say we appropriate $100 million out of CHISN for a housing project, we really don't have to follow these 4 criteria. The ARPA, Washington, but peso, best although it's tied to the federal rules and regulations. Our entity pertaining to NTUA and it's a tribal jurisdiction. So go home site bed then or the bed then halit aba baka gon khoti toba dolti sin isbadolti don't that it pushes niligi sister system that they thought the never base a choice in coco what else so not nidin sin. You know, why don't we appropriate $200 million from CHISN again for those purposes and request that we get a reimbursement from ARPA, because ARPA has all of these restrictions. We could get these reimbursements from back to the Navajo Nation. Maybe I'm out. Maybe that can't be done, but that's an option. And they cannot visit that. The net I see who want things and what on the later. Go I see never check the hot kid or I had it out of Yaliki, think on that did. I don't that the hardship on me that basal again. Neri. I want to hear host 8 and later. The never got the Chagaho, Sahat Ata, ya. Tahanat Taho are is a hot out, but ya do other than Chanada Yosh. There was his out the neck head, go. Coco Epan, Coco ya ape. Hattie Pepper, Hattie ape yaligi to Yosh. Quebec, Washington, the got did even yet, but that nego, or none of it. But we need to get some of the dollars out there. And then I thought that the educational component would be in this package here. Maybe I didn't see that here, but we have college students out there struggling. The other day, I gave a ride to a college student from Flagstaff, coming home from ASU. Interesting. الشديد ناتزين non-necessity. Only that I didn't want my mom to worry about me. I didn't only that shins of bad at all. That was car. Another car. What on the house? One thing and lead and never in the house. So who could it? These could not put in here on those awesome days. She thought the idea could October at down class. Didn't he got the other listen there? And that could have even used it. I don't know. He saw none he asked it. But I said, yeah, they did. I like it up at it on this on. Like I was saying Monday at Law and Order Committee, maybe as legislators, we're not supposed to ask these questions and just pass the legislation and allow all the things to be swept under the carpet. Is that what we're supposed to do? Is that what we are supposed to do as legislators? I don't think so. 1.1 billion. How is it going to improve the livelihood for that person that lives in Key Island chapter area or in Mark Freeland delegate region? The rehabilitation American Rescue Plan. Speaker, go on mute.
Thank you, Honorable. So with that, we'll move on down to Honorable Eugene. So.
Chair. I feel that we talk all day and all night sometimes without doing anything. We should be all ready to go right now. They gave it to us. It's ready to go. Let's approve it. Let's go. Keep on going. But the legislation, CJY 41 and 31 and BFS-31-21, which is Naabik'íyáti. Why don't we just approve it? I should tell it's not on the front. It's not us. They're not up on nothing. Also, giving my colleagues. This goes on forever and always sees it. And hear like this all the time. The chief don't know how you say she's not the we know what's going on. I was a briefing committee. I know how these out there. I've seen people go to their houses. I know how these from my house to there, all directions. I know how they live. I thought about them. That's what they got them.
And they get home at night, they had to look around for matches and find a kerosene lamp and light it up. If there's nothing there, go outside and fill it up. Get some wood from outside, start the fire. Go outside, get some water, get your bucket, go to the barrel, toss it out, put the water up. When you have the fire going, then get your flour, your baking powder, start making bread, get some potatoes. That's how people live out there. When are we going to understand that? Because we live in maybe some houses or in the development area, we don't really see that. Some of us are too educated, don't know how people are there, out there. How about in the oh, no, they're okay. You can say, I think, yeah, oh, my, you're not really sure. Oh, to the eggs getting out of the eggs. So whatever is proposed, let's forward and approve it. Let's see what happens. For burning daylight. I feel that we asked for it, we asked them for it, they brought it here, we approve it. I think they're not in the kid or they're not in the I thought in the kid, I thought that the so this is my ground. That's how I see things. I've been here for 3 years now, and that's all our ears. I had enough of it. When we asked for it, with the resolution, the president signed it, they put it to work, they get a proposal, came back to us, for what we asked for, let's approve it. What's so hard about it? Well, I feel that we need to keep going and move this on. A few months ago, when the pandemic first started, I got interviewed by NBC. At that time, I told them I need water. This disease, we need to be clean. I said, my people don't have any water out there. They came back a few months later from look at care. They asked me again, so how are you guys doing with the money that was given to you? And they said that there was a lot of donations coming in from all 50 states. They're calling us hard for it to spin it. I've been called so many times, so I've always just said, go to the president. They even told me there are other world, other countries are asking for us to send a donation. You can't jail asking that hard issue. So what I will buy so we need what we need and we ask for it, and that's what we got right here, and let's approve it, let's get it out of the way so our people can start living out there. It's all we need now. These are people that to propose this or there. Some are doctors, some are educators. They know what they're doing. That's what I think. So I just had enough of this argument and cross-examination or whatever you call it, and debating and I don't know. Legislation, our resolution is that president, knowledge is art. Our article that are required to have to give me 20 years. That's where we are right now. We should keep on going that way. We can't just let people wait while we're talking. So that's I stand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Gene Su, Honorable Otto Sword, Honorable Freeland. And those comments that were, and I don't know if there's a direct response. But I know it's just mainly comments. Mr. Chaco, I don't know if you guys have a response. If there's no response, colleagues, the time now is 6:30 p.m. I do want to let colleagues know that there's been a recommendation, and that recommendation, just to bring back the cap, I know that Madam Chair Amber Crotty was looking towards the purpose on some of the initiatives for a more advanced approach to COVID response. And then also, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, if there also requested if there was any water project amendments. And at this time, if you look to the presentation, water projects are collectively already in the legislation, or proposed to be a part of the legislation, or one of the or is on the larger SDS project listing that's going to be done by IHS. Right, there's also been the Honorable Daniels brought their point about equal distribution, and I think that's somewhere has been met in some categories, but in some areas, water and power is needed in more areas than there is. And Honorable Daniels, I know that that's something that you brought to the table. I know that there's been one amendment that has been requested for us at the Speaker's office to go ahead and have not only Office of Legislative Counsel work together with the Division of Natural Resources, and that's to waive certain provisions on the home site lease, and possibly waive certain, if there is, waive certain provisions to the, what was that? To the biological and the archaeological clearance recommendations to those prior to when those acts were created by Congress. So that's something that's looking at right now that we're researching, and that's something that the collectives are going down and giving that direction to the Office of Legislative Counsel. Colleagues, I know that there's been further recommendations, but I have not seen any collective agreements or even any document. We did ask the Department of Justice too if there was anything in review regarding hardship, and there's nothing submitted to in a review for hardship at this time for any kind of amendment. With that saying, colleagues, Honorable Keon Begay has asked the Speaker's office to move forward with the legislation. There is a petition that has been signed by how many delegates now? By 4 delegates, and that has been sent out to bring legislation 0257-21, which this is what we're talking about, to this coming Monday to a special session. Now, this legislation has to go to Naabik'íyáti committee prior. So what I'm saying, colleagues, is if there is enough for a special session requirement for at least 13 individuals signing off on that legislation by 12 o'clock tomorrow, I will request to have a Naabik'íyáti committee starting at 9 o'clock on Monday morning, prior to the 8 o'clock on Monday morning, prior to the Navajo Nation Council's request for that special session, colleagues. So I just want to give you a heads up on that. That's only if I do have enough by 12 o'clock tomorrow, due to the fact that I have to put out a notice 24 hours in advance as well for a special Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. So with that, colleagues, I know that we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 of our colleagues, 15 of our colleagues to have spoken twice on this on the presentation. I do thank all the presenters for being here, still with us on the line or here in the chambers as well. Colleagues, there is I leave it at your discretion if there is more to be discussed on this too as well for tomorrow's Friday's work session on this legislation. But as of right now, there's only been one specific request for the amendment, and that amendment does not have to go through the process being reviewed by Department of Justice due to the fact that that amendment is probably will be reviewed by Department of Justice, but it doesn't have to go through the formal process that was advanced or approved by the Budget and Finance Committee due to the fact that it is just language that's going to be added into the legislation. So that's something we're working on right, or the Speaker's office is working on right now. So again, colleagues, that's where we stand at. Again, the time is 6:36 p.m. I just be mindful that there is staff that do have to travel a ways, and it is dark outside, and the road conditions might be a little icy out there. With that, colleagues, I do have Honorable Elmer Begay in the queue at this time. But again, I look at your direction. If you want to continue the work session tomorrow, I did leave it up to you, colleagues. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Point of privilege, this is Daniel.
Point of privilege by Honorable Herman Daniels.
Mr. Chair, I'm sure that our staff is actually that is I don't know. But I need call so I didn't know. Yeah, I see. In his discussion for Mr. Chair. This is the business of March and not an EP. Thank you.
Hey, that was on a point of privilege. So there's a recommendation to go into recess till tomorrow. So let me go back on down to the floor. I do have Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, Lord, members of the Naabik'íyáti. Speaker, do you need a motion to go into recess?
No, it's a recommendation. So
okay, I can do the recommendation then.
Okay.
Like you said, for safety to come first. So, thank you.
All right, recommendation. That, colleagues, time is again 6:38 p.m. So, going to recess again. I know that a lot of you are requesting to be in other meetings tomorrow, so be mindful of the time. We'll be starting at 9 a.m. again, colleagues. With that, motion to recess. Well, we'll just officially recess at 6:38 p.m. Is there a second?
Delegate Nez.
Delegate Nez. Okay, with that, it's just a work session. So I don't need to take a vote on a work session. So colleagues, we're officially recessed at 6:38 p.m. Till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Yeah, motion by Elmer Begay, second by Rick Nez, but that's unofficial. I just minimal size for the record. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for your comments, questions, and thank you to the staff for listening in. I know that if there is recommendations for amendments, colleagues, and this legislation does come before the council on Monday, those if there is any recommendations for an amendment that is in regards to a project, that project has to be reviewed by Department of Justice according to legislation BFS 3121. Okay, thank you. Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you very much. We're going to